Where is my mind? You know what song? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is singing swimming? Swimming. Yeah, good man.
Yeah, that was good, man.
I was swimming in the Caribbean. Where is my mind? Where is my mind?
Good evening. Welcome to the live music space tonight.
What'd you say, Fred?
I said, welcome to the live show tonight.
Did you say it's not a live show tonight?
I said, welcome to the live show.
I'm just stringing my guitar up. String number 3. But it's gonna sound so fucking bomb with new strings on. The other ones were like rusted as fuck. So what's up, man? You had something to say about Marina Seren?
Yes, hello, friends.
Bring the noise! You want me to keep playing yesterday's show? Did you hear it back yet? I still haven't heard the whole thing.
I haven't heard the whole show again. Oh, look, it's Open Holes here.
Oh, what an honor.
Hello, Open Hole.
How y'all doing, man? I need to do some scientific research, man. I done found some discoveries.
Okay, well, who's stopping you?
Well, I found out though the fish in the Pacific Ocean is radiation big time. I looked at some subject people that were eating fish all the time here, and their skin doesn't look normal. Like it's fucking scary shit, dude. I mean, I could see through their skin and shit. Well, I could see skin. I could see things in people's skin, but plus I ate the fish. When I ate the fish, I could taste the radiation, man. I never fucking ate fish like that. It was like, ugh. And I ate other food, and it doesn't have radiation in it. I mean, you could tell that this fish has radiation in it. If you never ate fish on the west coast of the United States or around Japan or whatever, dude, it's not safe to eat this fish no more, or crab, or anything in the ocean.
Yeah.
You know what? Everybody's going to be moving to the East Coast. They're going to live on the Atlantic side because of this shit until the government figures out how to clean this shit up. It's worse than I thought, dude. I mean, it's been, what, 13,
People can go
15
without eating
years?
fish. That's fine. People don't have to eat fish. You know what I mean? They're not going to move because they can't eat fish anymore.
Yeah, but if you eat crops, if all the orange trees that's on the West Coast or whatever, in the crops, anything they grow is going to get radiation in it too. The fog, the rain, rains down on the crops. I mean,
Got to start taking that potassium iodide, bro. Got to start popping it.
well, I found out they have apple something, whatever, apple something. It takes like 70% of radiation out your body. I'm gonna do some more research on that because I'm doing herbal medicine stuff. I learned a couple things about hydrogen peroxide. I'm gonna start doing some research on that with my feet and my hands, and see if that might actually take actually take radiation out of you too. But it takes
You know what? Best advice, bro. I started feeling those weird effects about 2 years ago, and I know I always get like haters when I bring this up, but I'm swear to fucking God, it works, man. It's like the real. It's like ancient Chinese secret. Well, it's not Chinese, but borax. Okay, a big box of fucking. I swear by it. I still to this day. I take showers with fucking borax. I rub it all over my fucking body. I even use it as mouthwash.
well, you could use hydrogen peroxide. What is borax? Whatever it is.
Well, so borax actually converts into hydrogen peroxide. Okay,
Oh.
when you yeah. So it's the raw powder. It's a sodium tetraborate. This shit, man. It you can like. There's a guy on YouTube that got me interested in it a couple of years ago. He's kind of like you. He's a scientist, and he does this like demonstration. He's got these demo videos where he does this thing where he soaks his feet in borax water. Okay, and it like literally leaves like there's like a nanoparticle like film that develops on the top layer of this water, and then he extracted these nanoparticles out of the water, and of course it showed positive for aluminum particulate, different things. So the something about, and I'm not a scientist or a doctor, but this is not medical advice, but I do it. I swear by this day, man. I mean, I used to get like a lot of like weird, like itchy skin and like headaches all the time and weird shit, from like, I attribute it to 5G because I took like a dosimeter, and then I took an EMF detector, and they had a company come out and scan all the rooms and everything, and there was like all these high levels of 5G and millimeter wave like that were coming around, and I was getting headaches all the time, and just like weird like body like itches and weird ever since the borax, man. I mean, I swear it's like part of my regimen to this day. Big box of borax. I'll get in the shower. I'll dump a whole bunch in my hand, just like scrub it, and it feels really fucking good. And I haven't had any of these issues since.
Well, hydrogen peroxide is the same thing. So I'm gonna try some of that. I'm gonna try it on my feet, because my feet were peeling. I walked on the beach, and my skin just started coming off my feet because I'm like walking in this radiation shit, whatever it is. And my feet didn't ever do that. It was like, dude, this is not good, you know? And so, but they have this Apple stuff, Apple something that gets the radiation out too. But then you got, if you take iodine, and they got this iodine you could rub underneath your arms and you get the good iodine. But if you get the radiation iodine, it would mess you up. So you want the good iodine, because the good iodine would fight against the radiation iodine. So that's other stuff too. Iodine, everybody needs to have iodine because it helps with radiation too. So I'm actually going to do a dose of, you take the red liquid and you put it underneath your arms and put it on your armpit and right between where your elbow is, where your veins are, and put it on your wrist, you know, and put it on different parts of your body. And iodine's another good thing too. So to put on your body. And actually you could they got a vitamin I finally found that actually has iodine in it too, that I take vitamins. So there's a lot of stuff, man, out there. I mean, I'm wondering if that would help psoriasis, that stuff you talking about, or even hydrogen peroxide. Because
I mean, from my experience, I would say, again, I'm not a doctor, but I would say, as from my experience, my wife, you know, like most of her life had full body psoriasis, like you know, she couldn't even walk out in public because her entire body was psoriasis. You know, those are those type O negatives right there, right? And she doesn't get any more. I mean, it was something that her whole life she couldn't even like walk outdoors because, I mean, it was like her whole body was like covered in psoriasis. You know, and the thing about borax is like, it's really part of the, you know, I think it's part of the big, I honestly think that there's companies and powers to be out there that want to fucking kill us, right? Yeah. And I really believe in it because, you know, back in the 1950s, you know, Ronald Reagan, right before he was president, I mean, he did commercials all the time for something called Boraxo soap, which, you know, was in the hand soap, and it was back in the day. And then there was also, if you've ever seen like some of there's one that's in like an orange can, and another one's a green, one's called Utter Cream, and another one is like, and you know, it's commonly people use it like it's like an old time farm remedy, you know, that's they say it's for cows, but people probably know what I'm talking about. There's like this orange can of kind of like a jelly, like clear, like stuff, you know, and call it Utter Cream, but people use it, you know, for years on their arms and stuff. Well, I mean, that has sodium tetraborate in it, right? So it makes you wonder, like, why, you know, if you look online, you'll get like these totally conflicting things about borax, right? If you look in borax, like the first thing you'll see is like, you know, don't use borax, don't put it on your body, don't, you know, you're gonna die, you know, it's gonna kill you. But it's like complete fucking bullshit, man. I mean, I wash my mouth with this stuff. I switch with it every day.
Well, I mean, I know hydrogen, you know, peroxide, you could put it in your teeth and make your teeth white, and it's good for your skin. Like people that has acne, stuff like that. But you know, the ginger, I found out when I had a rash. These aliens are putting poison shit on us. They're putting cancer in us. They're putting it's like an experiment because they're trying to get superhuman people where you can't die. So they're putting weird shit in us. They're putting psoriasis, they're putting fucking cancer, they're putting leprosy and all this weird shit, and seeing who has, you know, who could, you know, whatever. But I know that's going on. And ginger, I didn't have no medicine, and I had ginger, and I had a rash. I woke up and said, damn, what is this shit? And these aliens had put poison on me. You know, I don't know what kind of poison it was. And I had this ginger in the spirit world says, "Oh, don't put that on you. Ginger is poison." And I says, "Fuck it, man. I'm gonna do it because I'm a scientist, you know. I gotta fucking find out." So I put it on me. I put this ginger on the rash. You know what? That fucking rash disappeared the next day. It was better than when I get poison ivy and shit or whatever it was. It would last for a month. And using this medicine they're using, but ginger, dude. What if it does psoriasis too, as well as poison ivy? Okay. I really need to do some research on this shit, you know, to find out. But I have to have people that has psoriasis, and I'd have to put like tobacco. I'm thinking about tobacco. You could put tobacco on it. You could put ginger. You could put the borax, like you said, or you know whatever. And I'm a scientist, dude. I want to find out, you know, what works and what don't.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy, right? So if you go online, you look up borax, right? It'd be like stay away, it's gonna fucking hurt you, right? It's terrible, bad stuff. It's really gonna, it's gonna kill you, right? Don't ingest it. Don't do anything. Well, there's a product, for example, called PhD Instant Vaginal Odor Rinse. Okay, and they have another product like that that's for UTIs and yeast infections. Okay, and literally the main ingredient in this product is boric acid. So if it's good enough to put in your vagina and they're selling these products in stores, it's probably not going to fucking hurt to take a handful of powdered borax and scrub it on a rash.
Well, I want to find out. I'm gonna find out more about it. I'm gonna do some research on it. But yeah, you're right. I mean, the thing is, they have 3% that you get at the store, and then they got this other percent of hydrogen peroxide that's like 13% that you could put on food. To get all this bacteria shit off your food. And I learned, I says, damn, man, I need to get some of that shit and put it on my vegetables because I don't trust the fucking government. I don't trust the aliens because they could be putting shit, just like that plague that happened in fucking Europe when all these black plague came and, and all these people dying and shit. And then they had spaceships flying over spraying this fog shit on them, yeah, I mean, man, you're gonna have to fucking get down in everything you eat can be poisoned.
You sound like R2D2.
Everything you eat is poison. So I said, shit, if I'm gonna eat some vegetables, I'm gonna get some of that 13% instead of 3% that you could, spray on your food. And I watched the.
I agree with you. I agree with you, man. I didn't mean to. I hate this mute button. I always feel bad. We got a hand up here. It's here from JW. Who's had his hand up for a while, John.
Cheers. My signal's breaking up, I think. You're all sounding like robots. Do I sound okay?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Cool. Yeah. There's a lot of different like alternative remedies out there. Definitely if you're talking about skin remedies and natural remedies, the Chinese have some they have some like natural things because I had some calluses or something on my foot and it was after it was exposed to some chemicals. I got these type of calluses, and the only thing I got like this natural remedy in China, and like within 5-10 minutes, feet were perfect. Everything was like the skin was smooth, everything was fine, and I was just like gobsmacked. It was like miraculous. Yeah, and also you mentioned something about psoriasis. Wasn't that company that made that talcum powder, wasn't it fined for millions because it had like toxic chemicals in it? What was that company?
Is it Johnson Johnson?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Well, I found out there's a Institute of Field Research. I'm gonna go to school because I can't find people on Twitter or Facebook or whatever or YouTube to do field research. So I'm gonna have to join the team, you know, of field researchers, and the only way I'm gonna be able, it's gonna help me out because I could get grants. They would teach you how to do grants, probably, how everything works when you go do research. So I'm gonna go to school, y'all. Yep, and I'm gonna do my stuff, man. I can't wait. I mean, it's fun. This is I'm going through a lot of bullshit, and I'm fighting a war, but I gotta stay positive and stuff like that. So, but you know what, Ginger, man, I I wish I had. I might have to go to Gary Nolan because I think they do research on stuff like that, and we need to get like maybe 50 people, 20 people that has psoriasis. And I want to meet these people because I'm psychic. So the thing is, you don't understand what I'm thinking. I'm thinking if I see these people and I looked at, hey, they're good people and these aliens are fucking putting psoriasis on these people just to fuck y'all over or whatever. And it's like, when I meet these people and we're doing the research, I'm going to know a lot more than other people. If you want me to be on a research team, I'm the most valuable person you're going to ever have on the team, because I have more insight than 99.9% of the human race. And I can't wait to do this. It's called like Einstein fucking scientist shit. I'm gonna be the next Einstein or
Yes. Go for it, man. Follow your dreams there, Do it. I mean, the
yeah.
only thing I've always wanted to ask you, Open, I've never had this chance to ask you, and I've always wanted. See, I've had like hundreds and hundreds of crazy experiences in the past 3 years. I mean, like shit that I don't even talk about on UFO Twitter because people would think I'm, they'd be like, "Are you hanging out with Open Eye?" No, they think I was crazy, right? They think I was like a fucking goofball, right? But my question for you, bro, is like all the events that I've had. Yeah, there was somewhere like I was like really fucking paranoid and freaked out at first when it first started happening, right? But it it's all been like for me and my wife like magical, like some crazy amazing, like scary at times just because I didn't know what was happening, but like crazy incredible experiences that like defy all logic and just crazy shit. But then you on the other hand, you talk about these evil aliens, so I'm wondering like are you in contact with like a different group? Are you in contact with like the real dark ones? Like, is that what's happening?
Well, I found out the ones of light. I'm gonna try to explain it the best way I can. Because I've been observing this stuff.
Yeah, man. If you could Open Eye, if you don't mind, just dumbing it down for us. We're not, we're not scientists or like as smart, so like, just dumb it down for us, please.
Well, the ones of light are more evil than the ones of darkness. It seems like, because what they did was they wanted to take over the minds of the ones of light. It's kind of, it all depends who's brainwashed the most. How many people we get brainwashed in religion or whatever. Angels could be brainwashed. Okay, reptilians could be brainwashed. So, far as the ones of light and darkness, I'm not on either. I'm in the middle. I'm like, okay, I got the ones of light and the ones of darkness. They're both fighting over me.
Open Eye, do you think Marina Seren could be brainwashed?
Huh?
You think Marina Seren could be brainwashed?
I don't even know who she is.
Okay, never mind.
Open Eye, I gotta go grab a Xanax here because this is probably gonna be going on for like a couple hours here.
Yeah, my guitar. I just finished stringing up my guitar and tuning it, by the way, and it fucking sounds magical, man. Oh man, it sounds fucking good. But yeah, I'm having a little moment now, just trying to plug it in. I might need to restart my computer. I'm having that same issue we had yesterday. Just need to figure out how to get it working again. But
No, what? Well, I mean, we're not here for music though, buddy. We're here for Open Eye and
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Open Eye.
Well, let me tell y'all something I found out. The ice age happened because the moon put like what was it, 13,000 years ago. The moon put did the sun like I'm gonna give an example. If they do 3 days of darkness on Earth, the moon could park.
Baby, where's my Xanax?
The moon could park right in front of the sun, and it would be dark. The whole world would turn dark, and then it would turn into ice age. Climate change is just a psyop because maybe they found out these aliens are threatening to do ice age on our asses again, you know, because they did it last time.
The Xanax bars, the bars. The fucking guy Open Eye is on. He's gonna be talking for fucking 7 hours. Where's my Xanax?
But what I'm saying is, we might have 3 days of darkness, and it might be longer than that, but that's just the start of it. And the whole world's gonna panic when y'all see the fucking moon just parked right in front of the sun, and it's like everything's getting freaking cold, you know. So don't be surprised that could happen. And it happened before. What I'm saying is, a lot of people, a lot of scientists don't even know how it happened. The only thing you got to do is park something like something big as the sun. Like I saw Stereo A and Stereo B. It's a satellite that films stuff, and this big giant black star. It's a planet where it could decloak itself and, you know, disappear or whatever. Where it appeared in something big like Jupiter went inside of it, like big as Jupiter. And I saw it go inside this big planet. So you don't really need the moon. You could have this big giant planet park in between Venus and Earth. And guess what? It might not just be 3 days of darkness. It could be 30 days of darkness. Okay? So there's different ways they could, you know, do an ice age on us again. So I think we need to get prepared. I would go to the government and says, fucking dumbass motherfuckers. What the fuck are you talking about global warming and shit? What about the fucking threat of aliens fucking parking their damn planet in front of the sun and we're fucking ice age? You know?
Shit. What'd you say, bro?
And that's disclosure. Look, y'all, this is real disclosure y'all listen to. This ain't no bullshit.
That's a wrap.
It ain't no fucking Lou or Dr. Greer or fucking David Wilcock gonna tell y'all the shit I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, those dumbasses couldn't think of anything that good.
Well, they probably told not to tell y'all, or they're gonna lose their job.
Exactly. Yes.
Yes, Agent Wilcox did his job well.
Oh man, look, I've been watching David. He done went crazy, dude. I watched him at a conference, and he was screaming, like doing a guru thing, doing the breathing thing. Oh shit, what the hell I do?
Anyways, Open Eyes. Good fucking eyes. Really hard. Open Eyes, good to have you here tonight. And what are we talking about? What's going on?
Well, I was talking about the Ice Age thing. I'm trying to get y'all prepared. I mean, the global warming is it's a psyop thing. They don't want to tell y'all the truth that what might really happen. And I'm going back to the Ice Age thing where I could see that a planet You know, a planet or the moon or some planet blocked the sun, where the planet just turned, you know, like 3 days of darkness on Earth.
Open eye. Do you believe in Nibiru?
Oh yeah, they got all them planets. I mean, they got. I actually saw a couple of years ago. I forgot what year it was. I was filming the fog on the lake that we was passing by, and I saw this planet. It looked like a star, but it wasn't shining like the sun, and it was the same size. But I think it was in front of the sun. Maybe, I'm not sure, but you could see it, and that was the time when they said that these planets are going to be passing by, and I seen them. Yeah. So
I mean, open eye. Let me ask you something. You know, I've been thinking about this for a while, and I just want to know: is it true that you have what's been described as an egg-shaped penis?
oh my gosh. Oh my no, no.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show tonight. We got Open Eye in the house.
Sorry, I just had to test the sound real quick. It's working.
Well, I was thinking about joining a rock and roll band. I'm a good singer, dude. I could write music. I got a lot of
Bro,
good
you want to
songs.
spit it out? You want to sing a little bit? Give Sally a break. I was singing all night long and dedicated all my songs to Kenton. He didn't even fucking thank me once today. He didn't say shit.
Well, I was singing in a Utah karaoke contest, and I went all the way to the 6th round. So,
Seriously?
yep,
Wow.
yep. Every weekend we would have the contest, and the bad thing is, the last thing that we had was the audience people would vote. So this little fucking, you ever heard that old saying? You gotta wait till the fat lady sings. Yeah, she fucking stole my shit, and she invited all her family because they're, you know, she's a hometown little, you know, Utah people, and she won because all her family was there. She had like 12 or 20 people there. I mean,
Well, I mean, spare the details, buddy. I think what people want to know is they want to hear you sing. Can you sing a little acoustic for us real quick? Can you sing us a couple verses of something,
no,
anything? Maybe
I
a
gotta
Tina
have a
Turner?
mic. I gotta have a mic, and I gotta feel. I gotta have the music. It's a tone. When I change my voice, I have to have a tone surround sound thing around me.
Dude, I'm wondering
So
if you can do Tiny Dancer by Elton John, but replace Tiny Dancer with Lady Boys.
Yeah, can you do Wonderwall?
With Lady Boys.
Open Eye, can you do that?
no, the songs I do is like Bon Jovi, Wanted Dead or Alive, Josh Groban, Remember When, or Raise
What
Me
about
Up.
Cherry
Remember,
Pie? Can you do Cherry Pie by Warrant?
I could do Blake Shelton. I could do Keith Urban, country music. I could do, you know, pop music and stuff. But I only sing the songs I like. They gotta be a hit song, you know. Yeah, I could sing. I could change my voice. My voice is an instrument. I could actually change the tone and the feel of it.
What?
Yeah, I could go way high. I mean, if you're gonna sing "Wanted Dead or Alive," that's a high-pitched voice. I could sing.
I mean, bro, can you sing like a verse of something here? I mean, you, for all we know, you could be coming into this music hour and just totally bullshitting. Just sing a verse, man. Let it
Yeah,
out.
we're going to need you
Well,
to sing
Queen,
some
like
lyrics.
Queen, like Queen. Rhapsody, what it is. I could
Yeah,
sing
yeah.
that.
Sing like the first couple verses of Bohemian Rhapsody.
I gotta have the music, dude. I can't get the tone. I mean, I'm not a cappella. I met a guy that can sing a cappella without music, and he got knocked out. It was like he looked like that dude that was on King Kong with the big nose. He looked just like that dude.
It's all the same. Only the names will change every day. It seems we're wasting away.
Logan, I got it here. I got the bars for Open Eye. Okay,
I
you
gotta be
ready?
in the. Hey, look.
You're on the spot, bro.
Hey, if we ever get hooked up at a conference and stuff, if we
Here
go
we
to
go. Here we go.
karaoke,
Is this just fantasy?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Open Eye to the stage tonight.
Yeah.
Escape from reality.
Get these girls wet, Open Eye.
This is for 500 Sally bucks, bro. They're not worth anything, but
Oh, those are panty dropping bucks.
here we go. There you go, Open Eye.
yeah, if you don't understand, my voice, listen, my voice.
Someday she brings home her pay for long. So long.
Hey, I can't hear Open Eye.
Open Eye, I couldn't hear you at all.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you on my end either.
I wasn't singing, y'all. I told y'all I have to be in the studio, man.
Blue jean, Open Eye, LA lady. I sing fresh for the band. Pretty eyes, a scientist. You're gonna marry a Sally man. I'm ballerina. You must have seen her. You're dancing in the sand. And now she's in me. You're always with me. A tiny dancer, an Open Eye. This one's for you, brother. The Jesus freaks out in the street. A hand in tickets out for God. A turning back. She just laughs. The silent just is not that bad. I've got a man, the open eye. He's crazier than shit. Looking on, he smokes the bomb. The words he knows, the tone he hums. Now, open eye. This part is your verse to sing. You're up to the mic, bro. Come on, karaoke champion, let's go.
Dude, I'm not gonna
I can't
do
hear
it.
him.
I
I
told
can't
you.
hear Neil at all.
You can't come into space, say you're a world championship karaoke contestant, and then
Yeah,
not
but
sing a single fucking thing. I'm out here exposing myself. I'm fucking Fred. I'm Sally, whatever the fuck I am, and I'm singing these gay ass songs. I don't even fucking like Elton John, and you can't even sing a verse.
well, I don't even know the fucking song. Another thing is, dude, look, if we go to recording, I gotta be standing up. I'm sitting down, dude. I don't sit down and sing. I gotta stand up. My voice is so fucking loud.
Bro,
No one
I'm
gives a
literally
shit.
in downward dog right now.
I'm hanging upside down from the ceiling. Like, no one gives a shit.
Yeah, I'm literally in downward dog position singing fucking Elton John.
Yeah, but my voice is so high pitched, like really fucking loud. I mean, I don't even need a microphone, dude. I can blast.
Oh, man. Open eye. You make
No.
Man, I
excuses,
got a
bro.
voice that's
Excuses.
fucking
I thought you
loud.
were like a
Dog
man.
ate his homework. The dog ate your
Bro,
homework.
open eye, if you just sing a verse, like the men love that, bro.
Ah! Nah.
Yeah, or even get Kimball. Give me 5 minutes. I'll get Kimball in here. Will
Look,
you sing
man,
then?
I have to be standing up. I have to be in a party mood in or a studio. You know what? If
If I have to listen to one more excuse, I'm gonna sit straight up on the fucking floor. I can't stand it anymore, Open Eye. Forget it. We had enough excuses.
Yeah,
if
we
we
gotta
had a
step
band,
down.
I would go to the studio and we would make a record and make $1 million. Okay, so you believe that or not?
Don't believe it.
How do you come in and say that shit? What if you were on stage? What if you were Simon Cowell was standing there, right? What are you going to say that you're not going to sing a verse?
Well, if I'm on stage, that's different. But I'm sitting in the fucking van. This is not.
That makes it even better, bro. That's
I'm
like the
sitting in a
ultimate
fucking
right there.
cramped ass van like a fucking sardine, dude. I mean, this is not a
Dude,
mood for me to
You know how
sing.
much of a master you would be, literally singing Elton John, sitting in a van down by the river?
I don't even like Elton John's music. I can't even fucking sing his voice. I never tried to sing Elton John because
You can't sing any voice. We just had Bon Jovi on. That's your jam, baby. You couldn't do it.
hey, look, Elton John's gay, so I don't sing gay fucking music.
All right, open eye. Here you go. George Michael, I want your sex. You're up. Bro, what the fuck, man?
I felt like
You know how much time it took me
Yeah, I know.
to get a band over here with all their keyboards and set everything up? A live karaoke band to play
Get no
that
respect.
backing track for you?
I get it.
Well, where you live at, dude? I would go over there for vacation, and we could do a studio thing, and we could make a record or something.
Sure, man. I'm in fucking Latona, Arkansas. Come over anytime you want.
Well, I'm an artist, dude. Look, when I carved stone and when I was younger in art world, I won first, second, third in 4 honorable mentions. Okay, I am very creative person. I could do anything I want, and I could do it well. Um,
We're gonna
so,
step you down.
but you have to.
Boy, I can't believe y'all made it that long. Fred, I was really hoping you were gonna bring some more Kent Reynolds into Tiny Dancer, but I can't fault you for that. You were waiting on Neil to step up on that.
Yeah, I'm kind of, to be honest, I'm kind of burnt out from last night singing all the Ken Reynolds tunes.
Yeah, I've been working on. I think I'm gonna pick up the reins where you left off. I'm putting together some pretty good licks here, so here in the next day or two, I'm gonna be able to wail.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. And Kimball, I mean, if you want to come up, man, you got quite the pipes there, man. Sing some tunes for us.
I don't know if Kimball's in here, is he?
Oh yeah, he's here.
Yep, there he is.
All right, what song am I singing?
What's up, Kimball? How was your Memorial Day?
It's pretty good. Got Mexican food with my parents.
Did you tell them you were gay yet?
I did. I finally told them. They wept with joy.
They probably weren't surprised.
They thought just when we thought we couldn't be more disappointed, we stooped to a new low.
And then you totally redeemed yourself. So what do you think of Open Eyes stand-up, Paramormon?
I just barely got in here like 3 minutes ago. I just heard him obfuscating and deflecting. He got stage fright, guys. It's very obvious.
Yeah, I get it. Well, I mean, you can't come up telling us you're the Grand Wizard of karaoke and not be able to lay something down. Come on now. I see you, Heather. Hold on. Daddy's a little fucking drunk tonight, so you have to bear with me. Where the bathroom going? I remember the lyrics to that. Hey, do you know any Liam Lynch, Logan?
Who the fuck is Liam Lynch?
Oh, Jesus Christ, guys. Seriously?
I'm so happy. Open eyes in this space. Out of place. A scientist now doing research on the UFOs, and it's good. In that van now on the hill, he's sitting down. Open eye, I love you. Open eye, my friend.
That's a high tone there. I felt like I was straining, like I was trying to take a massive shit or something.
No, you almost had it, man. If you'd have grabbed your ankles, you'd have had that.
Why are you always talking about food?
What, Heather? I'm sorry, Heather. We're gonna have to step you down for that.
No, why?
Yeah, kick her off, maybe. Let's step her down, please.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. God damn it. Dune, I tried getting you up here. I don't know what happened. I see we got another request here. I don't know who it is yet.
Probably Heather again.
No,
No, it ain't Heather. She ain't got that. God damn it. Who let her up? What's up, Mr. Dan Freeman?
You don't have to be open-eyed to turn me off. I just need your body, baby, from dusk till dawn. You don't need experience with your own band. You just leave it all up to me, and then I'll show you what it's all about. You don't have to be rich to be my girl. Open up, yeah. You rule my world.
That's fucking Xanax. Woo! Holy shit. No fear.
Damn, you good, Sally?
Yeah, I'm good. I just wondering when did my set list turn so gay?
Man, but you didn't notice until about 2 minutes in. That's what worries me. I got Rabbi
Yeah.
coming in. What's up, Rabbi?
Yeah, on top of it, I'm wondering why am I wearing my wife's G-string right now?
oh, you must be feeling good. That's what's up.
I honestly get a little jealous. You know, women get all the nice, man. I mean, like panties, like, you know, for us men that are like confident enough, right, in ourselves. Like, if you've ever tried on a pair of like your girlfriend or your wife's panties, like they're fucking comfortable, dude. Like they're soft, you know, they're soft, they're comfortable. Yeah, they don't.
Dude, what sick bastard designed boxers for the nuts to wear out in 2 months? That's what I want to know. The rest of it can look perfect, and the nuts just have a hole straight through the bottom. Is that from us?
You gotta wear
itching all
butt
fucking
huggers,
day?
buddy.
All right, I'm gonna have to step him down. I'm sorry, guys. I did not know that was going to happen. Holy
I've actually
shit.
never had that
I'm just
that
trying
problem,
to get
bro.
answers here.
I've never had a hole that's been created under my nuts and my boxers, and I have big fucking balls, right? So, like, what are you wearing? Are you wearing like the Walmart like stock?
Oh man, I gotta tell you, like, what I do is I wear this like giant
Buc-ee's,
potato sack,
Hanes.
and I just cut a hole in the at the bottom of it, and just my balls hang out. That's how I do it.
Like a
Jesus
kilt.
Christ, Logan. Let me
Aren't
send you
they
some.
so
Check
itchy?
your DMs, Sally. Check your DMs. I'll show you my nuts, and then I'll show you what I'm covering them with, and you can make the determination. I thought it was everybody. I was trying to get sympathy.
I mean, I could see someone like Kent Reynolds having like a hole where he farts, right?
Well, that's where he picks his butt. So that's his finger hole. It's just like an access.
He wears one of those onesies with the butt flap.
Dude, wait till I show you all my boxes. I'm gonna post them up.
I just checked my DMs, dude. I don't see anything from you. Were you gay baiting me?
No. I'm getting the pictures currently. I have to go dig these up. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Yeah, that's unusual. I've never actually heard of a hole like developing in the boxers underneath the balls. So that's definitely new to me. Anybody else here tonight that has had that?
Buddy doesn't have a thigh gap, so it chafes there.
I've never heard of that happening before. It sounds like you're like aggressively scratching. You should probably go get that looked at.
Yeah, you know what it is, really? What it comes down to is your balls are just too sweaty. You really need to get some talcum powder down there.
I mean, it could also be that he lives in the country and the only place he can buy his boxers is at Dollar General, right? They don't really have access to, fine, high fashion, where Buddy is. Anyways,
He gives him a Goodwill.
I feel like a straight up,
Yeah, who
just
told
like
Buddy that it was a
straight
good idea
true
to wear
boxer
used
is
boxers?
psychopathic right now. Who's rocking a straight up true boxer? Not a boxer brief. Like a full on boxer with the plaid.
Like from the 90s?
Yeah, bro. I feel like that's psychopathic. And I can see, yeah, get the holes. You deserve the holes. You deserve the holes.
Butt huggers.
I mean, I stopped wearing underwear maybe 2 years ago. I don't really feel, it feels so much better without them. Anybody else in the audience tonight
Yeah.
not wear the underwear?
Absolutely. In the summer, dude, if you go commando, it's so much cooler.
Yeah, I didn't come here for this. So, Sally, what you're saying is you refuse to wear underwear unless it's your wife's underwear?
What do you mean you didn't come here for this? Like, you literally just ordered a remote control fucking masturbator online.
You know, I'm not going to lie, I worry about going commando, not just mechanical issues, but like OPSEC. Like, if I come from the bathroom at work or something and my fucking woober is hanging out of the front, like, you're really risking it, like, and I respect the commitment, but like sometimes I got to get going and I don't zip it up and my fucking woober's hanging out the front and now I'm talking to Sally in HR.
I mean, it could be worse. When we were building our house and our farm out in this land, a couple of years ago, it was just raw land. There was no electricity or water coming through or anything. I mean, the middle of fucking nowhere. But, there was always that chance. It was like it's like 2 or 3 cars like a month that would drive down this dirt road past where we were building on. But the odds are, I mean, 3 times a month. That's the odds are highly likely. Like, you're outside, pissing or something. There's not going to be a car going by. But for some reason, like multiple times, when we were building, I just had basically like a hole in the ground in the middle of the land, and I'd be out there just like squatting, and just my luck, old man Jenkins would drive by in his old Ford, right at that moment.
And you just see your old O-ring just fucking giving way.
Yeah, or the time I was like in the other spot of the land, like next to like a couple old tires, like, getting a fucking blowjob. And, Mrs. Johnson just, drives by at that random moment. And, this like open like field, like 360-degree view. And when that happened, I had like a split second to figure out how I would react, looking at Mrs. Johnson driving down this dirt road from like, a couple acres over. And, I'm getting my dick sucked and I just kind of waved. I did like this slow wave.
Yeah, that was
like,
the
hi
best
there.
reaction. That was the best. That was the best. You full commit or no reaction. That was the best reaction.
I have a similar.
Yeah, exactly. What are you going to do,
Was Mrs. Johnson a MILF?
No, she wasn't. She was about 82 years old.
So was she
white
a MILF?
hair. No. I mean, a lot of the older women out in the country, 70, 80 years old, right? They they're just very nice people, right? They're like they're not a woman nor a man, but they have like a slight bearded lady thing going on. But like, don't get me wrong, if it came to like a challenge, like a wood chopping challenge or something, Mrs. Johnson would probably always win that wood chopping challenge.
Question about the title. Is it Beware the Crash because it may be an impending economic crash, or Beware the Crash that Twitter Spaces might fail?
Fred, did you have time to examine your DMs? And I could hear you fuckers talking shit while I was in there. Talking about, I live out nowhere, so I got to buy them at Dollar General.
Baby Jesus, how dare you dead name him?
Baby Jesus, I love how you didn't dispute the fact. You were just like, fuck you. These are Dollar General ads.
Wow, I literally just looked at that photo you sent me,
contest.
Baby Jesus. And sure enough, Baby Jesus sent me a photo of his boxers to show me this hole underneath his nutsack that formed his boxer. Very true. How do you? I've never even seen anything like that, man.
I probably have 10 more of those examples, but and no, Heather, it's not because my leg gap, my chafing, you little shit. Where's she at so I can step her down? I'm gonna bring her up to step her down if she's not up here. No, I've got thigh gap, asshole.
What brand are your underwear?
Yeah, where do you buy them? Where are they from?
No, they're Walmart. I get Hanes.
You ever done Fruit of the Loom? I've never really had a problem with Fruit of the Loom.
I'm with Sally on this one.
Oh yeah, I've done Lucky's and Fruit of the Loom. The nuts wear out in all of them. It don't matter. I've done them across the board. I did the Kirkland brand up from the Costco. Nuts wear out. Everything wears out, guys. I thought this was just a problem we had, and it was just bad quality control from the factory. So now that I'm not gaining any sympathy from you guys, I'm just going to drop it.
No, Baby Jesus. Like, I think that now that we have photographic proof, I think you should probably lean into what Fred's talking about and just drop the bottoms out in general. Like, you know, if you're
just go full kill.
Yeah, just go full kill.
Well, that's what it does, though.
Drop the bottoms out.
Like throughout the day, my nuts will slide through the hole, and they will get pinched in said hole, and I don't know they've fallen through.
Oh, you have a boxer nut garrote,
going to fall out.
Dude. That's
what are you talking about, Baby Jesus? That I see the photo. I mean, that's a small hole. So either your nuts are like the size of a fucking almond.
That hole is thick. Let me post it to the bottom. Everybody mind the peel. I'm about to post this up. There's a 6-inch wide hole. You fit.
Yeah, we need like a group consensus on this, because let me look at that photo again. Oh,
yeah.
Those are dark boxers. That's actually a big hole.
I fucking told you, but it's too late now. I've got to put it in the peel. All right.
Well, how long have you had this pair?
Probably a month and a half, 2 months.
A month and a half.
Oh yeah, that's like, I don't know, 5 washes.
Are you changing your boxers every day?
Well, that's what I was going to tell you, Rabbi. I do the inside out, backwards, frontwards trick. So you can actually get 4 days out of one set of.
Baby Jesus, that's your problem.
I think you just answered it.
I guess I should have led with that. I'm sorry,
Jesus.
guys. I digress.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, look, that hole. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to say. I mean, it looks like. I mean, are you sure you're not? You're not like bottoming on the weekend, are you, bro?
No, let's move on. What's up, John?
Buddy, do you by chance hang your clothes up to dry?
All right, we're just going to skip over John. Yeah, no, I tumble dry only. Low
And do
heat.
you have a cat?
Oh yeah, yeah. I got two cats. Thank you, John. Yeah, but I've seen this in all the brands. It's not just the cotton ones. I've had it in all of them. So maybe who knows? Maybe there's just something else going on. I might just itch my nuts all day and not know it.
Well, baby Jesus, a month and a half is crazy. I got to tell you, no matter what kind of friction, like in the most frictionless system, I mean, in a month and a half is crazy. And I
I
think
feel you, man.
John's here saying that maybe a cat's eating the Gucci out of your joints.
He doesn't.
So you're cutting out there. You there, baby Jesus?
Yeah, I was letting
He's
John know
got
my cat does
Starlink.
not have thumbs.
So I'm reading here. It is possible to return underwear to Walmart. You can return it as a defective product. Have you thought about going into Walmart, showing them your hole, and exchanging for another pair?
Dude,
I
my
think you need to do it.
dignity
You
is
have to do
worth
it.
more than those boxers.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
I'm not letting my dignity
It's
drop
not.
that level.
It ain't, right? Bring them back. Bring them back.
No,
Sally,
It's the
I'm
infinite
gonna
box.
end
It's
up
the
just
infinite
having a
boxer
pack.
hack.
exactly. I think their return policy is 90 days. So you still have a good 2 months or month and a half or so to ruin those things. So I mean, you're actually ruining them a little too quickly.
A month and a half, there would be nothing left, guys. These are like dissolvable at this point.
I think you need to do it though, man. And everyone here would probably love to see, like, if you were successful, just like wear that pair of boxers for like the next week, and when you piss, don't even shake it off. Just like bring those boxers into Walmart, just like the stankiest fucking thing in the world. Go up to that return counter, after you go to the money center or something, and try to return them.
If you just snatched them off like breakaway basketball pants, just like right when you step up there, just snatch them right off your ass.
Guys, there is no way. You just walk up, Hulk Hogan them off to the customer service. Raw.
I mean, if you don't want to do that, if you don't want to take them to Walmart, I could find out his address. You could just send your boxers with the hole in them to Fleet Gomez, and I'm sure he could make good use of them.
He'd end up chewing them the rest of the way up like bubble gum. Little creep.
In all seriousness, it does look like your cats perhaps have gotten to them. Are you sure that your cats don't get to them?
I'm positive, dude. I thought my washer and dryer was aggressive, but none of my other clothes are getting fucked up. It's just my boxers. So I'm down. It's like a conundrum, guys. But this has been going on for about 2-3 years steady, so something's happening. That's why I thought y'all could sympathize. But here we go.
I'm reading something here. It's been sent for men that have like a hole that develops in their boxers that could be related to the cats. It says that your genital area contains apocrine sweat glands, which some cats are attracted to, and will often sniff it and make bigger holes, and some will even mark their territory. Do they smell like cat piss at all?
No, they don't smell like cat piss. My boxers never get within the cat's reach.
Sally, that's an excellent point. I love the science behind your theory.
We'll just move on. Don't worry about the boxers, Sally.
Subject change, right?
You should just whale tail it. Wear a thong or some tea back or something.
Well, see, that's what I was segueing into. I wouldn't know how long a thong would last, maybe hours. So if my boxers are going away that quick, imagine how quick a thong will go.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And then there's the snapping issue. Be careful out there, man.
Yeah, it ain't easy being easy, guys. Remember that.
Dude, you must sweat a lot or something. I mean, I don't even
All
have
day,
to like
every day.
rarely use deodorant. I just don't. I just not a sweaty person. But by the way that you're describing this, I mean, you must take like 2 or 3 showers a day.
Yeah, I take 2 showers a day, every day.
Wow. See, I can go like 4 or 5 days without a shower, and I still won't even smell.
That's pretty crazy, though, right?
Now, why do you think I smell? I didn't say I smell. I smell just fine. It's just my boxers are prematurely given out. There's no smell.
Y'all,
I don't
y'all,
understand
y'all.
how showering regularly affects the boxers.
I have to tell you, I am dying laughing. I don't know that I've ever wandered into a more fascinating Twitter space, and I can't decide. Hang on,
It
hang
ain't
on.
funny.
I cannot decide what I love the most. Is it the content of the discussion? Is it the like deadpan manner with which it's delivered? Or is it? I mean, I don't know. I just have to say, I literally am crying, laughing, and I just had to like make a comment. And listen, if you don't take those boxers back to, I almost said back to Twitter, back to Walmart while you're on a Twitter space with us, and you don't DM me in advance about this event, I will come after you. I will hunt you down, and I will find you, and I will deal with you in my own way. And you might like it, but you're not going to like it in the very end because I'm going to make you suffer. Because you're going to do this, you have to do it. Please do it. I'm so invested. I'm so invested in this.
You have to do it, bro.
I guess
You
I can
have
go
to do it.
But
I don't know if I've ever been more turned on than this moment. Wow.
I mean, you
I'll
have to
record
do
I'll
it,
take
bro.
back. But what do y'all
The
expect
fact
is going
that-
to happen? They're not going to give me new underwear. They're going to look at those and be like, "These are blowed out, dude. We ain't doing this."
It's like a historic space right now. You know, the fact that I'm.
Out. And we can do like a pool.
I've
We can
never
do like
tried-
a
I've
betting
never tried
pool,
before.
and we can place bets, and we can like have some kind of contest and a winner, and make it fun for everyone.
I've never tried it before, but I'm guessing they're not even going to look at it.
I'm telling you, if you lean
Dude.
in and explain the geometry of the 6-inch hole,
They're not even going to want to touch them at all, especially
They're
make
going
them
to
smell
see
bad.
It's a flood.
They're going to say, "Show me them nuts."
I think that
Bro, you can buy-
increase your chance of return if you go to a male clerk and you show him the 6-inch hole and say they have dropped it.
You know what you gotta do, bro. You can buy this stuff online. It's like $5. It's called liquid ass. Okay, and you get a bottle of this in the mail. Put a little liquid ass on these boxers. Take them back to Walmart, and tell them that your friend Sally is wearing pink panties, singing Elton John, and try to return these stinky boxers.
Why are they so brown, sir?
Dude, you guys are going to get me banned.
In addition,
I got to get more boxers. I mean, without Walmart, I don't know what I'm going to do.
You definitely got to starch them down
Wait a
like
minute.
asymmetrically
Wait a minute.
too.
The other hilarious part is Sally is one of the characters, and then we have Baby Jesus. Are you kidding me right now? I'm super sober and a little bit tired, but I'm just like so entertained. I can't even tell you. I'm loving it so much. Please don't stop.
Well,
Yeah.
Amy, you know, you got to tell these people what kind of strains that trampoline puts on boxers. So that's where I'm going to put it at. I'm going to say, I bought a trampoline and this is what's happening with my boxers.
Trampoline.
Hopefully they
Oh,
buy my
the
story.
It's all TBD.
Thank you for calling Walmart customer care.
let's practice.
If you were calling about your Walmart.com order, online pickup, or delivery order, press 1. For the phone number, location, and hours of operation of a Walmart. About your Walmart.com order, online pickup, or delivery order.
Wait.
underwear.
Tell
phone
them
number.
to check warranty.
Let's practice and role play the the approach to the customer service desk.
Yeah, put me on with the warranty department.
Let's do a 3-way call on the Twitter space. I will like tip whoever I have to tip.
Get
I will
Gary
pay.
Nolan.
I will pay for this.
Well, there's two ways you could go about it. Like you could give it a deadpan, or you can appeal emotionally. Like these boxers have damaged you. A 6-inch hole is crazy, bro. That's like you could get sterilized. It could garrot your fucking. You know what I'm saying? It could garrot your fucking nut, and you can be like, please.
Well, it's chafing through my
It's
paint.
hurting. You can go for the. It's
I
hurting.
think
That's
you're
what I
gonna want to
noticed.
test these cotton in these holes and get.
This is
some,
hurting me. Or you can act like this is like a mechanical failure. I would go with the emotional.
Oh
appeal.
hell yes!
I would go with the
You have
the
to like start
emotional
crying
damage.
and like make a scene, and they will
Darn.
absolutely give you your money back. Guarantee it. They'll be
You're
so
getting a
uncomfortable.
fucking.
I could tell them they weren't.
You're getting all of it.
Yeah, I'll tell them they weren't tuck friendly, Dan.
They were not tuck friendly. One. You may not be able to have children. That's it, dude. The nut dropped through the fucking hole,
They're right.
twisted you up, put
They're
you in a
probably gonna make
blender.
sure I don't have children.
I
first.
overpowered these
Maybe you
underwear.
use like too harsh of chemicals. Like if you're using bleach and you pour like way too much bleach, that is going to disrupt the integrity of the fibers for sure. What is the material made out of? Are they cotton? Are they poly blend?
It's
Are they
straight
silk?
ball power.
Cotton.
Pure cotton, 100%.
They
No,
can't be
this
pure
is
cotton.
cotton with
Jesus,
color
Jesus,
safe
please
bleach.
look at for real.
You can't
All
say
right, let me go
cotton
get
in
it.
the
Hold on.
SEC unless it's related to chickens.
Now we need to know the mechanicals of this. What is the material science here?
That's what I want to know.
The good signs
How many
are
thread
that
count we
that
talking?
ball's large enough to break Italian fiber.
No, this man's full synthetic. His shit's getting fucking. It is goddamn cyber weave.
It's got to be the
Maybe
cat.
you
Might
need
be
a
right.
thicker
The
ply.
tag is gone.
Maybe you got to go with a higher ply.
There is. Holy shit.
What's the thread count?
Yeah, there's no tag on these.
What's the
There
There's
is
no
no
tag
thread count.
on
It's a set of sheets.
This man
I'm
is wearing.
talking-
He
talking
is
about
wearing a
boxers,
Subway
not
sandwich
tags.
wrapper as his fucking underwear right now.
It's like an old sock. I'm like, why is there a hole in it?
Oh my god.
Oh,
Wait,
what the
I have
fuck,
questions
bro?
though.
Bro, you say that?
Did the hole just appear and it was like 6 inch? Like, what was the progression time scale of the hole? Because I'm curious as
Yeah, I get it. I'm sitting there holding it. It was all at once. This was like a breakthrough deal.
breakthrough.
So it's
Motherfuckers
kind of
wearing
like,
blimpies wrapping.
yeah, I was sitting there comfortable, and next thing I knew, it was like I was sitting on my nuts, and I didn't know how they would have got through that barrier until I noticed the bottom was blown out yet again on a pair of shitty boxers. That's why, we
Baby,
have no
come in the other room. Baby, come in the room. I'm wearing your panties.
Yeah.
Come
Yeah,
here,
come on,
babe.
right now. You take my
I
paper?
got your pink panties on.
You take my fucking paper?
You better be fighting for our freedom, bro. Like you done put a hole in your shit and lost the tag in a month and a half, bro. I hope you're in fucking.
I'm coming over
or
right
something.
now.
Oh no, these didn't even have a tag. They don't have tags on them.
Don't be upset, babe. Don't be upset. Come on. Yeah, man, your panties, honey.
You can fit into her panties. It's kind of disturbing.
Guy, get a picture.
So, how many times has this happened? I still need more details.
I don't know. 40
Wait,
times.
how many times has
Baby
it not
Jesus,
happened?
it's got to be your cats.
Have you found a pair that transcends your trampoline skills?
Okay,
gotta
there's
be your
one
cat.
pair that holds up, but those are biking shorts, and they've got like some padding in the back, and they're like spandex, and I can't wear those as boxers.
You're
Any
breaking up.
normal
Did you
boxers
say
just
biking
have a
shorts or Viking shorts?
Aren't they the same?
biking?
Here's an idea. You wear a pair, you put them on the floor near your cats, and have it under surveillance, and go to sleep, and see if your cats play with it.
Guys, this has been going on years before I even got
Yeah,
cats.
I was gonna
That's
say,
what I'm trying to tell
I
you.
think the cat thing is just kind of like your solution for the cognitive dissonance that's going on because you're super uncomfortable and you're just trying to find an easy reason so that we can like decide what the cause was and move on.
Amy, I never blamed it on the
I know you
cats.
didn't.
I don't know who blamed
Well, someone did.
You're making me semi-erect.
I am, because if you look at the pictures, it's obvious that some kind of animal.
I
has
am not
done
privy to the pictures for some reason. I looked for them several times.
It's in the purple pill.
Oh, it's in the corner pocket.
The corner
Yeah.
pocket that was blown out. I don't see it.
The purple pill.
51, motherfucker.
I don't see it. Sorry.
And dog ears, that's like 77.
What?
All right, we can move on.
No.
guys. We'll just move on.
I'm not ready.
If it's made of like plastics, bro, maybe your pH is off. I'm sorry to say that. Like they got shit now.
Do you use moist wipes? Maybe there's like residue
you can,
and
like pH your balls up.
Yeah, you
I
gotta
don't
get
have
the aloe
dingleberries
on
and
there.
shit.
You gotta get the aloe.
we're gonna have to
on there.
assess your diet and
smooth.
check out the pH levels and everything.
Oh my god.
You're just fucking burning that shit, bro. You got the symbiote going in your shit right now.
I mean, it's a problem though because that's a lot of underwear to purchase and that's a lot of mental
That is a
anguish.
problem.
And now you're probably gonna you
should probably sue.
You should
Okay,
sue.
bro. I got someone from Walmart customer service on live chat right now. Okay, they want a front and a back
No,
photo
they don't.
of your
Send a
underwear.
screenshot right now.
Tell them I'll give them 360.
I've got emotional damage.
Will you please send Walmart an upskirt photo, baby Jesus?
Absolutely.
You definitely deserve some recompense for this.
Dude, I'll take them in there. They come in sets of 3, so I've got to bring in the pair I haven't worn yet.
Oh, there's
But
nothing
I
to
still
do
feel
with
good
it.
about like trading in 2 and getting
I
3.
think maybe you need
I still got one pair that ain't
maybe you
blown
need
out.
to just double them up and then rotate them so that not always the same pairs on the inside so that one's taking most of the forces and then there's reinforcement on the outside one. Maybe the inside one can be
Hold on
a
a minute.
smaller
How do
size.
you know about this? Explain to
I
us
have
how
an
you know about
analytical brain. It's not hard.
I'm gonna tell you what, baby Jesus, I've never referred to my underdrawers as an adult as blowed out. And at this point, I think that you deserve some comeuppance. I've never sat on my own grown balls through the box barrier.
The blowout was my favorite part.
The blowed out is crazy, dude.
It's also a breakthrough. I like the breakthrough idea because it kind of sounds therapeutic. Like they're free, they're set free, and they broke through.
Yeah, they're running
Nah,
away.
that's a membrane of trust, and you should never be sitting on your own balls.
They've turned into underwear
through
dust.
You deserve that.
Did you say a
deserve
membrane
that.
of trust?
That's a membrane of trust, and he deserves that.
And underwear dust.
Do you
Membrane
fart a
of
lot,
dust.
That was
baby
disgusting.
Jesus?
Have you ever
Where'd he
breathed in
go?
underwear dust before? I have.
Baby Jesus, there's a question. Do you fart a lot?
Oh, he looks like he's back to
No, we
lost it. Where'd he go?
This was actually one of the most important conversations that we've had here.
Oh my god, it was recorded.
I feel like we're going to get to
I
answers
have to bookmark this
on this
one.
one.
I don't think we are.
Baby
you guys
Jesus,
are
do you
giving
ever
up way too soon.
Yeah, dude. I feel.
I'm pretty disappointed. I've got to be honest.
I used to be on food stamps.
Used to be on food stamps. Thank you.
Who the hell even knows what a food stamp is anymore? Used to $2 bills you trade for juice and shit. $1 bills and 50-cent beers.
I don't know what's happening right now, but I'm super excited to see where this goes.
Logan, can you? I'm trying to add Baby Jesus back up to speaker because he requested, but it's not working for me.
I'm trying to channel my inner Iggy Pop. It's not working either.
Yeah, I
That
wanna
sounds
be your
badass,
cat.
Logan.
I wanna be your cat.
Oh, you can actually hear it? I thought there wasn't playing.
Hell yeah, we can hear it.
Blah 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 blah. My English language is all messed up. But yeah, you could hear the
Heck
guitar just
yeah.
now. Oh, okay. Like it told me it wasn't playing anything. Okay, cool. Thanks.
I mean, maybe it's my special superpowers, but pretty sure everyone can hear it.
I'm pretty sure we just started the band.
Hell yes.
Getting the
This
band
is a
back
good
together.
sign, isn't it?
Damn right.
Where did Buddy go? Did he go to return his underwear?
No, he was requesting. I kept adding, but it wasn't doing anything. He's probably gonna come back. Maybe he's
Yeah,
inspecting his underwear.
That
Thanks,
poor
man.
bastard's been
Underwear, you
roaming
know,
around with a
you
rogue
got-
ball out of his fucking underwear for like 3 years.
You got a little sophomoric there for a second. I think we actually started to do something constructive. I don't know. We got drawn back into the other bullshit.
You know that song? Cause it's.
Oh yeah, yeah. I woke up this morning, first toast this fucking idiot. Eggs and bread.
Something like that.
Eggs and bread.
Are you playing it through like your computer or through some kind of interface that goes directly to the space?
Yeah, I don't know how to really describe it. I mean, I have it plugged into like a USB hub, and that USB hub is plugged into
Yeah.
the computer, and I'm just.
Hey, Buddy's back, Logan. Can you try and add him as a speaker? Because it's not working for me.
Oh, okay, then what use are you?
It must be
Goodbye.
an iPhone or an iRobot. It's rugged. Is it rugged?
I never thought I'd be a UFO.
Is it rugged? A baby in the background. Let's go.
That's a cat. It's in heat.
Baby cat.
Yeah, cat's in heat. Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
Oh, cats. I also
Oh,
like
Fred,
the
you know how we were
Nightmare.
in that space earlier? About the with the Nazi lady? Yeah.
Yeah,
we got
tell
King
them how you
Mofart like
poked
already.
your butt, Sally.
I already
I
got
was
like King
also
Mofart like on my ass about it. It's great.
Yeah, I was gonna say I also like the 1984 rendition of the movie Popeye.
Why is he on your ass for? I got kicked out of there. I recorded it too. I didn't like that lady.
Hey, can you hear me
Yeah, I
now?
recorded the whole thing. So like I mean I got my ass covered.
You guys are smart for recording that.
What the fuck? Can you hear me, Fred?
I like.
Yes.
All right, good. Damn, I don't know what the fuck
Have
happened.
you guys ever been on the side of a cereal box before?
Man, are you on those Xannies like Fred was on?
No, I was working with the Kellogg's crispy department, and they were like, "Bro, we got to get some new recruits."
I feel you.
Yo, guys, I finally got my headphones in. Took a while.
Tupa, I got a serious question for you.
I probably have a serious answer. TBD.
do your boxers in any region?
He's cutting out there. What he's asking Tupa is, do your boxers ever get a hole that forms like underneath your balls?
Like a large hole
More,
around
no,
the
the
ball
most important
sack
question.
area, sir? Is that where the warranty issue lies?
If yes, how long?
Objection,
Okay.
leading question. You should have just asked him like an open-ended question.
No, this is really important. Like, so I wear
Overruled.
I wear
Continue.
briefs. Boxers are a little too loosey-goosey for me, and that's fine. And they wear out. They wear out under the nuts and also like where the legs rub together. I've been walking and trying to get my
Sir, your legs should not be rubbing together.
Dude, that's fucking. I have been wearing the same Fruit of the Looms rotating for like 3 years. I've never had that. I've never
that's a
had a
body
hole
level.
form.
I'm with
That's a
Sally on
fucking
this
Listen,
one. I think we have
guys,
the
You're
same.
not
guys,
allowed to work
I'm a
with
little
it.
husky, or I got a little extra packing, and my shit rubs together. I don't give a fuck. Like if you're not packing extra heat, that's fine. That's fine. 'Cause I would imagine that like skinny dudes, they don't go through clothes as much at all. Like they just don't. Even big dudes, they'll they'll tug their shirt. You know what I'm talking about? They're wear and tear all over the place. All over the place.
Also,
No, I hear you. The thing is
you don't
Buddy
wear
was
boxers.
saying,
You don't wear.
Buddy doesn't have any rubbage going on. He was just saying that, his balls are hanging and a hole forms. I mean, is that what he was
Yeah, and
saying?
he said a nut dropped
I
through the
think y'all
hole
are
like
buying
a
the
dollop
wrong
of
damn
daisy.
underwear. That's the problem. That's the problem. You're buying. You should be buying some good underwear. That could make a 10-day trip in one pair.
Get your underwear. Get the Kirkland brand from Costco. Dan, what were you saying? You've been trying to say something for like 10
Okay, yeah.
minutes.
So he said he had he bought the Kirklands. He's test driven a
They
few,
blow a ball
and
out
then
in
he
that in
said there's a
2
6-inch
3
hole that has
seconds.
formed, and he realized it was a problem because one nut dropped through the hole like a egg yolk, like just dropped through.
Yeah. And he like finds his ball hanging out the other side of this hole.
That's a gay lawsuit waiting to happen.
Have you ever like
Yeah, but
disrobed
this
in
is
front
like
of a chick?
multiple occurrences. If this is just one happening, I'd let it slide.
No, take them back, buddy.
That's what I was wondering. Am I the only one having
No,
problems?
this
Yeah.
is
I'm the only
buddy.
one
This is America.
having problems.
This is America. Take them shits back.
Homeboys say let it
I would go
slide. Hold on a
full
second.
Karen.
Hold on. Let's hear more from a guy who wants to let
I would go full Karen if fucking that happened to me. Like if that trust was broken, where my fucking ball dropped through, and I'm fucking like conducting business.
Well,
I'm conducting
right?
business. I'm in a serious meeting.
Right.
Thank you for calling Walmart customer care.
Yeah,
If you were calling about your Walmart.com order, online pickup, or delivery.
Chicken earlier, asshole.
Underwear has
So here's
one
what I'm
job.
thinking, Tupa. I'm gonna have to go in there and I'm gonna film it and see what customer service has to say. I'm guessing they're gonna tell me get the fuck out.
No,
But
they will
there's
not.
a chance
They will
that they're
not.
gonna
Oh, they're
be like,
not gonna. Come on.
So,
Have you
buddy-
seen what walks around Walmart, bro?
Buddy, the question was, does he go in and make an emotional appeal? Like, you have
Yes.
damaged me. You have damaged me, or does he go in?
no, I'm not emotionally damaged.
No, you have to pretend to be.
So hold on, dude. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
I think someone should go live in this space right now and just pretend to be a fucking
Thank
Walmart
you.
greeter. Just drive
if
there
I
right
go
now.
buy a pack of boxers, and then those boxers fail me at critical moments, and then they fucking garrote my nut, one nut, isolate one nut, cut it off.
You're right, man. Imagine your nut falls
Put
through.
one in the
Your nut
freezer.
falls through a tear, and you
No,
like
they put my nut
no,
in the
that's
freezer.
fine. If it falls through,
So
it's fine.
what
But
I'm
if you
thinking, like,
move,
what's the best case scenario? Let's say I tell them, hey, I've got emotional damage from this. What's the best I'm gonna get?
A
Seriously,
settlement,
what
dog.
Entertainment. Listen,
You can get
send
a
them to
settlement,
me.
bro. This is America.
Send them to me, and I will do it on behalf of my husband. And I will make an emotional appeal, and it'll be fucking hilarious. And I will do it in Twitter Space.
I mean, it looks like you might be in luck, bro. There's a huge class action lawsuit against Walmart for holes in their underwear.
There we go.
Ball ripping.
That's it, bro. We need to do this for baby Jesus.
So there needs to be a ball ripping class action.
Yeah, look, 120,000 men in America are suing Walmart for a hole in their boxer briefs that has caused significant damage to their testicular area.
I'm telling you,
It's going
buddy.
to cost them at least. It's going to cost them at least the men's and
$128.
shoes department.
Have you or a loved one suffered from?
That is crazy to me. Y'all giving me shit like I'm the first one in America to have this problem.
I've never had it, bro.
Bro,
I mean,
there's a support.
Well, this happens every 2 or 3 months, bro. I just keep pushing them to the limit.
well, Tupa said that he's a little like, you know, meteor down there. The legs are. Are you a husky man, buddy?
I am very
No,
large.
I'm not husky.
Okay. I mean, do
What do you mean husky?
do your meat slabs like rub on each other? You get some chafing.
No,
I got 250
I don't
pounds
have
of
thigh
ribs.
rubbage.
I feel like this is a good sign. I feel like your real name is also Buddy, and that's causing some of this mix-up.
All right.
Oh, I can't. You know what it is? I think I can't hear that other guy's mic, man. He's talking real loud.
Something's got to be up, because I swear to God.
Is it not like a deli meat sandwich right now going on?
Jesus Christ, sign. No, I don't have thigh rub.
That's fine.
Oh, I didn't say none of that, bro. I was responding to the same questions they was asking me.
I feel like if you got thigh rub, chicks want to hug you instinctively. Like they're just, oh, that's going to be a good hug. You know what I mean? So
I love barbecue.
Just put it out there. Put it out
Nah,
there.
but like, hold on. Mechanically, a hole in the Gucci can't just be thigh rub.
Every time.
Like
Every
a
time.
hole in the Gucci is not just thigh rub. I will advocate. I'm gonna put that in.
That's
Like,
fair. Now this is like a few good men. Now we're really diving into this. We got to really get into it.
This like located, buddy, directly like below your chode area. Is this?
Yeah, I had the double Asperger with cheese, but I got it to go.
And do you think it's possible that the quality of the boxers out in the boonies where you are is a lesser quality for the same pair of boxers in another place? Like, are they skimping you out?
More active. I'm probably too active for my boxers.
Do you have any issues with like t-shirts or any other laundry? Because I want to rule out the washing machine procedures.
No. See, I compare underwear to socks. I'm not having holes in sock problems.
I get holes in socks. Do you guys get holes in socks?
What are you putting in your
I do not.
socks?
I do not get holes in socks.
I have a couple of English rats that do my laundry
Maybe
every
you
week.
should put a sock over it and then the boxers. You're
all
welcome.
right, the swamp gas explanation for baby Jesus was that his cats were eating the Gucci out of his shorts.
Good God, my friend.
Buddy, do you have cats?
Yeah,
no
I've got
fucking
cats.
Hold on. The
Yeah, he has
sign-
cats.
Can we
Yeah.
sign?
But it
You're
happened
not
before
Buddy.
I got cats.
Oh,
I've been
sorry.
having
My name
cats
is
for the
Buddy.
last
You're right.
year and a
Oh,
half, 2
sorry.
years.
You doxed me. Damn it.
So Buddy does have cats.
He has cats.
Sally, what were the acids called again?
I got to pull up the Google. There's some acids, buddy, that the cats are attracted to. But you can buy something, but it's called a cod piece. It's like a sheath that'll go over like your wang, and your balls. Okay, and kind of keep them separated from that. I don't really know what's going on, but we got to get to the bottom of it.
It's got a lock on it too.
Is that like toe socks when it like put all the toes individually separate?
He's talking about a full dick cage, I think, at this point. I don't know the cod piece.
It's got a time lock on it, like a little.
I don't think that's the answer to that. I think that's the nuclear option, Sally.
It's a great way to put it.
I mean, are these boxer briefs or are these boxers?
No, boxer briefs. They're like the tighter
Okay.
ones.
See, that's what
fitting They're like regular boxers. I have no problem with.
they're so
whatsoever.
thin.
But I
They're
don't
so
like
thin.
regular boxers. They're just kind of like, I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you right now, don't buy Nautica boxer briefs because oh no.
See, even for a bigger dude, you might want to go like Ethica's bike shorts. Go Rogues. Just keep it tucked in.
These are terrible. They just blew out immediately.
Your Ethicas blew out immediately?
No, the Nauticas.
Oh, not the Nauticas. You're going. We're going Calvin Klein. We're going Ethica.
Yeah, Calvin Klein's. Those worked out for me.
I have Eddie Bauer sheepskin,
They
and
they cradled my testicles nicely.
what I did actually is I just cut open a pair of Uggs and I just wrapped them around myself, and the most comfortable pair of
He's got an Ugg
undergarments.
hanging for his codpiece. Just a single Ugg.
That sounds really comfortable, man. Uggs are fucking comfortable as
Imagine
hell.
you have that wrapped around you. You're sipping
Oh,
a
yeah,
pumpkin
sheepskin
spice.
just
But they
around your
do
nutsack.
get dirty. They do get dirty really quick though.
He's just a single Ugg dangling from his codpiece.
I mean, Uggs are like so soft, right? I can't imagine like that pillowy, like soft
First of all, a
feeling.
size 13
Yeah,
Ugg is
think
probably
of the
super
extra
expensive.
dingleberry.
I've never worn a pair, but they look. I'm always jealous when I see people in them, and I'm like, all right, you guys are just living the fucking sweet life. Foot all cozied up. You're wrapped around a polar bear. That's cool.
If you don't wear socks in those mofos,
I actually don't know how motherfuckers don't fuck around with socks in the first place. They're a lifesaver. Real quick, I'm getting tagged in a series of posts that have to do with Maria Seren. Apparently, you guys were in a space and you guys were giving her the what for being an Aryan pusher, and I appreciate you guys for that. My question is, why wasn't King Milkfart or anyone else speaking out against it? And if they were in the room and they weren't speaking out against it,
I don't know. I just kind of came to terms with it. I think I just get my boxers about every month or two. I'm good with that.
Jesus Christ.
dude, I can't buy any fucking underwear at Walmart anymore. I swear, man, it's ridiculous.
I mean, I don't know too, but yeah, exactly. Why wasn't he speaking out against that? Because I spoke out against. I got booted from the room.
Was UAP hate group in there or anti-hate group or whatever in there too? I mean, if they didn't say nothing, there's a problem because they quote Mein Kampf and shit.
Can you give me the rundown?
What the hell is an
Was she
anti-hate
out
group?
here
That
just
sounds
like
like a good
okay, so
thing.
I can't hear Tupac. I got to drop down. I want to be able to hear Tupac.
Tuba, like for the uninitiated, was she in there talking about that like
I don't know. I didn't know.
Yugoslavia land or
I
what
didn't.
was
Oh, like New Schwabenland or whatever. I
what was
wasn't
she
there.
talking
I have no idea. I wasn't in the room. I didn't know what was happening. I worked like 2 jobs and I was working my second one today. I have no idea. Then I took my kids to the park and shit. Like I came back and I'm getting tagged and stuff. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? And it's like, sure enough, it's fucking Joe, and he's just like firing off on some shit. And then I looked and someone, maybe it was UFO Absconder or someone posted a video, and I was like, oh, okay, there was a space, but it's weird to attack people for being in the room when they were actively speaking out against the premise of the room, when you're in there as well and you're not speaking out. I think it's so weird.
So you're saying that because
Yeah.
just to put it in plain English, because of the accusations that have been levied against you, it's weird that somebody was coming with this Ubermensch ideology.
No.
And they weren't being attacked or.
No, I guess the weird. It's imagine if you walked into a some type of rally or crowd who was gearing up to do something illegal, and there were people there who were like, no, we're not doing that, don't do that, and you guys are trying to rally people up, don't do that, and fuck y'all, and they leave, and you're there as a reporter, but you're also in the room, and you choose to report the people who were there who were speaking out against it. You don't mention that they were speaking out against it, and then you vilify them for being in the room while you were also in the room. And that's what Joe's doing. Like, he was in the room, didn't say nothing, but he wants to vilify.
So Jay is here. Jay is here, and I was in the room when Jay was speaking and called out, this Marina and this other guy. Jay is here now, and then Jay just was in there and called out too, and then I got booted, and I don't know why it seems
Good
weird,
for y'all
right?
for speaking out. I mean, I don't know much about that Marina chick, but she's like not even dog whistling or whatever. She's straight up. She's
I
going
wish you
for
could
it.
give me like a rundown on what she said.
Oh, she has posted before. She like kind of fetishizes the Nazi Party. And she's not out there like fucking with a shaved head with dark makeup. She's not some she's not off some crazy farm in Oregon or something like that. She's like a normal person, blonde, pretty, well dressed, but is like hella into the Nazi party, like into like they're not that bad, and everyone had them wrong, and you guys are just misunderstanding it, like that kind of angle. I don't know if it's to get controversy or what, but she's actually been interviewed by Linda Moulton Howe somewhat recently, and then she's like,
She's terrible though, man. I recorded all of it before I got kicked out, and I mean, they were fucking disgusting, man.
awful.
They were nasty in there,
them.
nasty,
Welcome
like
to Twitter. That's like most of the rooms sometimes during the day.
Fuck them for that shit. Good for you guys.
Yeah, so Marina Seren has a long history in the UFO community. She's kind of played a number of different roles over time, but eventually she sort of got herself into the Starseed community and was, participating in what is it called, Portal to Ascension or something like that. That's a huge group of Starseeds. And she's also claimed that she's part of the secret space program and a bunch of other nonsense. When she got called out for wearing Nazi symbology, wearing Nazi uniforms, and expressing Nazi ideology in the UFO community, she was kind of, well, let's put it fairly, kicked out. And now she's kind of doing like this weird C-grade kind of level bondage stuff now because she just grifts from one thing to another. She's an absolute.
Oh, she's got an OnlyFans too, Dan.
disgusting.
She's got an OnlyFans too.
Yeah, she's an absolutely disgusting human being. And tonight in the room, she was talking about how she doesn't like black people and Jews, and they were just gaslighting. Her co-host was making jokes about the gas chambers. They're absolutely disgusting. So I got in there after Logan was in, so I don't know how Logan started off in there, but myself and Jay Just and Sally all spoke up, and I had a real go at her too. But yeah, one of Milk Fart's accounts was in the bottom watching the whole thing, didn't even step up to say anything, just watched it. And then what he did is he turned around and posted impugning that we were the ones participating in a room like this, and then trying to attach it to Tupa and Red Panda.
I wasn't even there.
Which is the same. I know you weren't. And this is the same shit he's been doing for months to different people. And for a guy who says that he's all anti this and anti that, well then, buddy, get up and say something and do something like the rest of us are. So yeah. Anyways,
good for y'all, man. Good for y'all for stepping up. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, to each their own. Everyone's gonna do. You can't stop people from being nuts, and you can't stop people from feeling the way they feel about shit. But to pop in spaces and then like that kind of shit about, I don't know. I just feel like whatever, dude. Like, it's like the subway. Sometimes if you see something, you say something. Not all the time, but sometimes.
Yeah, I couldn't believe what I was hearing in there, man.
See, I thought.
Oh, sorry. Oh, hold on real quick. I was just gonna give you guys a little sample because I recorded the whole thing. So just to cover my ass, because I knew someone was gonna try to like make some claim against me for being in that space, because that's just how douchebags operate. So I made sure to record the whole thing. But anyway, here's like just some of like the sick, retarded jokes they were saying.
Can't hear it, bro.
Oh, my bad. Hold on. Let me rewind it a second. I had the sound coming out of the speaker right here. My bad.
Yeah, it's really muffled, man.
Oh, really? Fuck. Here, I'll be back in a second. Let me fix it.
While you're fixing it, I just want to say, and this is totally off topic, Logan, were you playing the guitar like directly into the spaces earlier? Because that sounded fucking amazing.
Yeah, right? It sounds really good. Yeah, it was.
Sounded amazing.
No, it was next level shit. Like I was like, all right, there it is. There it is. Like, hearing sounds coming from a mic, like we're experiencing that right now. It's not the tits, dude. It's bad. And so having it go directly in, you get like all the things you're supposed to get. All that, like those subtleties. And even like when your fingers aren't all the way off the strings and they slide and you hear that like in between chords, that shit's
It's kind of
that's
like
the
the
vibe.
difference between a quality pair of boxer shorts and a pair that your balls slip through during the
Yeah,
day.
it sounds like Buddy. I think Kirkland got the order mixed up one day, and they printed out boxers in the shape, or toilet paper in the shape of boxers. Because Kirkland
Okay.
just be making everything.
Tell me if this fixed it. Let's see.
No, maybe.
So what happened? Marina, what happened was ultimately it wasn't the Nazis that are to blame.
Turn it louder.
There was an oven. Yes, that is correct. But what happened was ultimately one of the soldiers accidentally flipped a penny into the oven. And one of my ancestors went in the oven.
Yeah, she is not going to live down that laughing at the
Holy shit. Okay, so it was muffled like fuck again. But
Yeah, it was really muffled, but
I heard like something in the oven and then a cackle, like a type of
oh, it was terrible, man. She was laughing at it was so fucked up. And so I just got a little fucking agitated, okay, right now. Because like I heard, I was there when Jay started speaking and spoke out about this shit. And I felt, I could tell like the emotion, man. I was like getting really pissed off at what I was hearing this Marina and this other guy say. And then Jay just got up and said something and called them out. And, the fact that fucking Joseph Marinello is apparently now like tagging you on shit and talking shit about this fucking bullshit. If he wasn't such a fucking pussy, he would fucking stand up and say something himself. It just makes me fucking sick.
Let me say unequivocally, I am pro-Semite. I'm pro-Israel. I'm pro-Jewish. I have Jewish ancestry. I'm very proud of it. The only thing that I don't know why. I think the only reason that they say I'm anti-Semitic is because it sounds bad and it looks bad and it's a buzzword, which means that they are actually the people using, right, like the plight and the history of an entire group of people who suffered so much, and they're using that. They're the ones writing that shit in order to target people. I think that shit's so ugly, man. Like, I wasn't in that room. Why am I tagged in Joseph Marinello's? Why is he trying to always connect me, fucking just whoever he wants, to that shit, dude?
Well, and on top of that, he's gaslighting Jay Just here, who's Jewish, in his responses. I mean, it's so twisted. It's unbelievable.
I think
it's super fucking twisted because Jay Just was spoke out, said, what, you're a fucking racist, called her out to it. Jay, you were speaking, and I just couldn't deal like listening to them like cackling and laughing and making these fucking sick jokes, dude. I just don't get it.
That cackle didn't sound natural, so it was like this forced
Yeah,
laugh,
it's called
which
clapping.
means that like
It's like laughter and clapping, right? It's like clapping,
sick.
and that's
Dan, you're the
this
best.
is a thing that they
Personally,
have. Go ahead, JJ.
She wants attention. I think she just wants attention, no matter what.
Yeah,
That's what I think.
it's clapter, right? And like you see a lot of ideologues,
it's like edgy,
that people, when they try to make funnies, like I make some very offhanded jokes, and yeah, I'm edgy, and yeah, I make racist comments, and yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that no matter what side, however it breaks. But I've found that these spaces have become, with the exception of the people here, and I'm not just saying that because I'm here, have become very like ideologic, and like if you're going to do that, you're almost making a pact with the devil, because then you need to have a perfect litmus test every single time. You best not say anything outside of, and not only that, they've come to this full horseshoe theory. They've sort of embodied that, right? Where you have this like, people don't understand that, like they're not, I don't know if anybody knows what a groiper is, but that's not that. Like a groiper is like somebody that like says secret Nazi stuff for lulz, right? Or a secret like racist dog whistle shit. That's not a dog whistle.
Well, that's Joe. If you look at Joe Marinello's Facebook and his Reddit history is fucking radioactive. and it's all Jew jokes and it's all racist comments.
And these guys
It's
have
very,
Twitter
very dark.
Spaces as well, and they all get in there, and
Well, 100%,
it's like
100%.
it's
I
ridiculous.
mean, this is a strange thing. Is like calling whoever was in that room, Jay, Just, whoever's in that room, racist for speaking out against racism and confronting it head on. Meanwhile, Joe Marinello has admitted in recorded spaces that he was quoting Mein Kampf. I've never read Mein Kampf. This motherfucker's got like a Hitler, like he's clearly a fan or something like that. He was able to name off a bunch of like different German history shit. It's like if it's on your mind, you let it be on your mind, but don't project that shit on everybody else. You know what I mean? Why you got like a series of Jew jokes, oven jokes, slave jokes? Why on your YouTube channel
maybe
do you have a
because
video called Fat Black Wife Simulator? You know, why are these things happening?
because you
Like, why
guys
is
are all talking about it and still giving these people attention hours later.
no, that happened before I even knew that, dude. I
Well,
mean, this
But
is
it gets
this is just
attention,
I'm just saying
and we're
like
proving it. Is what I'm saying. A lot of them. I mean, it's just whether it's for whatever kind of attention. They just know that it raises eyebrows, and they often don't know what they're talking about. They're not intellectually honest. They're inconsistent, and they don't care. You can't even go in there and have any kind of discussion. It's like they're incredibly immature, at least like the Graper Spaces are.
Well, like Amy, like that. So, like my dad, right? He was a drill instructor, and like when I would act out, sometimes this is a thing in the black community. Yo, ass cheeks don't get the sunshine you're looking for. That's like a thing that you say. Like, if you want to act out, you're gonna get sunshine. Like, your ass cheeks are gonna get
Well,
the
there's a
sunshine that you're
difference
looking for.
between you and your father's house and adults on a Twitter space, because
Well,
aren't we
the
all
reason why
about
I say
free
that.
speech?
Sorry, Tiff.
You guys want to talk about UFOs openly.
I think Dan was making
no,
a
the
point
point I'm
though.
making, Amy, is like the best thing you can do is shine light on things that you think are stupid, right?
Yeah, that's
Because
fair.
I think that most people would say, "Holy shit! Like that was a cackling ass fucking laugh. Like you sound like you're making fucking lampshades out of Jews. Like that doesn't sound great. Like that sounds terrible. Like that
And she
laugh
knows
was
that.
yeah." And it's like, okay, so here's the sunshine that you're looking for, and like you don't come out great. Like most people don't. In the interim, yeah, she's gonna get her little clout or whatever, but like in the interim, like that's just like a short term sort of thing, you know?
Yeah, I don't disagree. I just think that, I don't know. I mean, I think that whatever she has coming to her will come to her with or without us talking about it.
Force, I think you and I were talking about two different people. So I was not talking
Oh,
about
okay.
Marina Seren when I was talking. But yeah, I get your point. I totally agree with both you and Dan, actually. So like, you know what I mean? It is what it is. I think complaining about it is one thing. Identifying it, confronting it, that's a whole other thing. And that takes a lot.
And it's not like these people don't know. I mean, they know what they're doing. So you're not going to convince them of anything they don't know. They're doing it for the exact reason that it's just, I don't know. People just, it gets attention is probably.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about Marina Seren. I think she's a dumbass, and I think whatever, like you said, whatever's coming to her is going to come to her. It's not for me to be like, oh, Nazism's bad. Well, fucking course it's bad. We got rid of that. I mean, of course, yes, it's bad. It's the worst. Get it out of here. But it's like we're all so hyper aware of it that it doesn't seem like it would ever take root in something. But there's these recesses. There's these dark recesses where extreme, like edgy, whatever the fuck, people are isolated. They
I mean,
follow
because the
this
thing
shit,
about
right?
free
It happens.
speech, like I'm all about like absolute free speech, because at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, I, as any person in any kind of setting, I can say anything to anyone. That doesn't mean there won't be consequences. And consequences, like someone could, punch me, knock me out, and kill me in one shot. I'm a pretty small person, and so that might be illegal, but those are still consequences, and I have to face the reality of the fact that consequences exist for my behavior, and the law cannot, save your life. And so, with free speech and these kind of freedoms comes responsibility, and it's taking responsibility for what you say and who your audience is.
Very
and the
well said.
consequences that's on you, so
Yep.
I think that it can
Very well
also be a
said.
little confusing for people because some people try to just juxtapose. If you don't know too much about history, like I've read Mein Kampf, as well, and some people will try to juxtapose the modern situation on top of the ugliness of the 1930s.
There was an oven. Yes, and I was switching poles. There was an oven. Yes, that is correct. But what happened was ultimately one of the soldiers accidentally flipped a penny into the oven, and one of my ancestors went in the oven.
Oh, you deserve an applause.
Yeah, it's just not even funny either. Like I love comedy. It's not even funny,
Oh, yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah, that's not comedy.
And
That's
yeah,
not
and
comedy.
I think that what people do is they try to go, okay, they try to use the dialectic of today on the dialectic of the past. So some people have hidden groyper, for instance, Amy, you know what a groyper is, right? It's like
Yeah.
there are left-wing groypers, like the guy that shot up Buffalo, right? Shot up the grocery market in Buffalo was obviously by all American economic standards and social standards, he would be left, right? But it's not that simple. So if you get into some of these conversations with people that are learned in these sort of political conversations, they can really put your mind in a blender. And it's shitty for a space like UFO Twitter, where it's not supposed to be politicized, and then you inject that kind of conversation into the space, and it's like, holy shit, okay, do I go here or do I go there? And then you get a guy like you were talking about. What did you say his name was?
Hey, what happened to Buddy and Fred? Did they disappear? And also, I can't hear what you're hearing, so I don't know if it actually came through okay. Did it?
It came through great. Really good. There was this point of feedback where it sounded like, when the plug isn't all the way in the guitar, it's halfway in, you get this brrr. That happened for a little while.
Yeah, that's actually that's part of the recording actually itself. I don't know why the recording came out so shitty. Yeah, I don't get it, but okay.
Do you have any of the recording of Jay or anyone else or Fred?
Yes, I have all of it.
You know what you should do for the community is get those sound bites out to these people so they have the right to defend themselves and say, this is what I said. Because that means I think that'd be really helpful. There's no way they're going to be able to get that audio from Marina, but if you could do that, my guess is everyone here would appreciate it because they should be able to. They need a rebuttal.
Who hosted the space?
Yeah, but I don't need a
Mom?
rebuttal. I'm Jewish.
Aw, damn.
I don't give a
I'm
shit
sorry.
what people say,
Yeah, I don't give a shit either. Also, here's Marina can't use the defense that I was just laughing at someone else's joke because here she is making her own joke.
Jesus Christ. That was a good one. Thank you for that joke. We needed to laugh. We needed to distress ourselves to the depth side. There's another Jewish joke. I think I already told that. What happens with a Jew when they walk with a boner against a wall of against a very tough wall?
No, you're gonna. Oh, hang on. You're gonna have to repeat the question because I think you roboted out, which basically means that we can hear what you have.
It was the facts. It was definitely the facts.
It was the feds.
What happens with a Jewish person when they have a boner and they walk towards a wall of concrete?
I don't know. What's the punchline? Go ahead.
They break their nose.
Ma'am.
Yeah, that's pretty harsh, isn't it?
That was the most
I just
autistic
want to say
open mic
something.
I've ever heard. That was terrible.
I want to say something. This horrific type of perspective is not even, I don't even know what you call it. It has nothing to do with politics of any side, of any degree. It is a perspective that is just based in horror. It's sort of a pornography of horror and it's there's just no words. You don't even try to make. You can't even be reasonable about.
Yeah, it's beyond the pale. It's beyond
It's just
it's
yeah,
crazy.
and you can't try to rationalize it as this side or that side or this. It's
There's no sides. Yeah, Karen,
it's just
I totally agree. It's so ugly, and it's totally targeted one group of people for being that group of people,
yes.
and then making light of as much as you could. And it's edgy to be edgy.
It's genocidal racism, and it's just horrible.
It's so much, but I also think it's a product of fucking. We're older. I feel older. There was a computer shuffled around my elementary school. We all had to use it like once a fucking month or something. It was goofball shit, right? Now all these kids got computers in their pockets that would blow my brain off if I was in 5th grade. So like it's nuts. And I think kids though now they got all this stuff to them, and they just make these statements on social media, and I think they're looking for that like that viral moment or something sometimes. And it's gonna. I don't know. I think what Force said was right. Like, bury yourself if that's what you're gonna do. Like, that's fucking crazy.
To get a kind of shock reaction. That's all it is for attention, and it's I had no computers when I was in school, so I beat you on that score. I had to lug books around and film strips, but it's just purely shock, terror. All the words you can think of that.
It's kind of like that
I'm just
Nazi flag they set up there in front of the White House in that U-Haul truck. It reminds me of the same crew that's doing that's probably behind all this. Whatever party that
Dude,
may be.
you're
I don't
right.
think it's
Straight up, it's caricature. It's cartoonish, is what it is. It's cartoonishly like maniacal. Like, dude, it's cornball shit too. And might I say, I'll just end on this. We'll get over to Dan, and we got Rabbi and Jay and Justin here. It sounds like English isn't her first language, but neither is humor. I mean, her delivery is
she
fucking
is Spanish.
wild.
She dyes her hair blonde. She's not quote unquote Aryan. She's from Spain.
And you also don't know who these people are. There are a lot of psychological operations, and paid operatives, and I just I can't take any of that too seriously. And regarding the jokes, every single race has jokes. I mean, white women, blondes, like you name it. There's jokes, and so there's something to.
No, that wasn't a joke.
Do you have any white women example
really
jokes?
Disgusting.
Pardon me?
That was not a.
Oh, I got some, but I'm not gonna risk that. But yeah, I heard her talking on there earlier too, and it sounded like, you guys remember Major Cognizance or whatever her name was? It sounded like that girl, like the way she delivers.
Her comedic timing needs so much work, dude. You know what I mean? I mean, what was going on there? It was just hard to listen to, and then when you hear it, you're just like, ugh, like you made me wait for this is ugly. Dan, and then Rabbi.
Yeah, I mean, Karen, you're right. It's sort of degrading to call it a political discussion, especially for people that are older. But I think that what I would say is it's definitely a product of the culture war, as Buddy just notated about the flag in the back of the U-Haul, and most importantly, it feels more not authentic. It feels like you said, the delivery, it feels like, if you've ever read the Army's issue of psychological operations manuals, it feels like artificial sweetener. It feels
like phone sex.
It feels like
exactly like porn. It's pornographic.
Yeah,
it's trying to get
it's not
a
real.
reaction.
It's not real.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean it's not political. Do you see that doesn't mean necessarily it doesn't have a political skew to it. When I say political, I don't mean big D, big R. I mean in the same way people sort of create subterfuge in conversations where there aren't those conversations, like UFO Twitter was 3 years ago, right? These conversations weren't fucking happening, at least in the way that they're happening now. And then you got people that are just saying shit like that. That's fucking crazy, bro. I thought I was crazy. Y'all know I was crazy. She's not even good at it. She's not even good. What the fuck is that?
Dude, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's they have a list of buzzwords they're going to go off of, right? And every once in a while, they're going to say these. It's they're timed out. So someone's offset being okay, it's time for another joke.
Yeah.
Do
Hey,
the
the
oven
kid
one.
one.
Do the oven one.
To me, too. But you know what it felt like to me? The recordings you were playing of her. It
Well,
felt
hold
like
on. I didn't have it. You mean Logan? Logan had that, right?
Logan. Sorry,
No, that was
whoever.
Tupa's.
It
God
felt.
damn it! I was not there.
It felt like It felt like a performance. Like you mentioned, she has an OnlyFans. I mean, maybe that's what she does. I mean, that's her shtick. You know.
I'm not gonna knock her. It might be lit. I'm just saying, like, on when she's promoting all this crazy shit, it's like, dude, you know, it's beyond a dog whistle. It's like, oh, you're just like, that's your theme. You're going for it, and that's pretty fucked up.
But
And
it was like a performance. Didn't you get the sense that it was sort of an act?
dude, it feels like cosplay. Like she's at a fucking. It's like, you know, I've never been to a cosplay event, but you know, you see it, and it feels like that's what it looks like. It looks like cosplay, some like weird, like, which is weird. It's controlled opposition type of thing. Where
LARPing,
like,
right? They're LARPers.
hell yeah.
Exactly. There's one other one that popped up this week that is like the complete English version of that chick, and she started Spaces. I'll have to send you her Twitter handle on there because these people are just popping up out of nowhere. I've never known of this chick till like today.
I heard of her last year.
Who are you talking about?
Darren. Rabbi, you've
No,
been super patient.
it's another lady.
Thank you. This may sound contrarian, but I defend her ability to say what she wants to say, even though I don't agree with it. And I laud you all who were in the room for defending the people who were being attacked. I'm a free speech advocate, though, and for as much as I sometimes disagree with what people say sometimes, I defend their ability to say it. So I think you guys did a great job, but I don't think that she deserves to like lose her account or anything like that. That's all I wanted to say.
Real quick, Rabbi, I want to acknowledge that I thought that was very thoughtful. But can I ask you a question? Like, in all the stuff we've talked about, have any of us discussed any kind of deplatforming or anything? Because I thought we were pretty much like, yo, we faced it head on. That's what, you know, move on. Like, you can't stop people from thinking what they're going to think and saying what they're going to say. But I agree with you. Free speech is what it is. The problem, I think, comes where like people think they start to project their own self or whatever into like the so-called cult followers of these charismatic leaders who might lead people into, you know, abandon and stuff like that. That's like a big
Still
fear.
free speech. You got to be responsible for your own actions.
Oh, I don't defend. I don't.
There is a thing.
Defend that theory.
Mob psychology that yeah. I mean, there is that thing that you said, Tupa. That's where it becomes problematic.
I agree, but they should still be allowed to do it, and we have to learn how to you know, make our own decisions and take responsibility for our actions. And if you live with integrity, you won't do something that someone tells you to do if you maintain your own integrity, and that is not taught, and that is not advocated for, and people are not held accountable for their own damn actions and feelings and thoughts and outcomes, and that's the problem, in my opinion.
Totally right.
Well,
I think you're totally right.
I agree with that.
Totally right.
Point of.
I love it. I love like having the host button because I hit the mute button and then like I don't have to like try to cut in front of somebody. I love that shit. Anyway, yeah, let's get back to hands. That'd be great. Also, I mean, it's like freedom of speech is basically your right to say what you want without worrying about getting into trouble for it. But it's not like an absolute anything goes pass, right? Every country has its own rules about this, and there's definitely some boundaries. Like the First Amendment, right? That's all about protecting free speech, but even then, there's like limits. Like you can't just go around stirring up violence or spreading hate speech. There's also stuff like defamation, which isn't cool either. Nazi ideologies, they're often like usually about like promoting hate, right? And even like violence against like certain groups of people. This kind of talk can like cross over into that hate speech category pretty easily. And I mean, I think the specifics vary from place to place, but I think a lot of countries don't protect this kind of talk as like free speech. In Germany, like it's straight up illegal to spread Nazi propaganda or deny the Holocaust because of like their history. I mean, I don't know. Freedom of speech is like a big deal, but it doesn't mean you can spread like harmful ideologies like Nazism without any repercussions. And it's not just about like the government either. Like Twitter, for example, and like other companies have like their own rules about like what's acceptable. So they gotta be careful.
So wait, is this not the Nazi space then?
It's one space over. You're looking for Joseph Marinello. Let's get over to Jay, you've been super patient. Go ahead, Jay.
Damn it, buddy.
Or Jay Just.
Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. I think she's allowed to say what she wants. Like, people are allowed to say what they want, but it could also, turn into something like she could lead people to violence. Something like that can lead to violence too. So we have to be careful. I am for free speech, but I'm not for like anything that can maybe cause harm to others as well.
Incites violence.
Exactly. And basically, I was just like trolling her. I was just having fun. It was kind of like, she doesn't seem very intelligent
What about the out of Africa thing that you guys were talking about?
Yeah, I was telling her she's from African descent because it's true. We all are. And that's why I told her, because I knew she'd go nuts. Like she can't handle, she wouldn't be able to handle something like that. So I told her just to stir the pot. Sorry.
Yeah, but they were saying that like that theory got debunked like in the 80s.
Whatever. I just wanted to stir the pot and yeah, it's just like I don't know. She just seems really ditzy. I think she wants attention, that's all. Because I said a lot of things and they never kicked me, so.
Not Mr. Rabbi Rothschild. Are you next? It doesn't matter. You're a Jew, right?
I am a Jew, DNA, and my practice. I am a free speech absolutist, so perhaps some of the remarks that she said I certainly don't agree with, but also I'm not someone who thinks that you should categorize speech into hate speech or even perhaps defamation. I think you should be able to say anything you want. The old adage, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. It has worked in my family for many years and will continue to work in my family. You should be able to say anything that you want, in my opinion, even fire in a crowded theater. And if you do that, people will judge you if there isn't a fire. You're allowed to say fire in a crowded theater, especially if there is a fire. I would say that if it were up to me, I wouldn't have any type of characteristics or categorizations of speech. I think that she should be allowed to say it and say whatever she wants. And I understand that opens up a bigger discussion on free speech, but I don't think that we should limit speech in any way. Thank you.
Rabbi, do you think that like there's some people who would say like don't even like this King Milkbar tweet, right? Just was like, I think it was Just, it was saying like or I don't know what exactly was said, I forget now, but something along the lines of like, why did you even go in there? I wouldn't even go into a space called like the Aryan space or whatever. I mean, do you think that like that kind of thing should just be completely like ignored, or like do you think people like that need to be like confronted and like tried to like reach out like a helping hand to like bring them back to humanity? Try to find like a common, meeting place or whatever that you guys can agree on something. Maybe try to like bring them back to like some health, you know what I mean?
You certainly can. That's your prerogative. You can also just ignore it. And, no one forces anybody to go into a space like that. And I really stand by free speech, and I defend her ability to say, I hate what she says, but I'll defend what she had to say. I should say I should defend her ability to say it, even though I don't agree with what she said.
Yeah, that didn't really answer my question though. Did it? I don't think so. Were you saying that like it's not worth reaching out to her, or it isn't?
You can. It's your prerogative. It's up to you. If you want to, you absolutely can.
No, I know. It's our prerogative. I'm saying, is it worth it? Is it worth it?
That's up to you. It's a personal decision. I don't know if you're going to be able to convert her to whatever your thoughts are. If you want to use the energy, you certainly can. I don't think that it's necessarily a bad thing to debate her on it. But in the end, I think if you just ignore her, she will burn out of her energy and her hate.
Oh, I didn't realize that was something that just went away naturally. Okay, never mind then. Jay, you were next, right, Jay?
Yeah. So yeah, she would have been irritated by the comment of common ancestry. in Africa because mitochondrial Eve originated from the matrilineal line in Africa. The whole haplogroups started there. And anyways, yeah, what was the other thing? Good grief. Oh my goodness. I got distracted. Come on. Yeah, guys, give me a prompt here. Oh,
We were
yes.
talking
Never
about
mind. I got it. I'm just having a moment. All right. Never mind. Harm principle. Yeah, I understand the absolutist position on freedom of speech, and I've been involved in drug war activism for 20 years and done lots in that regard. I've been involved in 2 constitutional challenges in Canada. And at the end of the day, for me, it comes down to the harm principle. Will speech enact harm, either to self or other? And that, to me, is a fundamental, because that's the danger for me. I think that's how, in many ways, Nazi Germany rose, is because there was too much freedom of speech, and there are limits. And the analogy I'll use here is you can't go into a crowded movie theater and yell fire and then claim it's freedom of speech afterwards. So, yeah.
Yes, you can if there's a fire.
Of course, yes, if there's a fire.
Okay. I think
that was a sick comeback, but it was like nonsensical. But like I loved it at the same time. Super good.
Yeah, I think that just ignoring hate isn't generally like the best solution. It's like you just ignore it. Like extremist ideologies like that can grow and spread, like leading to some really bad outcomes. But I mean, I don't know. Confronting hate with even more hate or or aggression can like make just add fuel to that fire and make it even worse. You know, so I don't know. Like reaching out and trying to like heal like someone that has like some obvious like underlying pain or like resentment, I think it's like a great approach. But I mean, it's not easy and it's not always going to work. I mean, some people might be open to like dialogue and maybe hearing you out, but I don't know. Others might just be too deeply entrenched. I don't know.
Logan, do you think it has a lot to do with like, I don't know, like I wasn't there and I get the need to say something, but it almost feels like when to express it is almost a way just to kind of verbalize something that you feel inside anyway, right? And so, so when you do that, you do fuel a fire, and it's a fire within yourself and then with another person, because now they can react off of something. So there's that. But if it needs to be said, it needs to be said, and if you need to say it, then you need to say it. You know, so be it. You know, sometimes we have we're moving through the surface of this water, or whatever. We're going to leave a wake. It doesn't matter how slow you go or how delicate you are. So sometimes it's just best to get you to your destination. And if that's telling somebody off because they're fucking idiots, then great. Like I would have totally, like, if I was there, I might have said something, especially about just the weird cackle. Sounded like crazy. Or I would have just left, because you also have that option too. And that's the best thing to do. Say your piece and then dip out, get kicked out, whatever. Troll it if you want to. Who cares? Because spaces are like a limited channel. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what John did, by the way.
And that's fun. I think that's dope, because they're going to kick you or whatever, and then you can have fun with it. And then at the end of the day, you spun them around a little bit, maybe from sitting there spewing some crazy shit. Because people believe stuff.
Absolutely not. Those guys did not give 2 shits about. You should have heard what Fred said to them. And they weren't phased the least bit when he called them like a cocksucker, all kinds of crazy shit. They're trolls. Like they don't give a shit. Like they face troll shit all day long. They eat that shit for breakfast. Like what they said was just absolutely just empty and just a big nothing burger to them. Like it did nothing to like help anything.
They're probably looking for that exactly. That's a good point.
Can I go now? Because I think it's my turn. You know I've been waiting. The best thing you can do with hate is not meet it with aggression. The worst thing to do is shroud it in shadow. If anybody remembers Stormfront, that's what you do. The best thing you can do with hate is meet it with sunshine. Give them the platform that they're looking for and let them go. Like, shouting down people who are fueled by hate is exactly where they want you. Like, that's exactly where they want you. You know, like, not another heuristic from my dad, but, you know, he's from Chicago. He loves the South now. And he told me, son, the best thing they can do is call you a nigger to your face. because then you know where you stand. And that is the best lesson I have ever heard from my father as a black man in the United States of America. I swear to Christ. I was raised in California. There are secret racists, and that's the worst, because then you never know how well you can do. You'll perform and jump through hoops and jump through fucking rings of fire, and you'll never be good enough. But if you go to the South, they'll be like, hey, boy, I don't really like you. And you'll be like, good, great, I'm not fucking with you. Fine, I'm going to move
Dude,
spaces.
exact
And that's
same
it.
shit. My dad said,
That's
dude.
the fucking
Exact
whole
same
thing,
shit.
bro. And I promise, as a black man in America, I feel you. I'm not trying to get in the fucking oppression Olympics with the Jews here, but I'm telling you straight up, like, you're not going to wring your hands. You're never going to compel anybody's speech. That's just not going to happen. All you're going to do is push them further and further into the corners, because I've been pushed into those corners myself. You'll push them further and further into the corners where they can get more and more hateful. And you can shout them all you want. Do it. Keep doing it. You'll get it. You'll get what you're looking for.
Duck Tot, go ahead, Duck Tot. Sorry for making you wait.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just basically saying, just going off from what I heard, the short pieces I heard, it sounds like an act. She sounds like she's trolling for attention, and the more you feed it, the worse it's going to be. So it's probably better just to leave it alone. Denounce the underlying sentiment that is being expressed, but it would be absolutely useless to confront her or her compatriots.
Go ahead, Just.
Yeah, I agree, but like sometimes you have to call things out, and sometimes you have to kind of say, look, I'm not going to take this shit. I was in another room. Instead of Jews, they say Zionists. And, I call them out. I say, just say Jews, because you're saying Zionists. It's like a code name now. Instead of saying Jews, no, we don't hate Jews. We hate Zionists. Well, yeah, you're saying Jews. And they say, like, Zionists are, responsible for the pandemic. We're responsible for everything. So, you have to call that out, because it's bullshit. And you have to call it bullshit. And you don't have to do it, like, violently. And you don't have to do it with hate. You can just call it bullshit for what it is.
Yeah, go ahead, Rabbi. Rabbi is next.
I simply just don't want to remove anyone's ability to say anything. Maybe that does make me, I'm sure I'm a free speech absolutist, but when you start to categorize speech as hateful, then anything can be categorized that. It's a slippery slope, but then you can start saying that you can't talk about medicine, or you can't talk about ufology, or you can't talk about environmentalism for one reason or another, because some person is offended by that or may consider that to be hate speech. And that's why I'm such a free speech absolutist. And that's why I feel as if the best way is to ignore it. Maybe that isn't the correct path to take, but that's the path that I've been able to take throughout my life. And I live a fine life that way. Thank you.
Yeah, but others took the path and did the work for you to live the fine life you've lived. Because if you notice, under Trump, a lot of hate speech started, and it regenerated a lot of hate speech. And you have to call it
I don't
out.
know about that. I mean,
Well,
I think that's kind of making a statement that it wasn't around before, and it
listen,
definitely was
Tuba,
around before.
he had it's really late for me. He had like a white supremacist at one of his dinners. He's done some good things, and he's
Dude,
done some really stupid things.
that's
I don't
fair.
know.
But hold on.
Taryn was saying
If
earlier.
that's fair play in this, then just listen to some of the things that Biden has told Congress in his history.
Yeah, I'm not black because I didn't support him, and I'm a super predator.
Yes.
And
if Trump having somebody at his dinner is such a violation, in the same way that you being in that space is a violation, I don't understand, like, that kind of thing. Listen,
Well, he
our
invited them.
president,
I
our
wasn't
president right
I
now.
wasn't like invited
That's fair.
to, like, I would invite her to my home. Okay, I'll talk to her on
I get it.
Spaces
I
and call her an idiot.
totally get it. But at the same time, the president we have right now of the free world is on camera lying about his credentials, lying, and then straight up talking about super predators. I don't want my kids going to school with those people
in an urban jungle.
In an urban, I mean, he was part of
Okay,
it.
so now we've gone to politics.
No,
Now
no,
we're
no,
in
no.
politics.
Hold up. We didn't, Karen. We didn't bring up politics.
I'm just saying that while I
That we did
agree,
not. That's not fair,
I
Karen.
agree that people have taken offense to Trump being in office, I think that it is a type of dog whistle to say that it more kicked up, because I have in my life seen it being very consistent. It plateaued. It's just consistent. And in one way or another, it's just the amount of attention it's getting. And that's what we were talking about earlier, is that this person is up here, Marina Seren, posing as a racist for attention. And we also have a system, a society, where our information, because I'm not boots on the fucking ground out there for every riot and every event. I'm sitting at home, like all of us here. And we are getting our information force-fed to us from some weird system. And that system might be doing a Marina Seren on all of us, where it's amping up things for attention in order to get us to react to it, because we react to certain things. And we give them money because they get money from Tide, right? And from Kroger and from fucking, Aldi and all these, and Pfizer. Like, they're getting all that stuff, and their job is to kick up the dirt so that we can look at it.
Nazis? Who's getting? What are you talking about?
Hold on, Karen, maybe you see this one. I don't know where you get to the Nazis thing. I'm just saying, like, the idea.
You said somebody's getting money. We're talking about Nazis.
All right, so I'm using Marina Seren as a metaphor here, because we were just explaining how she's doing this for attention. You said that. And I'm saying that we're also sitting here discussing things about race and about racism being kicked up because of Trump. And I'm saying that perhaps it's not an issue of Trump. It's more of an issue of a media, what if it bleeds, it leads. And so people are amping up things and issues within it, the same way Marina Seren is amping up issues and presenting things in a certain way so that people react to it. And sometimes the least effective thing you can do is react emotionally to some of this stuff and really look at the data and look at it and be like, all right, well, maybe there's something more to this. And maybe this is all just kind of like to sell. And
thing about the Nazis were doing that.
No, I don't know what the Nazis are doing. I'm not a historian. I'm just looking at the now and being like, what's happening now seems to be more of like marketing type stuff. And it's weird that these things are happening.
I want Benno to go, but I think what you're saying is like these people are conversational agent provocateurs, and the worst words you can say is what gets them to sort of respond. Right. Oh, Nazi. Gay. Just say the fucking string of words that makes people fucking flutter.
Well, that's her play, right? That's
her play.
That's her whole shtick.
Yeah, that's her shtick. Yeah. And I think we're in agreement with that. So when he says like these agent provocateurs, where is that coming from? Like, what's the line there? But I want Benno to go, if that's cool.
Hey guys, I want to challenge Rabbi on his absolutionist free speech theory. But if you tell someone you're going to rape them or kill them, I mean, do you not accept that there's responsibility that goes with free speech and that there is accountability? And I mean, I'm all for it. Say whatever you like, but it's almost like there's an ignorance there to the point of saying there's no accountability and that there's consequences of free speech. For example, if you yell out bomb on a plane, you're going to be arrested. And so it should be that way. I just think, I mean, I'm not sure about the laws in America, but in Australia, because of, they used the Taliban as the, and the mosques here, well, it was basically an attack on Islam, saying that they're inciting violence. So they introduced a law to stop incitement of violence. So you can be arrested in Australia, at least, and charged if you are found to be inciting violence. And I agree with that also. I think there needs to be accountability for free speech. I don't think it's a ticket just to say whatever you like and then get away scot-free. There needs to be accountability.
And answer your question, I do believe that you should be able to say, I'm going to kill you. Some people don't mean it in a way that the general person might consider that to be a threat. A lot of times people will say in a funny, joking manner. I think it really, you have to go to what the intent is behind it, perhaps, if you're going to make a judgment on it. I personally, though, do not want to limit free speech, because the second that you do, it's a slippery slope, and you can categorize people into being Nazis or anti-this or whatever, anti-Semitic, anti-black, anti-white, whatever it is. And when you do that, you're going to silence the
Hang on. I'm not saying.
person's
Hang
ability to
hang
say
on.
something.
You're misinterpreting. I'm not saying limit free speech. I'm saying you
Benno,
be
go ahead.
accountable.
I answered.
Be accountable for it. Do you believe in accountability? That there should be, the actionable result as a result of your free speech?
Do you believe that it should be legal, Benno, just to move the conversation forward? Like, or do you think that the accountability should be, I'm gonna fuck you up? Like, what? Because we have this fuck around and find out thing here in America. So like,
Well, there is a legal test for threatening someone, right? To say I'm going to kill you, or to send threatening, right? There is a legal test for that, where you can be held accountable for sending threats or making threats like that.
I think there's a better example, and you're totally right, Karen. Very good point. And I do think there's a better example. There's better examples to use here. People get jailed and fined for perjury and shit. They'll lie in court, and that's a thing. Freedom of speech, but there's a repercussion for it. If you're straight up fucking lying, conspiring is just talking. That's freedom. We're just talking, If actions were taken or can be taken from that, setting up a hit. Some of my favorite hidden camera fucking shit is when like people are like, yeah, can you kill this person? I'm like, yeah, you're also arrested and on camera. They're like, oh, I thought it was just going to cost like fucking $13 in a Burger King Happy Meal or whatever to get this shit off the ground. They're like, nah, dude, you're ruined. Great clips.
I think Jay's next.
Yeah, I got off the rails there.
No, you didn't get off the rails. There's hands, and I feel bad for these people.
Sorry, I'm just going to pass for now, guys. I'll be back in a bit.
All right, Ganga, I know that you want to say some authoritarian anti-free speech shit. Go on, get your little anti-free speech shit off, bro.
The opposite. I was going to say, I think we should spend more time analyzing why people spread, I'm not going to call it hate speech. I'm going to say a strongly opinionated position. Why do people actually spread it? What's their intent when they air it out in public? And that would probably be more productive than talking about should you limit it or not.
Can you steel man that, like, can you like make an example, I guess, how that would work out?
Well, okay, I'm not into politics, so let me say Trumpers, typically they believe in certain ideologies. Well, not all of them, but they tend to fall into a stream of thought. And if you're going to spill out certain types of ideas that appeal to certain people, why are you doing it? Is it just to capture attention? Is it to capture financial support? To further some end? Are you doing it so that you can cause havoc? Like in Africa, I think they always do that to sort of cause genocides and kill off entire communities, or at least most of them. So why do people say, like whatever her name is, Marina, what was her name?
Marina.
Yeah, I think you got it, yeah.
Okay, yeah, she's the quirky girl who's into UFOs, right?
Into Nazis.
Oh, that too? Okay. Unbelievable. But okay. Anyway, so imagine her. Why is she airing it out? Why is she opening a space? What's her point? Well, what's her aim? Is she trying to get support from something? Is she trying to get attention? So is it like
No, she was actually,
attention?
the reason she opened the space was because what she called the Gooner Squad or whatever were a group of people calling her a Nazi and all these other things, and they were doxing her, and so she opened the space as a threat to the guy, saying like, all right, you go ahead and dox me, I'm going to go ahead and dox you back, and on this space live, so go ahead and do it. That's why she opened the space.
That sounds like a positive turn of events. I'm pretty sure that'll turn out with both people being blind, but okay. Okay, so did she achieve her goal or not?
Who knows?
If her goal was disruption, then yes. If her goal was to disrupt this whole like thing, then yes, absolutely. I mean, right?
No, not really. Y'all are the ones talking about this, not me.
I love talking about it personally because I don't get emotional about it. Like, you can say the word Nazi and my fucking titties don't flutter. So, like, I love
Yeah, I
history.
get it.
I actually don't really care about the word Nazi or what the ideology is. But
Well, anyway, I guess the point is that her speech, if she's putting it out there as a beef with someone else, then I'm guessing that she's trying to do something like suppress another person. So that might be the intent behind it rather than the actual like gathering of people. Or is she trying to like gather people to beat up on another person? Is there like a specific target or something?
I don't think that was the point of this discussion, why she did that space, but I think that the point of this discussion
That's
was
a good question, though.
a lot of the views that were expressed in that space that were really weird and out there and abhorrent.
Unfortunately, I think a lot of people, the way society's set up, it allows people to think in different ways, and some of them not so helpful, in my opinion. But you can pretty much find, I think, a racist of every kind in our society. It's just a question of whether or not they're public or not. And I think,
I think the point was made to. Yes, you're absolutely right. And what we were discussing was, well, do you ignore it? Do you call it out? Or, so it gets to that sort of, if you call it out, then you risk, fueling the fire, right? And giving them the attention they're craving and giving them more of a platform. So it's kind of a
So where do you draw
tricky.
the line there, Karen? Where it used to be that you could say that whatever you want, wherever you want, as long as it didn't harm anyone. And then there was the definition of harm. Are you talking about physical harm, or are you talking about intellectual harm? But there was always a boundary. There was always a boundary that was brought about under the common consensus that you're not supposed to harm other people. That went out the window a long time ago, mate. Now I can go into a space and I can say that Greer's a fraud and a grifter, or I can say Tupac's a fraud and a grifter, or I can say Logan's a fraud and a grifter, and I can just say it and it just doesn't fucking matter anymore.
Well, are you asking me? If you're asking me a question,
I'm just
that kind of speech to me is like, that's just free speech. You can call people names and stuff, but
so if they say to you, if they say to you, I'm gonna hunt you down, I'm gonna find you.
Right.
So is that where we draw the line, or is that free speech too?
No, I think we were before you came in. We were talking about free speech has consequences, right? Both legal and morally, or whatever. So you have to be willing to accept the consequences. But in some cases, like to your point about causing harm, where it's a Nazi ideology, for example, and they're laughing at gas chamber, jokes, making jokes about, gas chambers and whatnot. It's abhorrent. But do you call that out, or do you say, okay, that person is, trolling for attention, and maybe you ignore it. Now it does get to a point where, if it starts to incite other people to do the same thing, and you start to get sort of a mob psychology going, that to me is where you have to, lean in and say, no, we got to stop that. We got to call it out. It's hate speech, whatever.
yeah, there's some hands, but I get what you're saying, Ken, about the sort of movement of the definition as it relates to like what's called now stochastic violence. Like there's like a change in the definition, but I think Kimball hasn't spoken in a while. Kimbo, my boy.
Yeah. My name is Paramormon, but
excuse me. Paramormon.
you can
I'm
call
sorry.
me Kimball. I don't care. No, I think the way you call out certain kind of extremists or hate groups is important because you don't want to give them what they want, right? But like stating your position making it known and just like leaving is probably a good way to go. Also, I think it's important to recognize when people are calling out like hateful extremist groups for the cause of like resisting it versus doing it for virtue signaling or social prestige, like that. You see a lot of that lately. But also, y'all were throwing the word out groiper before. I didn't know what that was. I googled it, screenshotted it, put it in the nest if anyone wants to know. Thanks, guys. Good discussion.
Yeah, the groper thing's pretty crazy. They're if you drive them into a hole, they'll figure out new ways. I've been in that hole. Some of my favorite holes. Jay, I think you're next.
Yeah, pertaining to Maria Seren, if anybody looks at my timeline, I posted about her back on March 7th. Yeah, she's a very unpleasant character, and she has been grifting the UFO community for a while. And she started being called out I'd say about a year and a half ago, when people sort of discovered what she was about. And she's unequivocally supports Nazi ideology. She wears Nazi symbols. It's as clear as day. Now, this is the first time I've ever engaged her, because I saw her in a room. What I can say about our room and this room here is I know the people in here well enough to know that if she ever came in this room and started saying the things she was saying in the room that we were in, there would be no tolerance for it here. I know the people in here well enough to know that they would not put up with this. So that's another way to look at it and look at the situation. But yeah. Anyways, I think several people there did a really good job of speaking out against it. It's too bad that another individual is trying to operationalize it and suggest something completely the opposite, which is obviously completely disingenuous. But that will be taken care of in a separate matter.
Jay, I think if she came in this room, she would just look like a silly bitch. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's fine, but just you had your hand up, and when I called Jay, you put your hand down. So I think
Yeah, no, it was an accident, but yeah, I'd back up Jay with what he said.
Yeah, I think she would just look like a silly bitch, right?
Well, she is. She really is. She's kind of a caricature, I think. Like she posts filter images of herself, and she wants to think she's Aryan when she's Spanish. So it's kind of a joke.
Well, she can't be that much of a supreme being if she's slapping her pussy for $5 a pop. So, like,
Yeah,
there's
I
that.
don't want to know those
Yeah,
things.
I might send her $5 if she's struggling. Ganga, I think you're up next.
Was she the one who was doing like cosplay like a year or two ago?
Yes.
Oh my God, she's gone down the hole. Okay. Anyway, skipping her off to the side, down the ditch. God, she just went. Anyway, point is, I don't know if it was just, but she brought up a good point that she created a standard. Like basically, if you're going to suppress someone else's free speech, it should be under some kind of guise. In her case, she puts it as the better good of everyone. In other words, she wants to prevent people from inciting violence on others. That sounds like a pretty good idea, because just because we can say anything we want to, that doesn't mean that we should. Because you have to always consider your environment and what you are going to do. Of course, if you're a drug lord, that might be a different story where you want to, kill off all the cops or something like that. Then I guess your hate speech would be good. Or if you're a Nazi, you want to eradicate other subgroups and the stupidity of supposedly being superior, and yet they commit the same stupidities as everybody else. I don't see the logic behind any of that. But the point is if you want to limit hate speech, you have to first define what is hate, and not just in ambiguous terms. It's almost like what's your aim? Because the person who spreads hate wants to generate an aim to it. There's a point for them to speak out about it. And then the person who's countering them is also doing the same. The question is who has a middle ground that is more or less, I'm not going to say on the right side, but who has the most benefits out of this. Because if you have a hate speech person and the other person is just aiming just to suppress that particular hate speech without any good reasoning, then it's like, I think it was Jay. I can't read the screen right now, but I think it says Jay. He has a good point. You could basically turn anything into hate speech. You could basically suppress any type of culture or any type of religion or any type of thought process like is currently happening in real life.
Yeah, that's a really good point, dude. And I think that we have, Ganga, I think we have a really special task as UFO Twitter because of how intertwined the 1940s were with this subject, right? Like, it's going to be really hard to talk about this without talking about Nazis. Like, and you got to be real delicate about it. Like, I'm going to be honest. But I think Kent's up next.
Yeah, it's an interesting discussion. Just a couple of things to point out. We live in a society where we're giving people the tools to say anything they want without consequence, without having any type of a morally established set of guidelines as to what becomes harmful and offensive and what should be. See, we've created a society where which is important that everyone's as important as everyone else on a space like this. But at the same time, it's the listeners, it's the people who hear these messages later. It's the people who don't have the same ability to see the social content for what it is that are suffering, because they'll go, extremism has become very lucrative and very popular for a reason. It's a very easy way to brand everything and label everything. And if the label works for you, you push it. And if it doesn't work for you, you fuck it. And we just jump in wholesale. We're all busy calling each other racists, either white racists or black racists, or whatever other fucking label we want to put on each other, without realizing that while we're labeling each other and fighting over the fucking label, the people who are making the money don't give a fuck who they sell their products to. White, black, or indifferent, you know?
Yeah, Kent, that's fucking preach, bro. That was a lick. Just.
Yeah, I forget what I want to say, but basically, if you don't stop someone, if you allow someone to create this hate and allow it to spread, then, there's a lot of people who say things. For instance, today I was in a space and the person said, yeah, all Zionists, they created the pandemic. They're responsible for it. And basically they're saying Jewish people are responsible for the pandemic. Now, if I'm in that space and I'm impressionable and I don't do my research, I might believe that. And then I might go out and kill a Jewish person because, my uncle died from COVID. So there are sort of, there's this chain that happens and you have to call it out, whether it's Jews, blacks, Chinese, whatever. After COVID happened, a lot of Chinese, they were like accosted on the street because, people said, you brought the pandemic to us, and that shit shouldn't happen. So we do have to call it out. We do have to correct it. And we shouldn't allow certain hate to just, fester and just go on like that and not be called out and not be pushed back against.
Not to strawman, but like if it was like up to the things my uncle told me when I was a child, I would take every driver's license from every Asian in California. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, not to trivialize
well, that's
it.
The problem. Like you have, everyone has like these archetypes, and you say things, and they, some of it can be true, but a lot of it's bullshit. There's good drivers and bad drivers in every single race or religion or whatever. Just like there's good and bad in everything.
But so, like, what action should be taken against my uncle who has
there
sought to
shouldn't be action for
disenfranchise
saying it
all
to
Asian
you, but
drivers in
if you're in
California.
a public forum, okay, if you're in a public forum, okay, and you've got a large audience and you're spreading hate, then that has repercussions, right? You're gonna like influence some young impressionable kid into hating someone they have no reason to hate. They have
That's
no
been
reason to
and that's
hate.
been documented, right, Jay? The radicalization of people
Yeah,
on
for
the
sure.
internet. That is a known thing. That's a known problem.
All right, can I ask you guys a quick question? No, I'm not going to ask it. I'm fine. We got Ganga. Someone that's, I'm just going to move. I'm going to blurb right past this. Ganga, please hop in here.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to add was personal responsibility. If you're gonna use that kind of hate speech and stuff, for example, we all have lived under hate speech because we all know it, right? And UFO Twitter is full of it. I think you should just like, if someone goes to jail for 5 years, if you use hate speech, you should triple it automatically. Or if the size of your crime is very huge, like you incited another group of persons to beat up another person, you should just multiply it by how many victims there are.
But there
So I don't know.
are laws for that already. Hate crimes. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I think they have maximums, don't they?
Oh, I don't know about the sentencing
They
structure.
do in the United States.
But they do have basically greater repercussions for acts done on the basis of hate.
Well,
They're enhancers, like in the United States, Congo, we have gang enhancements. So, like, if you're in a gang and you commit a crime and you've been pictured with a gang, like, let's say you're from Compton and you're not actually in a gang and you get caught in a picture with the gang, they take a picture with you, you get a gang enhancement. So, if you commit a crime and you're from Compton, now you're a Compton Crip, you get a gang enhancement. Because you're from the place and now have the association, you get an extra 10 years. Here you go. From the state, just to you.
That's not a hate crime, though.
Well, it's a crime enhancement. It is enforced in the same exact way. It is enforced in the same exact way, Karen. I promise. I know plenty gang members. I'm from Southern California. I know plenty.
No, he was asking about hate crime or hate crimes created on the basis of hate.
Well, what I'm saying is crimes on the basis of hate are crime enhancements for punishment, legalistic punishment. So
yes,
just like
correct.
Gang enhancements, if you were to commit a crime on the basis of what could be considered hate, just like if you committed a crime on the basis what could be considered gang activity, you would get extra time. California has done this we can thank Kamala for that one. Sorry. But I'm from California and I'm black, so I know. That's how this goes here. And it will be enforced very similarly, right? If the perception is this person's from Compton, he's a Crip, give him some extra time.
Yeah, they have to demonstrate it though in a court of law. I mean, they can't.
Well,
just
it's qualitative, right? At that point, it's qualitative.
They can do it with a photo. I mean, they can do it the easiest amount of things now.
At that point, Karen, it's qualitative. Not to cut you off, at that point it's qualitative.
I know that.
It's no longer qualitative. It's no longer quantitative. It's qualitative. So
I'm not arguing that. I'm saying, the question was, can there be an additional penalty if the crime is committed based, out of an act of hate? And the answer is yes.
Yeah, thank you for your understanding there. That it ekes me up. Sorry, I got a little emotional there. It ekes me up. I appreciate you, Karen, for your understanding.
Emotional topic.
Yeah, I got a little. I did get a little hype there. I'm sorry. Yeah, I did, Karen. You got me a little off kilter, but thank you. Ganga, I think Karen answered the best. Did you have any more to say, or can we move on to Jay?
You can move on. I'm going to try to formulate something else.
So this is a pretty tactile example of harm principle. I do contract work, as many people know, in the mental health field. And part of my work has involved the forensic system. And let's say that I am aware of a case personally where an attempted recruitment of an Al-Qaeda member in Canada ended up in the mental health system because of perceived harm to self and others. And that was brought in through national security. So these things actually do happen, and the deciding line is harm and intent to harm. So there are limits in that regard to freedom of speech, and in particular, if there's recruitment going on, that will be acted on with the highest force of the law.
Yeah, you can't. I think that there are definite limits as it relates to the executive branch. There are certain things that are legalistic here in the United States. Maybe not Canada. I don't know what Canada's on nowadays. Y'all motherfuckers can't even take a shit without a direct report. But like, I think that now there are certain things you can't say post Patriot Act that like there's certain shit you just can't do here now, right? Particularly as it relates to terrorism. Like, but I think that those things are not direct crimes. I think that they're actually just. I think what it does is it allows a magistrate to give an order of investigation as it relates to like a what is that called, a warrant, to sort of look over your communiques. We don't just charge people for talking about terroristic shit. Terroristic threats in person are a problem. But I think that's
We do
also
monitor them, though.
yeah. But Karen, like if you were to run into like a place and say, I'm gonna do some terrorist shit, like that's a terroristic threat. That is actually a federal law, I think. Like, and I don't think it's like actually like congressionally voted on. So like it's a bit like
Well, the Patriot Act was passed by what do you call it? It was passed by Congress and signed by the president, right?
I think that there's a House bill that was passed. The Patriot Act itself was an executive order that was signed by George Bush, but then there was a later bill that moved through. So yeah, I think in the days after, there was a bill that an executive order that was signed, and then there was a bill that moved.
And then later, when it became law,
exactly.
which had to go through Congress.
Yep. But yeah,
It's built into the Criminal Code of Canada. So anyone that basically advises, plans, participates, anything like that, it falls under national security, and they can be put on, like anyone else that might have to have a mental health assessment. In this case, it's forensic. 72-hour hold. Well, they will be examined, and then the courts will begin to examine any evidence, and a determination is made whether or not the hold needs to go beyond that. So.
I guess in these discussions, I worry about, I know that me and Karen particularly probably aren't on the same political spectrum, but like I worry about these types of conversations become very distrustful of government, right? I have a really good understanding of history, and they're the only people that shoot people legally. So like I get worried about us being able to have these types of conversations. And when does the rabbit get the gun and point at us just for talking about
who's the rabbit?
Particularly like somebody that in this particular situation, the rabbit will be somebody that's unassuming that would say, hey, a lot of have you ever heard of the woo to Q? I get worried about that. The woo to Q.
Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's called the woo to Q pipeline. That's how it's been coined in mainstream media. The woo to Q pipeline. And a lot of it is related to how UFO related peoples then can become Q people. And the Q people are so bad. And I think Q's stupid because I'm an old school like conspiracy theorist. I've been known that they were fucking kids on an island. I don't need Q to tell me, you know what I'm saying? Like I've been known that. But like the woo to Q pipeline is you can type that into Google. Like that's a thing. And, I worry about the rabbit being somebody that passes something that's unassuming through Congress that puts you on a list, Karen, just for being associated in these circles, talking like this. just for being able to have these conversations. And it's weird that, to me, that it's not weird to me, but it's jarring to me that you may not also be worried about that, I guess, as it relates to free speech. When does this free speech that we're having now not put you on a list?
Well, you can always have that worry, right? Everybody might have that worry that, they become monitored for whatever reason. I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't discount that, but I'm not worried about it as part of, I don't know, it's late and I'm having trouble tracking what the rabbit is, where the rabbit is.
The rabbit would be somebody that says, oh yeah, those crazy old UFO people, they're just talking a lot of craziness. And then they look
Right.
unassuming to the larger like American population.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, go ahead and sign it. Just sign it. Like, if they don't have anything to hide, why not? Right? You know that, right?
All right.
They don't
We
have
went
anything
from
to hide.
terrorists to UFO people, but
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and it's like a rabbit, right? It's like, that's what I would say.
All right. Okay.
And then all of a sudden, me and you, who probably aren't politically aligned at all of a sudden now we're fucking stuck in the same bucket. We don't get to fly on fucking Spirit Airlines anymore, or what the fuck ever. And we're both fucked in the same way, I guess,
Well, I've been in this topic for I'm old, let's put it that way. And so far I've been able to fly.
Oh, well, me too. I hope I get to continue. God bless my ability to travel.
See, one thing you don't know about me is that I work for the CIA. So I do have some special privileges.
Well, that explains your affinity for loving the goddamn government. But we'll get to Hans. Karen.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't use social media other than Twitter Spaces and a little bit of family stuff and things like Facebook. But then I look at the other social media I don't use is a professional media called LinkedIn, and then I start seeing all of a sudden I have 8 different law firms and all based mostly in America. Checking me out in 1 week, the Carlyle Group. Yeah, quite a list. I posted it a few times, and I think to myself, well, how does little old retired me, who does nothing except annoy people in Spaces, garner so much attention when I've been retired for nearly 6 years? Fuck knows.
On LinkedIn? Holy cow, I haven't looked at my LinkedIn in ages.
Oh, well, yeah, no, I get alerts when certain people look me up, and I mean, anyone looks me up. I sort of make a note of who's been looking at me for the week, and it's just been fun. The last couple of years has been really intriguing, actually.
Well, you're never really out, right, Kent? It's like, because I remember you telling me you did construction, like green zones and stuff, and like did some crazy shit over there. Like, dude, they got you.
Well, I mean, it's funny you say that. I don't want to get into all that side of things, but I'll tell you. So, if you give me 2 minutes to tell you a story, when we were working in Pakistan, we used to have to take stuff from where we were working back home, and we would take stuff from the office back home to work. And unfortunately for one of the guys, and I can't even mention his name because of this incident, he got to the airport one day with a package from the office and, put it in, check in and la, la, la. And one of the forms you had to sign was, have you packed this yourself and is this your property? And of course, as you always do, even if you're carrying stuff for the company, you sign the form. And, he walked off, and as he got to immigration, 4 rather, well-built gentlemen walked up to him with openly holding, their arms in certain positions, indicating that under their jacket were certain things, and said, "Come with us, sir." And this poor bastard got dragged off into the office. And these guys were literally standing there saying, is that your package? And he went, sort of, yeah, I'm just bringing it from the office. We're doing a job in Pakistan. And they're going, uh-huh. Right. You're going to open it in front of us. And they've got, according to him, they had their pistols drawn. And they made him open the package in front of him because he said it wasn't a bomb and it was just office supplies. Unfortunately for him, the courier that had delivered the office supplies had explosives in his car the day before. Some of the residue from the explosives had rubbed off on the boxes, and the sniffer dogs at the airport picked up on the explosive residue on his package, which had been delivered to the office by the courier who had been carrying some explosive materials the day before. That guy to this day has a red flag on his passport, his name. He can't go to certain countries, all because of a delivery mistake. So that's how we used to arrive at Karachi, and your country would know who we were before we got through the final stage of immigration. That's how involved they all are. Believe me.
Thank God.
Yeah, I'm sure we're all on a list somewhere here just for having this conversation. But Ganga, go ahead and get yourself on a list with the rest of us.
Man, I'm probably number one on that list. Yeah, like you were saying earlier, definitely don't say or link to any articles from these obscure terrorist groups, because you're definitely going to go on the list. Oh, we're probably already on the list. Technically, we're trying to destabilize the government and society by trying to reveal things that are trying to be kept secret, unacknowledged, of course. So yeah, be careful. See Tupac already
Ganga,
dropped. He's trying to get away. He's my number one.
Yeah, I wanted to respond though. I'll be honest with all of you. I'm quite happy to be on the list. In fact, I'd rather be on the list because I know I'm honest. I know I'm a decent person. I know I'm doing the right thing. So I don't really have a problem with what I do. The only people I ever found, like I bumped into one of the ASIO guys in Dubai at the airport, and I was a bit, sort of inquisitive, and I said, like, come on, why do they need to pay for one of you guys to sit here on your ass all day doing nothing? And he said, what do you mean doing nothing? I said, well, who the hell's going to want to sneak into Australia? You guys, the passports are so tight now. You guys are bound to know if there's any dodgy people before they ever get to the friggin', exit gate, because this was the boarding gate, And he said, no. He says, I'm getting about 10 a month. So, I mean, it was just a shock to me that you do need to have these people in place. I think if we had a more open society where you were on a list that was an honest list that said this is a decent person, I've got no problem with that.
I think what's happening is there's a lot of cross correlation, right? So like if you talk shit and you're like a groiper on the internet, I don't think that really gets you on the list. But if you like then show up in another pool of people somewhere else, and then another pool of people somewhere else, like if you start showing up in too many different pools, I'd rather not be on a list at all. But like I think what ends up happening is you end up like being found in too many nasty circles, right? And then and then it gets sticky. But yeah, please just fucking don't take my dick pics and spread them on the internet. I'd appreciate it. Kurt.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, again, I always walk into conversations I'm trying to figure out, so I kind of back down a little bit there. So like what Kent was saying about, he looks to see who looks at his spaces and who's been looking or looking at his profile. Kent, are you looking at it as a good thing or a bad thing? That's all. That's why. Well, I have one more point, but is that what you're saying?
No. I mean, what I'm saying is, whether we like it or not, we're being noticed in these spaces. That's just the point I'm making. My LinkedIn is my professional account. I've had a LinkedIn account for over 20 years. I'm one of the original people on LinkedIn. Okay, so my whole professional career.
Yeah.
So if someone's looking me up like the fucking Carlisle Group or, the Enigma Labs or fucking someone like that, I want to know why. Because if, I'm connected to people like John Ramirez and Jim Semivan as well. So, I do care about who checks me out.
Yeah, I get it. Thank you. I wanted to clarify that. And then at first, when I heard you saying that, I thought you were talking about, people checking you out on Twitter and messaging you or talking
Oh,
to you, but
mate, that's
you
a
know,
whole bag of cats that no one wants to go into. Oh, this is my third account.
oh yeah,
Yeah, you know what I mean.
yeah, I know. For me, it's, I always I would constantly look at the people that I know that I want to, go into spaces with and talk to and see if they're on. That's all that really comes to. So I think it's a good thing. That's what I was saying.
Could I didn't see a hand up, and if I'm talking too much, let me know, Logan. But that's one thing I would say, the personal opinion. You do not know who the fuck you're talking to on Twitter Spaces. You have no idea. It doesn't
True.
matter if you check their profile. It doesn't matter if you talk to them and they sound like a good person or a bad person. I mean, it's just a frank, honest appraisal that you have no fuck. I've had people that were, would literally like to have my love children turn on me and stab me in the back in the split second of, I feel like today I am going to decide you are a troll or whatever. So yeah, no, you do not know who you're dealing with on these spaces. When I spoke to Ramirez about spaces, he said it's infested with all the worst kind of things that none of us want in there. He wanted nothing to do with it, eh?
So Kent he just confirmed that he was honeypotted. We just got that. That was the full confirm Kent got honeypotted. Yeah, I would say that just fucking be careful. Like, psyops are super easy, especially when you don't have, especially online, right? It's almost like back in early AOL days. ASL, that's what these spaces are. You don't know who you're dealing with at any given time, Like, just be fucking careful, and there's an avant-garde nature to this where people can basically become whoever the fuck they want to become, however they want to become it, whenever they want to become it. So, and this is perfect. This is perfect for anybody in the intelligence community. If you've ever spoken with these people, this is it. So,
well, real quick, can I say something on that real quick? For me, I don't ever go down the rabbit hole that far. So to me, it doesn't matter. The benefit outweighs that risk. But I do understand what you guys are saying, and that's what I'm trying to understand. What the risks are, and and I feel like there's just such a huge amount of time that's spent talking about those risks, and it kind of goes in a circle. But for personally, I really have nothing to lose on here until somebody tells me differently. That's kind of why I depend on the 5 people I trust on Twitter to tell me if I'm doing something that I'm at risk with. So I understand what you guys are saying, and I can't what I was getting at is it's a good thing if people are looking for you, looking at you in life. I'm on LinkedIn too. My name's, it's my professional account. It's different, and I understand it. But, you got to really, take precaution if you're going to go further down the rabbit hole. It's your choice. That's the way I look at it. So it's kind of on each of us.
Yeah, just be careful, man. Don't trust too many people on Twitter. Like, watch Mirage Men. But Toop, go ahead.
What up, y'all? I want to thank Logan for hosting the space. My phone died, and I got to pass out anyway, so I gave it a little charge. Now I'm back to say goodbye in the correct way. So you guys are dope. This is the shit. And yeah, I got really tired. I've been playing with this Ouija board that someone from Twitter Spaces sent me, and it's just, I don't know, messing with my head a little bit. Never do that, guys. All right, peace out.
You out of here, bro. He's about to go to sleep on the Ouija board. We lost him. This is it. Say your goodbyes, folks.
Can you imagine if you started lucid dreaming and visualizing yourself disappearing into the board?
Oh, I like that.
I've been having some super gnarly dreams recently.
I had a really cool one there. I was talking in the space the other day, and I said, I hope the Wi-Fi of the 22nd century is the human imagination. And I kid you not, 2 days later, I had a friggin' lucid dream where I was being introduced to it. It was really, really cool.
Can I say something real quick about dreams? Since I'm up on the stage
go ahead.
for a little bit. So in my life, I used to relish dreams, and I remember being younger, not a kid, but younger, and looking forward to going to sleep at certain points in my life, like because I had good dreams and I had stuff, that I'd see, and it was, I guess I would say I'm a pretty lucid dreamer at times, but as I go through life and shit happens, like it does for everyone. I would say pretty recently think that dreaming for me is the almost the equivalent of going and sitting on the toilet, because when you go through depression, you go through life, and you go through things that are negative, that's what it is. It's like I guess for someone like me that holds stuff in, who always did, and I've got that under control now. But I think that the point I'm trying to make is that once you become negative, that's all you're doing is getting rid of the waste. But once you achieve some sort of positivity to get to a level where you're happy, and you're whatever happiness is, but then dreams have the ability to become something. And then what Kent was saying is cool, because to dreaming, I don't know where that fits in. That's really my question. Where does lucid dreaming fit in all this? Because for me, I don't really like dreaming right now. Well, it's better now. It was worse. But how does lucid dreaming, that's something, are there studies? I've never researched it. I should, and I will. But, what do you guys think about lucid dreaming? Is it something that's God-given? Is it something that's acquired by everyone that has the ability? I don't know.
I guess like your definition of lucid dreaming is super important, right? Because I from when I've talked to people, there's like a spectrum of agency that people have in their dreams. Like some people are full on characters in their dreams. Some people are just like watching themselves in the third person, and they can sort of affect everybody but themselves in the dream, which is super interesting. I've come across people that have done that. Like, what is lucid dreaming? How do you define lucid dreaming? Like full agency over both third parties in your dreams and yourself, or?
I would say that it's gone pretty far to that point, maybe once, twice. So I don't have that. I think there's people that have it, that do it often, and that's what I'm getting at. Is it a God-given thing, or is it something that is a part of the way the brain works? Is it like an electrical impulse that some people have in their brains that can work more efficiently? I don't know.
I can give you a hypothesis.
Saying,
I can give you a hypothesis
if
you want.
I think that I want to hear it too, and I'm just going to say that I think that obviously life circumstances change your ability to do things like that. But yeah, I would love to hear the hypothesis, and the reason I bring this up is because I've talked to people that have bragged about lucid dreaming, and for someone like me, it's like, wow, okay, I want to hear about that. I want to know about it, and how do they act like they could control it? And that's what I'm getting at. I don't think that, or is it? Am I missing something?
Yeah, okay. The best one I've come up with so far is that we are currently in the conscious state. When we go to bed at night, we move into the subconscious state. When we go into lucid dreaming, that's an introduction to what astral traveling is, which is the spirit being able to leave the body, which is more vulnerable, which I think is an introduction to the final departure. And I think they're all insights to each other. We're constantly in a conscious state. We can become unconscious, and then we can become subconscious. My wife experienced her first proper lucid dream just the other day, coincidentally a couple of days after she had her first edible. I think it's a coincidence or a cause and effect. I don't know, but the best I can come up with is conscious now, subconscious, deep subconscious. Astral traveling is after the lucid dreaming, which is like your initiation. Astral traveling is your spirit being able to leave and travel. And then, the final departure, you get no choice over. You're going somewhere. We're just not quite sure.
Well, you talk about astral traveling, and what if that is the resort that it comes to one day, and I'm not prepared to do that. And as I go further down this path and learn about UFO and paranormal, again, I repeat to anyone listening, I am not an expert in any way and claim no knowledge other than questioning and giving opinions when asked. But I would say, if that is something that is a skill, that you're right there, Kent. You almost answered my question. I mean, the brain can be wired or manipulated to do. Like, is it? And I don't know if there's any studies done on that. Is it something that somebody went down and they opened a skull and started looking for different parts of the brain and doing things, and we hear all these other studies that they bring out today, which is phenomenal. But for me, I definitely believe that obviously your current situation, your environment, but also chemical, and you hit on that a little bit. Taking the gummies. I mean, chemical is definitely a part of it, and for the most part, for me, chemicals inhibit my dream. They inhibit when I try to, I guess, relax and have up. I don't remember anything. All of those occasions,
It's been known to also inhibit some of the states that people talk about in terms of astral travel and all that, meditative state. But but on the other hand, people take psychedelics, and that seems to get
right
there into those states.
Well, there you go. That's exactly where I was going with it. So there's going to be that type of vehicle, if you will, to take you, the tram to take you to the astro plane to go and travel that way. And I don't understand. People talk about dreaming in a sense where it's like almost like it's psychic. I don't look at it that way. It's all impulses, and it's something that I do feel like that it's very informative, because things get held in and things need to come out and all that. But that's where I get worried. I mean, I'll finish here, but once we start getting into like Ken said, astral travel, or that being, I guess, my mind being my main vehicle, my main thing to depend on in survival in the Matrix or in whatever we're talking about. What is my best action to take and preventative measure? I mean, that's kind of where I'm getting at with all of this. It's just, I'm curious what everybody's thinking, what's good.
Yeah, I wouldn't say. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I just wrote, Kurt, preventative measure for what? What are you trying to prevent exactly?
I would say prevent the lack of ability to travel mentally, if it came to that in our society. I don't want to call it society, our reality. So just we'll use the Matrix as an example. It's an easy one to use. And if I haven't done the proper management of my brainwaves and whatever part of that I'm supposed to be doing, or is there one? Has anybody had any experience with that, or can tell me, if I'm doing something wrong? And that's where chemicals come in. Like Kent said, chemicals, some can help. Karen said that, psychedelics, so they help. But then I have experienced, alcohol and marijuana, all that shit. It actually takes away. So it's what's the balance?
Yes, definitely. Yes, those other ones. I know. I don't know about marijuana, but I know alcohol can inhibit higher consciousness experiences.
Yeah, I know that much, like scientifically, what I've read. And then I've also, read that smoking weed can eliminate dreaming to a point if you do too much. So, that's
Yeah.
that's the road I don't want to go down too far on. That's why I just want to know everybody's opinion now. That's all. I am no
Yeah.
expert. I'm just questioning. I appreciate this. That's all.
You need to, yeah, you should talk to Paul. Also, I don't know if you've been in astral spaces much, but actually, it might have been Fringe Think who said this, but the astral realm and the lucid realm are completely different. So don't get those mixed up.
Okay.
Some people might warn you about the astral realm. I've never been there, so I can't say. But yeah, I've heard that weed can inhibit dreaming. I've not really experimented, other than like I haven't really experimented with any of like the gamma, delta, different frequency wave stuff. Nora posted a cool chart yesterday that I can send to you. But
okay, please.
I can see, yeah, I'll send that to you. But one thing that's worked really well for my friend is when he wakes up, when you dream, that dream is like gold slipping through your fingers, right? You're gonna forget it. So the first thing you've got to do when you wake up is you got to write down your dream. And I've got a friend who's got like notebooks, like multiple notebooks, just full of dreams that he's written down, and he can
Good at
astral.
that.
I mean,
I do
I know.
physically, that mental part of me in my body do not work together. It's very difficult. But go ahead.
Well, I guess it is difficult, but point being is even if you get in a space and tell someone about a crazy dream you had, like I did that the other day, and I was able to recall it perfectly today. But if I hadn't done that, it would have been gone. So you just got to.
And you can never do it justice.
To wake up and record it somehow, whether it's writing or typing or like recording it into your phone. But the point is if you can get in the habit of writing your dreams down, you can lucid dream really. Like my friend can lucid dream and do whatever he wants.
Got you. I see where you're going about.
I've also,
if you're visual,
just
you can sketch it.
Last two comments I guess I'll make for now is just I feel like psychedelics, I don't know that they increase my dreams or dreaming, but when I'm in that state, it feels like a waking dream. But I have also, and I don't know, I haven't looked this up and verified it, but I've had friends tell me and even give me this herb called wormwood, and apparently smoking that can help you lucid dream. So there you go.
Okay.
Super quickly, Kurt, what I would say is like nothing helped lucid dreaming for me in the truest sense of the word in terms of lucidity, meaning realistic, other than age, and particularly my experience. So like when you're in what you would consider a hyper realistic dream, take note of the senses that you have control of. So like, can I smell? Can I hear? People will be fucking in dreams and not be able to hear. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, but there's
That's
so
a
much.
Great point. Oh yeah, I got you.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, take note of the senses that you have, and then once you like go, okay, in every dream that you have isn't going to be a lucid dream. I've had dreams where like the fucking roof was ripped off the top of my house, like in fucking like I'm not even gonna get into it, but like take note of the senses that you have control of. So like that's what I would say.
No, that's excellent. And
I think
those are things
next,
like
yeah. And then
that's what I remember having those experiences, and it's things I just all right. I'll put it to you guys simple: is I'm at a middle cross path to choosing a different path in my life. I'm a professional. I made my living. I've got 2 kids, and I had a narcissistic ex-wife who's ex now. So, with all that said, everything's taken care of, but I'm not happy and I'm suffering. And that's where I'm going with all this, is that I think that,
just to this particular topic, I'll try to be short, is that whether it's through chemicals or in my case, I didn't need that. I did that through meditation practice.
Yes.
So that's one way to approach it. If you want to kind of be a little more gentle with
I'm there.
that,
I'm already there.
And not be kind of the sort of Yeah, I mean, I really can't speak to psychedelics. I'm not even going to, but
No,
I'm
no,
just saying
no. I know.
there are other ways, and
Karen, is that you, Karen? Is that Karen
yeah,
I'm talking to? My phone's on dark. All right.
yes,
So, and you've been great too. You're another person that chimes in when I ask questions, and I appreciate this. And what I'm saying is, I found, like, it took maybe 5 times, but I found a therapist that I really clicked with. Her name's Bailey, and she got me into the breathing. The breathing was the first step, and I cannot tell people enough. Learning how to breathe properly, how much of a difference that makes for someone like me or someone in that situation. And then the meditation thing. I did Reiki. I went through that. What Reiki did for me, and at least that I could tell, is that it gave me the knowledge that I can meditate. So ever since I did a Reiki session on the table, I was able to meditate truly. I mean, I was pretending to meditate before that. I learned through the guidance that I received from the Reiki master, how to, calm myself, how to let go. And then whatever she did after that was, my eyes closed, but, it gave me a whole new perspective. Again, I'm kind of like a clean slate. I'm 46. I did everything by the fucking book with this world, this culture, this fucking matrix. I have 2 beautiful kids that are, they're great. They're successful. They're both strong, silent type, intelligent, straight A kids. And their mother is a fucking narcissist. And I finally, left it. I got it. It's gone. I mean, I'm almost 2 years, away from her now. So it's not like this. I'm just bitching at you guys about it. So my point is, I wasted a lot of time with that. I was this type of person that was, interested in all of the other aspects of, the cosmos, everything. She fucking stole that from me for 13, 14 years. I am going back now, and I'm trying to start over. And that's why I'm asking you guys these questions, and that's where I'm coming from, to give you perspective.
You can start at any point in your life. It doesn't matter, okay, what happened before.
I'm just trying to give you perspective.
Hey,
so
Karen, what I would say is out of love.
And I'm just saying that it's not like you have lost anything. I know it might feel that way,
and out of
because it's always there. And I just want to quickly say that oh God, I lost my train of thought. But in terms of these, introducing yourself to sort of a meditation practice,
yes.
And you mentioned in that Reiki session, you learn to kind of be in command of yourself in a sense.
Yes.
And with meditation practice, if you get and it's particularly if you practice with a good teacher, you can learn to enter into all, other states or into a higher consciousness state. And it's not like that you have to do that, but it's just the sense that you are able to observe yourself and see what's happening and move yourself where you need to be.
So Karen, you're saying that it's kind of a process then, learning how to get to that. Okay.
Absolutely.
I want to get to hands, but Kurt, I'm gonna say out of love, bro, just don't race towards it. Lucid dreaming's not always dope, bro. Sometimes it's a realistic, shitty experience. And like, bro, just keep meditating like you're doing. It sounds like you're doing great, but
helpful guys. Helpful. Thank you so much.
Just stand by, bro. Just listen to pick it up and don't listen.
Yep.
Don't trust. I told you, bro. Don't trust everybody.
No, you got it, man. That is perfect. Perfect. Thank you.
Kent had his hand up.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he wanted to say something or not, but
in the blender there. I tried.
Okay. Yeah, man. Okay, so first of all, I put Nora's post in the Nest about the brainwaves states. Again, I don't know how effective those are, how placebo they are. I don't know. Just being real. They could be really effective. I know awesome people I trust who swear by it. So, and then,
Hold on real quick, Mormon. Logan, can you drop me from co-host and bring me back? Because I can't invite anybody else up.
Logan, are you there?
Logan.
I'll just
say
for now.
Take it.
Yeah, I'll just say real quick. I don't know if it's, I mean, this isn't the direction we're going, and maybe it's not like the best direction to go, but you actually have gains. Like, you're in a sweet spot, I think. And I know what it feels like to have people like, not like preach, but like say, oh, look, like focus on the positive. And it's like, well, shit, like so much got ruined and so much time got wasted. And but you really do just like you've got 2 kids, man. Like, I'm not much younger than you, and I would fucking kill to have 2 kids. Plus, you're single now, so you've got like the best of both worlds in a way. You know, obviously that's not like the ideal. You know, you want to have kids with a partner, and you want your kids to have their parents. But what happened, and it was best for you to part ways for sure. And it's probably best for your kids as well because they've got a healthier dad now. But yeah, man, I mean, focus on the good things you have going. You're like a kind, thoughtful, intelligent person. Like, you've got some killer cards in your hand, and just focusing on that. And then I think, like Karen said, just learning, being patient with yourself, and understanding that the whole meditation thing really is a process. It's kind of training your mind, you know, to sort of just recognize thoughts for what they are. Don't identify with them. Let them come and go. That's so huge for depression, but it doesn't come overnight, right? So I'm glad you're in here, dude. And
me too.
Keep coming back.
If you're with a narcissist, bro, you're on the other side of the combat. Like, you've lost the narcissist, you're on the other side of the combat. So like, the war is over. Like, now it's like, okay, hold on, let me just assess the damage. Let me fucking, you know what I mean? When you're in the midst of being with a narcissist in any way, like, a lot of people know this when they have like narcissistic parents, like, bro, like, or have narcissistic like partners. When you lose the narcissist, you're on the other side of the combat, bro. So like, don't just fucking chill. Enjoy your fucking headspace right now, you know? And I know you probably don't know how to do that quite yet, right? Because you were with a narcissist that you had 2 kids with, you know? So, Logan, fucking, are you there? Ground control. Major Tom, have we lost him?
God. Looks like maybe we have.
God. Yeah, dude, I actually, honestly, like,
I'm going to drop. Maybe someone can come up then.
What's that? What'd you say? I don't think that helps, Karen. Other people have dropped. I can't invite anybody else to speak.
Yeah, there's 3 open spots, so dropping out won't really help, and then you won't be able to come back. So, my dad was telling me over dinner today that last night he had a dream, and then he got up, went pee, came back, and his dream picked up again where it left off. And then he woke up again because he has like this oxygen. He has to, you know, he was fussing with something. Was up for a couple minutes, got back into bed. The dream picked up again. He had like a trilogy dream. Fucking rad.
Yeah, like, most of my lucid dreams have been absolutely terrifying, if I'm being honest. Like, and they have taken place or started in the place that I fell asleep, that's usually like an indicator for me. Like, I don't like transcend or go somewhere else. It's like I start in the spot that I fall asleep.
Oh wow. See, that almost seems like astral projection, but it's probably not. I don't know.
I don't have like astral. The only reason I would say not is because I don't have what would be prescribed as like astral projection type abilities within the dream. Like, you know, I don't have like all like autonomic sort of agency still, but it's still very, very real. Like, I don't have absolute autonomic agency.
Okay. Yeah, my dad wasn't lucid dreaming. He has before, but when he did, he like definitely told me about it because it's not something he does very often. But Shit, I'll just Kurt, have you? I don't want to repeat this story if everyone's heard it. I just had an experience a few months ago with lucid dreaming and like an alien face. Did I tell you guys that?
I don't remember hearing that.
So basically, I went to sleep and had this lucid dream. I won't go into all the details, but I was like by a lake and it was crazy cool. I could just float around, and I like zoomed in down at the ground, and there were like these little small like succulent plants that I like looked at, and it kind of looks like, and I've had this confirmed after, but in lucid dreaming, it's pretty common for like your vision to look like a very shallow depth of field camera lens, meaning like one thing will, whatever you're focusing on will be in focus, but then quickly anything be like outside of that, beyond it or in front of it is like blurry. It's out of focus. Anyway, chilling on the beach, and then like I heard like these voices, like talking, like an old man and then like a woman and an old black dude. And then all of a sudden they all kind of started like taunting me and laughing. And it felt like, didn't feel good. And then I woke up and I was in a state of sleep paralysis. And I didn't know this at the time, but apparently that combo is like you're prime for astral projection. And you're supposed to like flex your eardrums so you like hear that rumbling and just meditate. And if you do that after lucid and then into sleep paralysis, do that, like flex your eardrums and meditate, and you can apparently astral project. I didn't do that. Woke up in sleep paralysis, couldn't move a muscle, was looking at this person in bed next to me, and their face, like, I think this was a visual hallucination, but their face looked at me like, what the F is wrong with you? Like, because I apparently was like grunting or making noises. At least from my perspective, I remember being like I don't know, someone who's bound up with their mouth taped over or whatever. Anyway, I finally shook out of that, went back to sleep, had another lucid dream, woke up in sleep paralysis, same thing, broke out of it, went back to sleep again, third time. I don't remember lucid dreaming. But I saw like in this dream, maybe I was lucid dreaming, I can't remember, but there was like the side profile of like a gray alien face, which I always hated the face on the cover of Communion. I always wanted the grays to look like, I wanted the grays to look like the emoji, right? Or like,
yeah.
But this thing didn't look like what I wanted it to. It looked like the Communion one, and I saw it from the side. It had like a weird shaped side profile, and it was kind of like almost looked like a graphic. Like I had seen this face before in another dream I had just a month or two before that, but that's kind of irrelevant. It was more realistic in that one. In this one, it was just like bright neon outlines of like the shape of this alien's head from the side. And then it slowly like turned its head to look at me. And then as soon as it like was deadlocked center and we were like making eye contact, I heard this really high pitched like ringing, and all the lines that like made up this image I was looking at were like shimmering and wiggling around like they were being vibrated. And this sound didn't sound like a person screaming, but like the feeling it gave me was like someone shrieking out of terror, and it just freaked the hell out of me. Woke up again in a state of sleep paralysis. Remembered what Paul had told me about flexing my eardrums, but I guess I didn't listen close enough about the meditation thing, because I didn't do that. But point being is I never did astral project, but that was a weird experience, and since then, I'm like, I'm good. Like, I don't want to go any deeper than that. Like, it freaked me out.
I've had singular experience with something that I couldn't explain. That was, I would say 3 years ago. And well before that, before I dumped my my life and started over, which I did now. I mean, I'm not gonna say I like dropped everything. I started working with my friend who started his own company, got rid of the 9-to-5 bullshit and all the crap, and trying to relax and do what you're saying. So my question is, you get to a point. Was that how long ago did you have that experience, Kimball?
That was like 2 months ago.
See, that's recent. And so that's where I'm at. And I've had an experience that was very vivid. And I want to say 3 or 4 years ago. And it was unexpected. And it was something I woke up and go, I was going to the bathroom thinking to myself, holy shit, wait a minute. And like thinking about it, I'm still stuck in the rigmarole of normalcy. And so now there's a lot of other things that have happened that I've never paid attention to. And, that's why I say pay attention to synchronicities, because the moment I had that clarity when I woke up and said, what am I doing? It's not, I can't stay with this woman for my kids to grow up. And some people, maybe that's what you need to do. Maybe that's the best option. And, in a lot of ways, it would have been the best option, maybe. But look no, it's not. And I little tidbits of bullshit in between. Sorry, guys. But back to the dreaming part is, I am worried that I can't dream well anymore. And I have talked to people that say, when they stop smoking weed, it helps. Some say it's anxiety, some say it's medication, some say whatever. And then you get into the psychedelics, like you brought up, Kimball, and that brings it to a whole different level of consideration. So my whole point to everybody here that's listening to this, and thank you. This is amazing. This is therapy for me. This is, and I had a great therapist too before. My whole point is that I am at this fork in the road. I know I've probably said this in a different way before, but I'm at a fork in the road now where I'm ready. If that makes sense. And I know you guys are talking, Kimball, you're telling me exactly where I was about a year ago. I am over the narcissistic person. Well, you're never over them, but I am aware of my situation. I'm aware of what I've done, what my, I guess, part in all of this was. I went through the part of blaming myself for, that's the hardest part. You blame yourself, holy shit, this woman's a fucking beast. I don't care what she looks like. She's an asshole. She's Satan. And then you have to undo all of that mind work you created with someone that you truly loved. So now I look at it where and I'm not saying that I'm not looking at it as wasted time. I'm not. And I get that. I am looking at it as damage done in the sense where it's trauma. And I've lost my ability to enjoy certain things in life and dream the way I used to when I was young. It wasn't all like a big shockwave. Like it didn't just hit me. It's been gradual and it keeps going. Since I've made this change, my life physically and emotionally and my kids, my family, it's better. My poor kids, I mean, they see it and it breaks my heart, but they see it, they see her and they are smarter than her and that sucks. But anyway,
yeah, man, again, I would just say take your time, man. You've sustained some psychic damage, man. Just take some time.
Oh yeah.
But I want to get to some like rabbis.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But I just want to say thank you to all you guys, okay?
Of course, brother. Yeah, Rabbi.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. As many of you know, I stream my life all day, every day. And that means when I'm asleep, I'm streaming. And I have found recently that describing whatever my dream was to a camera, I don't think it has to be that way, but has been very beneficial for me remembering what it has been days later. I noticed in the past, I have not had that kind of benefit. When I don't describe it, I'll forget the dream immediately. But I just know there are people who have dream journals. I think that's definitely something that's beneficial. And people have said, you can record it like your phone. I think those are really important aspects too. Some things that I've learned. I used to lucid dream when I was a child, and I shouldn't say lucid. Lucid dream when I was a child, but I stopped that ability, and I researched the topic, and at least from what I could understand, the thing that prevents us from doing that is the calcification of the pineal gland. And so then what I did is ended up getting some water filters. You can get Berkey water filters, Alexa Pure. You can get a reverse osmosis system, but really anything that limits hard metals in your system, I think is beneficial. And I was able to lucid dream again as an adult. I would say as well, something that I do, I can almost control some of the characters in my dreams if I am like watching it could be a movie or a podcast or really anything that right before I go to bed. In fact, last night, I was in this space. I was here with some other people. There were only like a handful of us. And we had the issue where we couldn't bring people up. And so I asked the room, well, do you want me to just stream something? It was on Freemasonry. And they said that they did. And wouldn't you know it, I think I fell asleep during it. And I had a dream on Freemasonry. And when I awoke, I immediately described the dream to the camera, and I can still vividly remember it. I can remember who was in it. And I just find that if you want to be able to recollect what your dreams were immediately when you awake, do some kind of transcription of what happened or describe it in the best way possible, and you'll be able to remember it days later. At least I found, and I also find it interesting. I believe it was Kurt who said, yeah, I could be wrong on this, might have been Paranormal, that their father had like a trilogy type dream. I have had similar aspects too. I think that that's definitely a thing. And one last thing to what Paranormal has said, at least when it comes to the Greys, I have heard that they do look like what is on the cover of the communion book. And I also want them to look like the emoji. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. I found that I can get into a lucid state very easily after I'm already well rested and have a REM cycle already behind me. So like on weekends, if I sleep in, I lay on my back and I can continue to sleep. And I feel like I'm pushing, after you already have like a REM cycle, you get up at 6 o'clock or whatever. You're like, I'm going to go back to sleep. I lay on my back, and I'm usually pretty consistently, I can initiate a lucid dream. They're fucking terrifying because I don't have any control over those in my the other agents, but yeah.
Well, I want to let Kurt go, but how is it a lucid dream if you don't have like
Well,
control?
I say that, I mean, by lucid, I mean lucidity. Like, it's absolutely real. Like, I start in a very real scenario within my home.
Oh, okay. Oh, I think I see what you're saying.
And then throughout the entire dream, like, I am me. I'm not like
in bed.
Or
are you
like,
in bed, or are you like walking
I
around?
start in bed, and then I move and I begin to walk around.
Do you live alone?
Yeah, you
No,
can
I
control
don't.
it. You could control it then, right?
Yeah, I can control myself pretty easily, and then I can control. A lot of times, I can move through, I can pick up the pace of a dream, and that's really hard to explain. But like,
I get it. I
can sort of modulate the stakes. I can modulate the stakes of the dream.
Well said. Yeah.
But I can't go, like, let's say I turn the knob up to 10.
Can you modulate D's nuts?
Yeah, I can modulate D's nuts. Actually, it's really hard for me to nut in my dream. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't really get there either. But like, yeah, like,
when you're young, it's easier.
Yeah, I can't nut in the dream. I've attempted, but like,
moving on.
Yeah, moving on. Go ahead, Kurt.
Real quick, and I'm done for this, guys. Unless you guys pull me back. I have a question for Rabbi. I want to ask him something, what he was saying. But Dan, what you're saying is that makes sense, because I've had lucid dreams that I didn't realize when I was young, and and what you're saying, you're describing exactly, these feelings. There's one quick point I want to make, and I promise it'll take me 10 seconds here. When I've had this dream, and it's never been the same person, the same soul. Maybe it has been, but it just looks different. And I can't remember her face. But as I hit puberty, I had these dreams about, a specific girl, my age, same age. I'm young and kid at puberty. And I met her, we walk around, and we were like, it was vivid. And the point is that I was in love. I felt what love felt like. I could feel love at a very, very young age. And I know what that felt like. I don't think most people can get that, or somebody tell me if they do that as well. But I've experienced
had that in
love.
dreams where you just feel like overwhelming compassion for this person. You wake up and you're so bummed out that it wasn't real.
Yes, but I've had it with one specific person in a dream. It's nobody I know. It's just this.
Like
it's this blurry face.
You mean?
Yes.
Damn.
It's a blurry face. And you're right, Kimmel. You're right. It's like it's devastating waking up from that. It's like you lay down and fuck it. I won't go to work today if I, It's. But my point is this: I believe that feeling I feel is more real than what I think the general population understands or knows or has felt. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel that way, that how strong I feel. And then what I really wanted to ask Rabbi, the point he made about, eliminating metals and all that, Rabbi, for your experience, besides all the tactics and advice you had with, trying to eliminate things, you agree that age changed your ability to dream, and age is definitely a factor. My question is this for everybody: as we grow older towards death and get closer to that end of the spectrum of life, can we dream like we did when we were younger? I'm just asking. I'm just thinking. That's it.
It's a great question. And to my knowledge, it's less related to age as it is to how calcified your pineal gland is. The reason why we have such vivid and perhaps lucid dreams as children is because our pineal glands aren't very calcified. However, as we grow older with age, they become more calcified depending on your diet. If you lower the amount of, particularly fluoride is the issue that comes into play with the calcification of the pineal gland. If you're able to lower that intake, I believe that you'll have more vivid, perhaps more often, and perhaps even lucid dreams. And that's just been in my experience. I'm 37, so I'm not like, I wish I had more time to experiment on the notion as to whether age has more to do with it. But I personally have found that it has a lot to do with how calcified your pineal gland is, and that usually occurs more with age.
Well, Rabbi, I'll let you keep speaking. I had your hand before, and you answered my question perfectly, because age is one thing, but it's really, I think the question I'm asking is spirituality in experience, more so than age of the body, age of the mind. And you answered the question perfectly, because the body that we use, our vessel, if we don't have certain things in order, it will lose that ability for our soul to see. It's just like, going blind or not being able to, your eyesight leaving you is just a weak example of what I'm trying to say here. So what you're saying, I understand. This is exactly why I'm here. This is perfect. It's you got to do it in both ways, I think.
There's a chemical element, Kurt, but what I would also say is, like, my sister and I both had traumatic experiences as children.
Gotcha.
And she didn't dream at all.
Really?
She very recently told me, Michael, do you dream? Asked me that in the car. And I was like,
wow.
What? What? What the fuck are you talking about? I was like, yeah, we all dream. And I was like, how the fuck are you, what are you even saying? And I was like, and I would say, I think that if you have trauma, there's the chemical element, but there's also there's also a psychic element. And that's why I said, Kurt, earlier, you're under psychic trauma and under psychic attack, so don't force it.
Yeah. No, and
So
that's
yeah,
amazing. It's amazing because I mean, I have multiple. I have PT. I was already diagnosed with PTSD before the narcissistic bullshit. Like the narcissistic bullshit was my escape and my safety net, and then I realized that I was just naked in the street the whole time. So I get that, and I understand the trauma part. What I'm learning and hearing from you, and I think Ocean told me this a while back, or like not recently, is that like, you know, my therapist brought out in the fact that I'm an empath, and it's part of the, you know, being a leader. I'm a leader. I've been successful at work. You know, I make great money and all that bullshit. But I don't fucking care. I want to live my life in my soul. And now listening to what you're saying, I see it. I get it. You're making sense to me in the fact that no, I didn't experience trauma the same way or in any way at all compared to somebody else, but it has an effect in general that I never really thought about. And the biggest part for me is I just recently accepted my PTSD. And I mean, I had a near-death experience when surgery and all that shit, another space, as in 2011. But the point is that you guys are helping me, guiding me in understanding and listening to I should research, what I should think about, and how to handle it. And this is invaluable to me, guys. It really is. I if anybody wants to bash this Twitter shit and all the nonsense, that's why I get upset when like people are ripping on Logan because like I love UFOs and research all that and the paranormal, but man, I'm selfishly getting a benefit from you guys right now. That means a lot, and that's really what I'm trying to say. So, thanks.
Feelings mutual, dude.
go ahead, Rabbi.
Definitely feelings mutual. Kurt, you're in good company. I would say some other things that may be beneficial to you. I don't know if you've ever had a sleep study that's been conducted. I've had multiple. It's important to know what your oxygen levels are while you're sleeping. Perhaps, I'm not saying you do, but you may want to get tested for sleep apnea. Additionally, the amount of blue light that is radiating from your room can cause issues with your pineal gland. And so it's good to wear a sleep mask if you're familiar with what those are. And additionally, blackout curtains can be very beneficial. One other thing I'd like to say is the different types of dreams. I'm sure that there are multiple levels of it, but there's like a standard dream where you don't know what you're dreaming and you can't control it. Then there's the ability to control it. And then I feel is like the top level, which is that you know that you're dreaming and that you can control it like a video game, and you can actually consciously awake if anything occurs in the dream that you don't like to happen. And I find that really if your pineal gland is decalcified as best as possible, that's the kind of deep dreams that you may have. Thank you for letting me contribute.
Spot on, Rabbi. Spot on your explanation, because I had that experience once and I was too naive to care or think about it. You're spot on. Thank you.
If any of you guys want to come, Ocean, Andrew, Benno, fucking accept my shit. Alicia, I see you in here all the time. Do you not speak here? I see you always in these spaces. Come on, girl.
I've only heard her speak like once or twice. And that's fine. People can listen.
Yeah, I guess it's fine. That's nice. I appreciate that. But sometimes I be wanting to hear people speak, bro. Can I not want that?
No, you can. I'm sorry.
I don't even know
wait,
who you
but
are, Paramormon.
Can you bring people up though, or not?
Yeah, I can. I can invite them. Ocean, can you tell me if you're getting this invite? Accepting requests. So what's funny is after it actually worked. After Karen dropped, I was able to accept Kurt and Rabbi's request, but then I went to accept hers, and then I couldn't.
Oh, dude, maybe what happened is you sent too many invites to speak. Did you invite people to speak?
No. This
Okay.
happened earlier to what's his name?
Mellow Demon.
No, Logan dropped him. Oh, it happened to Sally.
Weird.
Dude, Logan was what?
Oh, well, not you, but Kurt, what do you feel like you're like missing? Like, what do you? I mean, obviously you went through some shit. It's been 2 years. You've had some distance with this beast, but what do you feel is missing in your life?
Basically, I'm trying to sum it up. I don't want to go in depth, but I would say that I am living my life for the first time, standing here talking to you guys. I was riding my bike because I'm still outside at 2 a.m. or where the fuck time it is, 3 a.m.
Dude, me too. Night walks are the best.
So, yeah, I mean, I saw some shit in the sky too. I took some pictures.
Night
And I don't
walks
know
get you in trouble, woman.
Oh, that's true. That is, I agree though.
We're
Yeah,
white, so it's fine for us.
It is fine for you. Actually, you're
No,
right.
but
You're right.
I think I'm at that fork in the road, Kimball. I don't know. Don't know. It's like you know, like they say in like Shawshank Redemption when they set the people free and they want to go back to prison. Like that's kind of similar. That's not what I want, but it's like holy. I'm still going through the process of forgiving myself for being so fucking stupid, and then also I am taking in new experience, and at the same time I left my other job, my successful job, because it's all part of the fucking trauma to me. The whole lifestyle. I mean, I have a buddy that's got his company, and I'm starting up another one with them, which is fine, but he's given me a ton of flexibility. So that's why I'm out here in the middle of the fucking park talking to you fine people. Oh, I am blessed.
Dude, you're living.
Blessed.
It sounds like you're living.
I am blessed. I'm living, but I'm suffering because it's just not there. My mind.
I feel like we might be in similar spots, different stories, but I'm like having a hard time moving on from what I just left.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Like,
that's a great way to put it.
Almost like finding like what's next? Like what am I supposed to do? Like not supposed to, like what does God want? But like what do I want to do next? What are my next steps? I don't know. It's challenging and it's daunting.
Well, it's like he was saying. I mean, they've repeated it 3 times. He's right. It's because, you know, it's a trauma thing, and it's you know, going into this new phase, this new, I guess, reality, this new electrical impulse in my brain. It's different. Everything's different. I mean, I lost the ability to enjoy things. My hobby used to be when they all first came out, drones, flying drones, and my little kids, when they were little, loving it. Everything's a fucking it's a dud now. And so you have to go through it. You know, they've tried to set me up on, you know, dating sites and all that, and which I did that. I did it. And it was fine, but it's not a problem. You know, I don't want to say I'm bored. It just wasn't the problem. And, you know, my friends, I love them.
Scratching the itch.
Yeah.
This is a weird question, Kurt, but were you interested in the UFO phenomena before you?
I would say,
or like, did this? Yeah,
I would think.
I think you understand what I'm asking.
I would think 15% of me, where the rest was all paranormal. My kids watch Ghost Adventures with me because that's something they can watch. They like it, and they like the green, like the night vision puts them to sleep. But for me, it was always researching the paranormal, and you know, I haven't really had experiences. I'm not a investigator, but it was something that I enjoy and that I'm curious about, and would help me sleep at night in the middle of a shit life, which was actually a perfect life to everyone else, but help me just separate my mind. And that's something that I went into a long time ago. I mean, I probably say 2007. And as I got older, it's just, you know, starting to think about things, and you take your experiences and you research and internet. And so again, I'm not someone who goes out there and tries to investigate or have a say in anything. I'm not looking for a reputation. I'm not looking to show anybody up. I tend to compliment people on here because it's like, damn, I'm not used to like hearing some of these these different points of view. You know, this is something I've neglected myself with. I love my friends, but they're the typical guys that I grew up with in my neighborhood and growing up. You know, I had a great life. I'm not bitching. It's just that that's not me. I had a different part of my brain that was always there that I never, went with. And I took the easy route. Well, I won't say easy, but comfortable. And everything was basically into my life, not money-wise, not that way. Like my wife, my ex-wife, I met her in 6th grade. And then, we went out and did our life and all that and came back together. It wasn't like we were together since 6th grade. But it's like I always had that to fall back on. I always had an option. I always had the. I didn't let myself free to go out and experiment and do things that I should have did because I'm too fucking loyal. And I was always loyal to her ass behind in my subconscious, and now we get divorced and she had a boyfriend like within like 2 weeks, it's like I knew you since 6th grade. So, that's that kind of trauma where it's like the reality of someone that, could truly deeply love a woman, love a person, that loves someone that doesn't know what love is. And in her defense, her father was a narcissist too. He was an asshole, and that's whole nother ball wax. But
so Kurt, it sounds like you're trying to get on the field, you're trying to play the field. They're trying to hook you up on the dating sites. How high would you say somebody being into this freaky deaky shit would it fall on you finding your next partner? Like, if you were going to screen your next partner, ideally, would you say, hey, you got to be into like the wacky ass shit I'm into?
No, here's what I'd say. Someone that's into UFOlogy or any type of thought process like that is open enough and has that mindset is a great start for me because I need that. I am a very creative and thought-provoking person. My ex-wife, it openly admitted to me that I'm not deep, Tom. I'm not deep. That's what she used to call me. It was my nickname. So I go into this now, and it's like I need to find somebody that at least understands me on a level where I never had before. So to answer your question, that's a great starting point. It has nothing to do with what I'm looking for in life, but yet it could have everything to do with what I'm looking for in life because I don't know. Again, I need somebody
paranormal crystal woo girls. They're a little freaky, bro. I think that's what you need. I think that's the
exactly.
I'm
not looking.
I think that's the jump start you need. Am I wrong, Mormon?
I think so. I think everyone's different, but I would say it's like a perk. It's like a bonus if they're into it, but like it wouldn't be a deal breaker by any means. In fact, I would almost like recommend people
Man, you guys are way ahead of where I'm at,
weirdos in here.
Listen, I think
you need that
bro.
jump start,
you just got done with a narcissist. You just need a nice normal woman.
You're saying he needs to go get a Mormon girl? That's what you're telling me?
No, a nice normal woman. Like she doesn't need to be into UFO. It'd be cool, but like there's normal people here, but there's a lot of weird ones.
I want somebody that can start the conversation, and I can learn for what I'm looking for. It's like. I did the dating app thing, and it's like it goes so far, and there's some great people out there, but man, they're so hung up on things that I'm like, that's what drove me nuts. So I'm done. And
it's so funny. Sorry.
I don't want to be like ignorant towards them, but that's what happens.
It's so funny because in a lot of these other like, I'm involved in like gun spaces or like liberty spaces or whatever. And like they all have like side communications and like freaky deaky DM talks and stuff on Twitter.
I'm not into that.
Like Twitter is a dating app for a lot of people. It seems like
it isn't for me. It's a therapy app for me. But sorry,
it might be that way for Logan. But like, I don't see it. Is that happening? Is it happening, Kimball? Is it happening for you?
No, it's not. I don't think it's happening. But if it is, that's fine. But I would.
Are we out of the loop?
I
You
would
wouldn't
never
date.
come here
I
to
don't know.
date. To find someone to date, it's like the last place I would go.
You wouldn't date. You wouldn't
Everybody's
date.
fake.
You
I
no.
just
Hold
wouldn't.
on. Hold on.
I don't know. First of
You
all,
wouldn't
most
date
people.
like a Twitter crystal girl.
I mean, I would, but I wouldn't find them on Twitter. Does that make sense? Like, I wouldn't come on here to look for someone.
I don't know, bruh. I think I
Well,
might.
I know a couple people on Twitter that I've communicated with, and then I kind of mess around and banter with them and over compliment them on purpose. but yeah, when it comes down to it, I mean, dating, geez, one's in California, one's in Miami. I don't know. It's like, how do you overcome that? I mean, I can fly them out, but is that gonna work?
You gotta. It's 2023, bro. You gotta fly them out. You
All
gotta
right.
fly them out.
I mean, I can do it.
Don't spend too much money though. It's a onesie twosie deal.
Yeah. All right.
It's a onesie twosie.
I'm not there yet. I haven't found her yet, but I mean, I'm definitely hoping. I always told myself, you'll just know. You just know if you meet that point, and it hasn't hit. And I've had the experience of meeting someone that I really had feelings for too. This is probably 3 years ago when my marriage was over. And she was going through the same thing. So we kind of connected on that. And that was kind of a nice starting point for me to kind of, give myself the confidence to leave that, toxic relationship. And, we kind of, bounced off each other. So her and I, we're still in contact. By no means, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that she's the one or anything, but that was very helpful. And that's kind of what I'm looking for. Someone that understands and that I can understand. And believe me, I'm pretty fucking damn good when it comes to taking care of, people and listening to them. I'm an empath, for Christ's sake, is what they're telling me. But it just comes down to the appreciation someone feels for your thought and your emotion. And if you just constantly get stonewalled with, emotionally closed people, and as you get older, everybody in life's got their own business to do, and families and bullshit and work, and you just go through it, and you're expected. This culture is garbage. You're expected to just deal with it. And I did. I made my fucking living. I've got that taken care of. Now it's like, before I fucking die, what do I want to do? Be happy. I got my kiddos. My kiddos are perfect. I love them. I'm knocking on wood.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I wish we had a female element in here, because I'm gonna give you some 90s sitcom fucking or some bullshit that my older cousin told me. I wish I had something for you, but
yeah.
What I would say is, man, the dating situation is terrible right now from anybody that I've heard. So I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
I could give you some pointers on that outside of Twitter, maybe, but I think Rabbi has his hand up.
I understand what you're saying, Kurt. I tagged you in the Purple Pill with some pickup routines. I don't know if you're familiar with a pickup artist is. I'm not saying you have to go out there and just slang dick all over the place, but what I am saying is that there are some important psychological routines that you can use with women that may improve your chances. It's good to just know about these things as well. They're pretty simple, but they're basically used around the world for attracting the opposite sex. You seem like you're definitely a catch, and also when it comes to the dating app, I understand that a lot of times the people aren't in your area. I can recommend, if you have an Android app, it's usually a little easier, but you can use auto clickers. So you just download an app called Auto Clicking. It's called Auto Clicker or Click Assistant are ones that I use. And you go on Tinder or Match.com or any of your
Hinge.
major.
All right, hold on. Can everybody hold on for 1 second? First of all, Rabbi, I'm your new biggest fan after what you just said. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculously awesome. Like, thank you. That's crazy. I love your technical processing and the way you speak to it. Your technical processing speaks to my emotional processing perfectly. It's dude, it's nice to meet you. And then the other thing I'm going to say is that, dude, I'm not looking fucking for a date right now, guys. Like, this turned into that. I'm not. But I appreciate what you guys are all saying. I'm not there yet. I'm not looking. I'm just living finally. And I did the dating app thing because, my friends think that that's the way you cope with things, right? And I did it. And it was interesting. And one weekend I was bored in my apartment and just was sitting there, and like, oh, let's go look at it again. And like, holy shit. So I started bantering with back and forth with a bunch of people. And finally I realized, that's it. Went on one date and it was okay. And she ended up going back to her husband. So I don't know if she was even divorced. And then the other person I was talking to still talks to me, but she wants to be, talking to me, maybe like a babysitter type thing. I don't know. But anyway, it's not been a good experience. It's not, but I haven't tried. That's my point. I haven't really tried. I have not.
And that's totally respectable. Just to finish my point with the auto clickers, essentially what you can have these things do is a lot of the legwork that normally you have to do with the swiping on apps, just have the app do it for you, these auto clickers, and then choose from the huge group of women that you will attract. And
Yeah,
go
but
from there.
Rabbi, how does that work though? Does it know what to click? I don't understand. Like, tell me
Sure.
what it does. Just
Absolutely. So normally you have Tinder and you have to swipe right if you like a woman,
right.
right? Okay. Well, if you get an auto clicker, it puts an overlay over the app so that you no longer have to.
I'm on Bumble. I'm on Bumble. That makes any difference. I don't
Absolutely.
know what the fuck I'm talking about, but yeah, I'm on Bumble.
Yeah. So in the same way that you have to swipe right generally on
Okay.
women, it just does this for you automatically. So you can save your time by spending time with your kids or doing whatever else you want. And this app is an overlay over Bumble that automatically clicks the screen for you. And what it will do is save you a lot of time. And then you'll get a huge amount of women. Basically what I'm saying, this is what most guys do, is they swipe right on every woman, and then what they do is then which women swipe back for them, and then you have the mutual match.
Okay.
That's all I would say. Thank you.
God, I wish we had a woman. I wish we had a woman up here speaking right now. I'm sorry, ladies, if you hear this technical
Rabbi, I understand what you're saying, though, man.
shit. I'm sorry, y'all. This is your fault. Come speak, but go ahead, Mormon. Go ahead.
Hey, he means well. Rabbi means well. He's trying to help me.
He does, because that's what I would do.
Yeah.
I would do exactly that. But I just want to.
You never know how it works. Hey, love is true love is next to impossible to find. I'm convinced after what I've been through, but you never know.
Look, what I'm about to say is going to make people put me in a box that I'm not in. And that's one of the worst things about society right now, is like, you can't be in the middle. People are going to be like, oh, you're woke, or oh, you're a misogynist.
They don't want to associate with you then, yeah.
Yeah. But, and it's also caveated. And I don't want to make a huge deal out of this, but just
Andrew
Tate, when you do get ready to date, I would not recommend pickup artist shit, bro. Like, I think it's a little bit sexist. I mean, obviously, some people who criticize that stuff are like way over the top, and like, there's probably some valuable information in there, but like some of it is misogynistic. Go ahead.
Obviously, but I have to accept each and everyone's opinion. If I was receiving that advice and it was within a misogynic type of advice and trying, I don't believe it was. I know how people are.
I don't either. And I like knowing Rabbi, which I don't know Rabbi super well.
Exactly.
But from what I know about him, he's not that guy.
He's a technical, efficient person trying to help. And I think everybody on this space is smart enough to understand that. So you're right. And that's why, his point is just trying to get to the point. And that it's my job to be to do what I want to do. And that's all. I mean, that's it's overkill, Kimball, right now. I got you.
I figured.
He means well. And I'm not looking to date, by the way. Gonna go.
I do think that there's a psychological element in the new dating datosphere, right? That's changed from back in the day that I think a lot of
100%.
these like pickup artists or like alpha males are tapping into. I think there's something to it, right, Kimball?
Oh, I eat alpha males for dinner. Fuck them.
Well, what I'm saying is like I think
That's the
what
best
they're
shit I've
doing is
heard
like
all night,
hacking.
bro.
I think they're hacking something.
Fuck alpha males,
Yeah,
though,
yeah,
dude. That
fuck
whole
them. Fuck
paradigm
them.
is such bullshit.
Oh, dude,
Yeah,
I
I
built
definitely think
my
it's bullshit.
career, I built my life on standing up to an entire football team in 8th grade, sticking up for my friend that got fucking bullied.
No,
Fuck
I do think
that.
that women in the dating sphere are just as fucked as men. So these alpha male types are hacking some exploit that where like women that are dating are at just as much of a disadvantage as men's, and then these alpha male sort of
The issue though is that like it's really sad and pathetic that it has to come to that, right? Like if
yeah
you have to hack these bitches, then like
yeah
you're dating
they're
the
like
wrong bitches.
interlocutors, bro. They're like interlocutors.
It's like Trump with the far left. Like he's like the mirror image of them, which is why he's so powerful
so like
and toxic.
effective at whatever it is he's trying.
Yeah, and
to get
it
across.
sucks.
Yeah.
I say
So
I say just remove yourself from that
pretending?
whole bullshit.
They're pretending, you're saying, or they're
No,
they're
what I'm saying is like, okay, so if dating's hard for you, Kurt, it's probably also
I got
hard
you.
for women. And then you
Yeah.
have as a whole, right? Think about it on a macro scale. Don't put yourself in the situation.
Well, I haven't tried to date yet though, so I can't
No,
say that.
I'm
But go
not
ahead.
talking about you. I'm talking about dating as in the macro.
Oh, I see. Using me as an example. Okay, go.
Yeah. Not you, but like
I
in
got
the
you. I got
macro
sorry.
sphere.
Sorry.
Like, so
I
if
apologize.
dating's hard for most men, it's probably just as hard for a lot of women. And then you have these like interlocutors that can sort of get into this and then basically hack it by acting like they're people that they're not in order to to get whatever they want out of the situation,
Which is pussy. It's all just all they want is pussy,
bro. It is
but,
pussy.
But I think Kurt is looking for more than pussy though. Like maybe I'm wrong, and it's totally fine if he just wants put. That's totally fine. But like that's the problem with those pickup.
Honestly, I don't even think that they're effective. I don't think that works for most of the people who fucking
You're probably
worship at
right.
that altar.
That's why I'm saying just not that Kurt is even dating or even close to wanting to do, but just anyone just anyone.
Listen,
just like be your best self and like hold up. Let me just make this point real quick. Let me make this point real quick.
Thanks, Kimball. Go ahead. I'll be my best self. Go ahead.
I just want like. So yeah, like the dating scene has changed and it's shittier and blah blah blah. But like, if you like, I don't know, the vibration shit and the attraction shit is real. Like there's something to it. Like if you're on a certain frequency, you're gonna attract that frequency.
Yes.
Like I have found the most amazing woman, and she grew up in a third world country, and now she lives here and makes bungo money. She's got a work ethic, like. And she's solid. She's like Christian, which I'm not really, but I'm just saying, like, awesome people are still out there, and don't buy into this bullshit.
Bro, I know. Kimball, are you Latina pilled?
What?
You're Latina pilled. I knew it.
Latina build. What does that mean?
You went and found you a little Latina Christian girl with all.
Oh, dude. I think we talked about this. She's Jamaican.
Oh yeah, that's right. My man's on his jerk chicken vibe. Oh, blood clot, bumba
dude,
clot.
she is so fucking cool.
Thanks, Kimball. Thanks for helping me, though, man. Sorry.
No, you're good. Not that you even needed it or you're even dating. I'm just saying, like, I just feel like let's not contribute to the problem.
I would love to find a woman. I would love it. But
as dudes, though, I guess my main point is just as dudes, let's not perpetuate the problem by being shitty versions of the shitty dating pool. You know?
Yeah, that's what your point is, and it's agreed. Yeah, you're barking up the wrong trees, preaching to the choir. You know, it's whatever. That's me. I get it. The point I'm making is I'm new to all this shit. This is like a brand new realm for me. Because, like I said, my ex-wife, I met her in 6th grade. So I always had this beautiful, beautiful woman that I always could fall back on. And what I did is I didn't go and experience life. I didn't date girls. I didn't do that. I mean, I had a couple, but I always was just had her in my mind, and so now I'm trying to tap you guys for advice about how to just go about it. That's it. I mean, I don't know. That's it. I got to get my other shit together first.
Dan puts up a front, but I'm pretty sure you could tap that ass. He wants it.
Damn.
Nah, bro.
Logan's back, guys.
God, Logan.
Well, no offense, it ain't my thing, but all right.
I'm making gay jokes. I'm sorry.
Nah, I got a virgin butthole, bro. This is I don't pop pussy for nobody, bro. I'm going to the Lord.
Good for you. Good for you, man.
I'm going to the Lord. I'm going to meet the Lord after this.
You're behind me. It's still intact.
I'm gonna need you to get another co-host up here, B.
All right, who wants?
Give it to Kimball or somebody.
Give it to Rabbi. Speaking of which, like, as if Rabbi needs any fucking books, go look at his profile and tell me if you find a more attractive, like, male smile. God damn. No Cuomo, but you got a great smile, bro.
Thank you so much for your kind words. You make my day. Thank you.
Yeah, how the bitches ain't knocking down his door when he puts his address out there, I don't know.
It's probably the yarmulke. Oh, that was too far. That was bad.
No, you're good, baby.
He's got the yarmulke on, ass naked, tapping. Hey, from behind, like, oh, hey, oh. Been this dreidel up in you, honey. Get there. Dappa. Rabbi probably out
Miles
here.
of fucking top.
Rabbi out here slinging dick, respectfully.
Yeah, I mean, like, what other rabbi would pop into the space and be like, "Yo, what's up, pimps?"
Rabbi, are you offended right now? You need to alleviate us. We just made some bad jokes.
No, you guys are good.
No, I mean, I wasn't even joking. That's a literal quote from Rabbi. You told me that today.
I fuck with Rabbi, man. I love his takes.
They're unique. One question we were talking about dating. I don't normally do this, but does anyone... Go
did
ahead.
Kurt just bounce? Sorry. What happened to Kurt?
I think he bounced.
Shit. Sorry, go ahead, Rabbi.
He's on Bumble. One thing I think is interesting, and I just kind of like to take the pulse of the room. Do you mention to your significant other, perhaps, that you're into types of esoteric ufology and stuff?
I do eventually.
But not right off the bat, correct?
Not unless I really feel the vibe is right, you know?
I'm in agreement with you on that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, how you can be like, put your best foot forward. You don't want to like embarrass yourself right away.
Agreed. I mean, and you don't want people to think that takes up your entire life.
Even though it does,
like,
yeah.
How does that not come up like, oh, okay, now I need to press you, Kimball. Like, how does it not come up like when you're just like, when you're in like the midst of exchange? I'm not saying that you like are talking her ear off about communion and fucking Dodie and like all the particulars of the situation. You're not talking about the players, but like, you don't go, hey, have you ever heard of the Phoenix Lights?
Well, I mean, it, like I said, eventually it does. And now, fortunately, all you have to do is drop the New York Times title and it's legit, like this is a thing. It's not just tinfoil hats anymore. But no, I mean, talk about like dating tips. Again, not that anyone here is dating. I'm just saying to the universe, like you want to ask the person you're courting, you're dating, you want to ask them about them. You want to get them going on what they're interested in, not just as like a strategy or like a manipulate, it's about genuinely like learning who they are and learning to be interested and excited about what they're interested and excited about.
Because I mean, just pushback though, Kimball. Like when you're trying to connect and let her know who you are, right? You're probably going to mention, "Hey, I'm an ex-Mormon," or "Hey, I'm into this, and that." and like eventually you're gonna be like, have you ever heard of this? Like just in like deep conversation, right? When you're just like talking about shit.
Yeah. I mean, I do. I definitely do. Like usually, I mean, it just happened earlier tonight. Someone asked me, and I was like, I like hiking, I like design, I like great food, I like philosophy, and I most of all love like
Butthole
great
sex.
conversation, butthole sex, and most of all, I love great
You should stop
conversation, which
joking
is
about
why
that as
I'm
a
on.
Mormon.
I'm not a Mormon, bitch. But no. Usually I'll like
Well,
ease
I thought
into
you
it.
were, my bad.
Usually I'll ease into it and be like, do you have any like what's the word, like pet
Like
conspiracy theories, or like
yeah.
are you into any paranormal stuff? You can just say paranormal, because bitches be into astrology and crystals and shit, so you can like find out a little bit about them, and then you can gauge from there whether you want to dive into the UFO stuff, or you can I actually took this Mormon girl out on a date last year, and she drops the bomb on the first date that she works for Northrop Grumman. I was like, oh shit, you ever heard of Elizondo? And I told her the whole thing. And she was like, whoa, seriously? She didn't even know about it. She works for one of these like military, aerospace manufacturer, whatever. We never texted again, but like I didn't care. She needed that intel, right?
You got to learn to listen more and speak less on those first couple dates.
Exactly.
Then they think you care. Then you get them. Next thing you know, you rail about your conspiracy theories over and over until they.
Oh, I thought you were gonna.
Get
I thought you were gonna say
restraining
something
order,
else
and then
after rail.
honor the restraining order, Kimball. When they give you a restraining order, you got to honor that.
Wait, what? You think I'm on a restraining order?
Like, don't. You signed on the dotted line.
I need to get a restraining order. That's a good idea.
Oh, so hold on, like I'm like a little bit like over a year into this relationship, and I mean I just kept the other person, you guys, talking the entire time, and you guys have still kept talking about yourself, and I still have yet to tell you how much I'm not into UFOs. I mean into UFOs. I'm like that good.
You're the best, Logan. That's fine.
I do it right. Thank you.
So they call the effect when you've talked too much about this shit. It's called the afterburn effect. Like you kick back and say, "Fuck, I should have said any of that."
Yeah,
I've had that this week. I've had that this week a few times. Learn from that effect. Like
learn from it, but
back
just
a little.
realize, Sim, you're just passionate though, right? That's why.
Yeah, I mean, life's life. Don't worry, man. People talk to you long enough, you'll realize they're just as off as everyone. Everyone's got their things, right?
Fuck
Right.
yes, they fucking.
I was gonna ask Kimball. Well, first of all, I really appreciate you calling me a bitch. I think you're a very kind person, but it's okay. I want to be able to identify as the right thing. So if you're not Mormon, are you like agnostic, or like what would you prefer to be identified as? Like,
Are you trying to put a label on this non-Mormon?
Yeah.
Well, people label me all the time, even though I ask not to be, but it's okay.
I mean, first of all, me calling you a bitch, that's just because Dan is here and I'm trying to like beat my chest in front of Dan. He brings that out in me.
Yo, does you on me now?
I'm probably agnostic. I think is probably a fair label. Maybe
I think Mormon
agnostics
are different than Christian agnostics, different than Catholic agnostics, different than Muslim agnostics. We all share a thing like we're not sure, but if we have so much learning that we did from childhood, it's hard to deprogram everything, right? We still see it
for
through
sure.
lens.
Especially Mormonism is much more than just a thing you did on Sundays. It was a whole lifestyle. So I view Mormonism the way I view my libertarian 10-year phase, which is like, I really am grateful for both of those ideologies and the way they helped me think about things. There is some deprogramming I've had to do with both of them, but like they're both fascinating, and it just adds to kind of who I am and who I'm going to become and all that other cheesy bullshit.
That's dope, Kimball. Actually, I'm sure that there's some sort of like value that you got. That's all. Everything. That's what I've heard from people in LDS. Like the biggest like missing piece is like the lack of community. Like you just said, it's more than just shit on Sundays. Like so when you leave it, you're kind of leaving behind like a whole community of people, and I'm sure that was like difficult.
It was so hard, man. I would just go on runs
Yeah,
and
you know
bawl
what?
my head off. It was so hard. But
You guys are like a
so
big
glad I
group
did
of
it.
like AA people.
Pretty much. We're here in the AA space, right? That's what Logan spaces are.
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing everything right, like in AA, it should look just like Mormonism.
Dude, Kurt, I thought we lost you, dude. I'm glad you're back. Can I
Yeah,
can I tell you about Jesus Christ real quick?
Dude, I've been here. I went in the Porta John, fill out. So I still got to ride my bike home.
You've mentioned taking a dump twice tonight, by the way, which is awesome.
Well, you can call it a dump, even though that's not what occurred, but fine.
Yeah, no, it's no big deal. I just thought you got offended or like just something. You just left without saying goodbye, and my feelings were hurt a little bit. But you're
No,
back,
man,
so we're
sorry.
good.
Sorry about that. I was back right away. I thought I was just realized nothing was coming through my ear pods, and I said, "Oh."
An important term was raised, the term agnostic. And at the end of the day, I really think we're all agnostic because we all really don't know
Nah,
anything.
I am 100% rock solid, bro. Quit playing.
But I'm saying more from the idea that
I'm not confused.
everything in the world is subjective. Everything is your opinion.
No, they have fundamental truth.
Okay,
Thing
then we
is-
can agree to disagree on that. But I'm saying not just on Christianity or Jesus or anything.
Is 2 + 2 not always 4?
Thing is, Taylor, is I've heard people just as like fervent as you, even more, and they're the ones that like when they fall hard. They go way deep into like nihilistic atheism. I'm not saying you're gonna do that. I'm just saying you can never really know.
I rebuke that.
Or they become a saint, right?
the
Start
hell?
showing miracles and stuff like that. Maybe that.
Excuse me, sir. I'm rock solid. I'm not agnostic, but Rabbi, I see what you're saying. That everything's like subjective. I understand what you're saying. Like, it could be about perspective. Like, what was the perspective? But I do believe that there's fundamental truth in nature.
I understand what you're saying. Just in the example you gave, 2 + 2 = 4. Yes, generally an arithmetic that we've learned, but in the book 1984, 2 + 2 = 5. So it's just basically how you're looking at it. It's subjective, but I think we can agree on that.
Is there a simple explanation of how 2 + 2 = 5 that you could share with the audience?
It's a philosophical metaphor, I think. I mean, we've seen this a lot in modern times where people redefine terms so they can paint people into corners. And so if you change the definitions, I mean, if you change the definition of one unit and it ends up being 1.25, then 2 + 2 actually does equal 5. You know what I mean? So they'll change the definition of what a unit is, and suddenly it's 5. Just like they've done with all sorts of shit politically.
Would you do that with both the 2s, or would you only do that with one of the 2s?
You do it with all 4, because 1.25, the 0.25 times 4 is 1. So 2 + 2 is 5.
So is that how they get 98.7% of the population voted? I mean, I was always wondering who the percentage was that voted. Like, they're not a whole person. They're only a part of a person.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it has to do with like being gay. Like they don't count as whole people if you're gay.
Oh, and Logan, I do not believe for a second that somebody hurt your feelings because they didn't tell you goodbye, but but my heart was going out to you.
Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, I don't know. For new people that maybe you just heard me say that, I'm totally kidding. That's just, I guess, how I kind of kid.
I knew you.
In a real horrible way. And also, where the fuck did Dan go?
Yeah, I was just about to say, what a bitch. He just bounced.
Yeah, what a little bitch. Damn.
Hello, Taylor.
I missed it.
Sending you big hugs, Taylor.
How you doing, Miss Katie? Miss
I haven't seen
Katie.
you
I think you might
forever.
have met Mr. Kitty.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm not related to Mr. Kitty, but we are friends. I've been going down some conspiracy theories, Logan. It's been fun. I'm all into this. Have you ever watched Mr. Mythos? You have to watch Mr. Mythos. You have to know who he is, right?
See the guy that
Yeah,
farts
there was
all the time? Oh, that's Mr. Methane.
I'm not super into Mr. Mythos because he has like really long videos and it's just
Yes.
him talking, you know.
Yes, they are very long. But
It's
I
good, I guess, for
watched
like
his
going to bed.
7. He did 7 parts on Inner Earth. And oh my God, they're so good. There's like some really good ones in there. So my latest conspiracy theory, since nobody's talking, I'm just going to jump in here, is that we're all psychic naturally. It's like it's so in our face, and we never even think about it. Like, how else do you talk to God, right? He's an unseen entity in another dimension, but yet we can communicate with him, and he can communicate with us. So, well, then maybe in the spiritual plane, we're all extremely psychic.
I think that could be true.
But it's so simple. But it's like I'm 51 years old and it took me that long to just figure out something so simple. It's because they don't want us to know the truth. They don't want us to know that, we all
Who's
operate
they?
on
Who's they?
frequency. I
Who's
think
they?
it's anybody who enjoys clouding the issue and keeping us from the truth. Like whatever spiritual entity out there gets their nuts off from, making us confused little people that just stay in the dark.
Okay, yeah, like Satan or like maybe some of these aliens or
Well,
I mean, they've
clones
said
and
that they're
shit.
from Mars before, and then they keep changing up their story. So seems like they're liars. I think even our government determined that they can't be trusted. So I see what you mean, Miss Kitty. And I'm not sure if you said my name earlier. You kind of
I
were cutting
did.
out.
I said your name. I said
Oh,
hi. I
hey,
was
how are
giving you a
you?
hug, shooting your heart.
Awesome. Good to see you.
It is good to see you guys.
Absolutely, everybody. Good to see everybody. But
I've
I
come in with
agree.
my
Like,
daily
why are
woo-woo.
they lying? If they have like a clear cut, if they're actually from Planet X or whatever, then shouldn't they like why are they lying about where they're from? Why are they lying to people? And based on a lot of firsthand testimonies, people have also came to conclusions that they are deceiving people. You can try to block it out all you want, but it's the truth, man.
Sounds pretty damn good, dude.
Thank you, Logan. Appreciate that. But my point stands.
Was that Logan or Kurt?
Hey, what song do you guys want to hear? Want to play a song? It's been like I don't know, hours since I played a song.
Play an Incubus song, dude.
I don't know any. I can learn one. Which one do you want to?
I swear I heard you playing one the other day.
Play Twist and Shout by the Beatles.
Dude, Logan, go at it, man. Awesome.
Just riff.
Do you know any Rage Against the Machine?
No.
Cool.
Just
Do you
play
know any
what you
Beatles?
know.
Beatles.
Zeppelin.
Yes, play Zeppelin. Stairway to Heaven. Just do it. Stairway to Heaven, please. I know that's a cliche request, but just do it.
Hey, can you hear it?
We can hear it.
I don't hear anything. I think that's all I know.
It was very good.
That was enough, dude. That got my feels. Thank you.
I was waiting for Para to add some vocals.
That was spot on. Spot on.
Is anybody talking?
Not at the moment.
I'm mumbling to myself, but I had the mic off.
I was gonna say something, but I didn't want to speak over Logan.
What's his name? Kimball is loves precious. Love feels like something is
What?
I forgot what's the lyrics.
I
Does
didn't
anyone know
hear
the
any
lyrics
of what
to
you just
You're
said
Beautiful?
about me.
I was saying you're beautiful, bro. You're beautiful. Kimball's beautiful. I don't know. I think the song goes something like that.
Hey, Kimball's going to California with an aching in his heart.
I have no idea what that meant. Kimball's going to California.
There's another Zeppelin. Yeah, that's why I tried to. I don't know if you heard me. I said going to California.
Oh no, yeah, I didn't. I didn't know how to play that song once upon a time. I need to look at it again. Hold on, I can figure it out.
Miss Kitty, you were saying something?
Well, there was this video that I was watching that made me think when Logan was playing, because I was like acoustics, and it just made me think of acoustics, and then that made me think of all these people that are now holding concerts in caves and everything for perfect acoustics. And I was just wondering if you guys have heard about that, like people are now doing concerts, or maybe that's something that they've done all along, and I'm just now noticing it.
I personally wasn't aware of this. Cave concerts are a thing now?
Yeah, like all kinds of different. Well, there was a guy, he's in Memphis. I was on Spaces with him last night, and he was talking about he did security for a concert recently in Memphis, and it was held in a cave because, like, people are, they really like the acoustics in the caves. And so now it's a big thing, I guess, in Tennessee. They're doing concerts in caves, and I just thought that was really cool.
I agree. That is really cool.
Yeah, acoustics and atmosphere. Yep.
The ambiance would be awesome. I mean, I would hate for a stalagmite to fall on me, but
Miss Kitty, what other theories have been interesting you recently?
Oh, I'm full of them. Logan knows that. I got all kinds of good stuff. There's this.
Let's hear them.
Well, in Malta, I don't know if you guys have heard about this. I was learning this watching Mr. Mythos the other night because I've really just been on this inner Earth journey, just trying to find as much information. And it's actually an old. I mean, this is not like something new. This is something they've been talking about this for thousands and thousands of years. But they've got these chambers in Malta, and there's three that there's this inner earth chambers, and they go down 3 levels. But on the second level, there's an acoustic chamber, and it's like tuned to 111. I don't know what that means actually, but any frequency, it's like it's got perfect. I don't know what you call it. I'm not really a musician, so I'm probably botching this really bad, but it's got like the perfect acoustics to come out to 111 megahertz or something like that. And that's like the frequency that alters the mind the most or whatever. So I guess if you was to go in that chamber and do your alms or whatever, it would like really mess a person up. I don't know, but there was the third level. They won't let anybody go into that one because a bunch of kids went missing. But apparently there's giants that live in the third chamber. So there's my conspiracy theory for the day.
Wait, in what third chamber?
It's Malta. There's this island, Malta or whatever, and it's got like I really should have done my homework before I came with this one. I'm sorry. But it apparently every couple hundred years or whatever, everybody that discovers this 3-tiered underground cavern, but it's like for some reason, when it gets discovered in history, they would just cover it back up, or they would fill the hole in so people wouldn't find it, and you'd go and like the last time, it was so well hidden, everybody forgot about it. They just built the city up over top of it. And so, it was some construction workers were digging a well for a local resident, and that's how they found it this last time. And, but apparently there's it goes down 3 levels deep. And the 3rd level is apparently where everyone talks about seeing giants still to this day. And they did tours and everything until recently, but there was, they still do tours, but they have like a bunch of strict rules, like you can't bring any phone or electronics. You have to be really quiet and silent throughout the entire tour. You're not allowed to talk. It's just like some really spooky guidelines to go on but like a whole bunch of kids went missing. Like there was a school that was doing a tour, and they went down to the 3rd level, and they never came back, and so they boarded it up and won't let anybody in there. But everybody that goes down there, that has gone down there, reports seeing these blind giants, just like huge giants. But it's, I don't know, I think they were eating people or something, according to the locals.
Yep, that's what Native Americans, amongst many other cultures, documented about the giants, the Nephilim. Some people were, but I'm not, because basically in all the historical that we have, in the historical accounts, they were vicious, and they were cannibals, and they were, enslaving humans, and just things that you would not want to have around. So yeah, I believe scripture, so I believe you.
Yeah, I definitely believe in the giants. I hadn't heard of the story out of Malta before, but there's like all kinds. There was another one, a really interesting story about the Grand Canyon. There was a guy that was, he was commissioned, he worked for the Smithsonian, and so he went down there. This was in like the early 1930s, I think. Don't hold me to that. It could have been earlier than that. But he said that, in the Grand Canyon, there was all of these this vast underground cave system, and it's like when you first went into this, it was very hard to access, because the entrance was like basically on the side of a sheer cliff. So it was very hard you couldn't see it from the ground. You had to actually climb up, the wall in order to see it or whatever. And he went in there, and he said as soon as he went in there, there was one of those like the Buddha statues or whatever, it looked Buddha because they were holding the lotus leaves. But then they went even further, and there was like Egyptian stuff in there, and architectography and everything. And but there's no, the guy that reported it to the newspaper, the Arizona newspaper at the time, there's the Smithsonian has went through history and just kind of erased this guy from existence. Like you can't really, line his, did he work for them? They have no record of it, blah, blah, blah. But he wrote diaries and letters or whatever that they found later on. And it was just really interesting. He was talking about, finding all these mummies, these 8-foot tall mummies, but they were all men, and there was like, thousands of them. And it's just really interesting. The government, of course, come in and made it a national park after that, and you can't go in there now, but we'll never know.
That's certainly fascinating. I find it very interesting what the Smithsonian did with a lot of those giant skeletons, and how we don't, as a public, have the opportunity to see them. There's a lot more to that theory than I think at first may meet the eye to the common person.
So with your Jewish faith, what do you think about the giants, and like, what do y'all believe about them?
Well, there is what's written in the Bible. I personally think that the Nephilim perhaps were really a thing here on Earth. I don't personally know what happened to them, or why we don't have more evidence of their existence today. I think that perhaps there could have been some kind of major cataclysmic event that could have made them extinct. Certainly there are the Philistines and the idea of gigantism within society that's discussed. It isn't necessarily connected with science, though, and I like to connect it with science. And so what I like to do is at least read some of the accounts of the 1800s. I don't know if you've seen any of the pictures of just regular people standing next to these giants, that are like 8 to 10 feet tall. And I think that perhaps that might have been what was in the Bible. I think within Judaism, we all kind of keep our own opinions on that to ourselves, as it is somewhat esoteric and it's not generally discussed in open synagogue. But I think everyone is aware that perhaps humankind isn't the only thing that has been here, particularly because it has been written about in the Bible. And those are, I would say, pretty accurate for what most Jews feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the Bible, and it's in there's been multiple okay, so another association with the giants is like, and the Nephilim are having 6 fingers, and I have this collection of pictographs drawn from various locations around the world of depictions of having 6 fingers and a much larger hand and 6 toes and a much larger foot. I'm thinking about posting those soon. I've been so busy. But yeah, this tends to be something worldwide. And to give a little bit more detail, Goliath, who was the giant in the Bible, along with the giants in Genesis, Goliath came after, the flood and everything. But he was described as having 6 fingers and toes. And yep. The Native Americans talk about these giants that also had 6 fingers and 6 toes. And they were terrified of them. And apparently why we wave hello is to show that we don't have 6 fingers, because they were so terrified of the 6-fingered beings that they wanted you to show that you are not one of them whenever you're approaching them. It's interesting. You should look into it.
Did you hear about what they discovered in Texas? In Texas, the rivers have been drying up, and in the base of the rivers, they're finding petrified footprints, and they found a giant's footprint next to a dinosaur's. I thought that was really interesting, because I've always kind of had this suspicion that the dinosaurs were the giants' mounts, because if we look in the book of Enoch, we see that the 200 watchers, they contaminated animals as well and created these hybrid chimeras or whatever. And so I've always thought, that maybe the dinosaurs were, created to be mounts for the giants. And when they found that, I'll find that video. It's on my timeline, and I'll post it in the Purple Pill for you guys if you want to look at that. I thought that was fascinating.
What do you mean by mount?
Mounts as in horses.
Oh,
Like they
I
would,
see. Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, all flesh was corrupted. Plants, animals, people, everything was corrupted according to scripture. So, and you see in the account where they went and scoped out the land, the Canaanites being not well, you gotta read scripture, like the seed line of Cain, and that goes into the whole serpent seed line theory, etc. But the Canaanites, who God commanded to destroy, and God did not destroy people for no reason. He destroyed people because they were corrupted flesh, same as the Nephilim. That's why the flood happened, because the watchers came and corrupted the flesh. They're not good. So anyway, whenever they went to scope out the land of Canaan, they said, well, these people are giant. They make us look like little grasshoppers. Like, we're tiny compared to them. Also, they brought back a bush, like a branch of grapes, and they had to carry it between 2 people. So not only did they have huge people and huge insects, but they also had huge plants. So that's crazy to think about. But yeah, that's why God commanded to go and destroy those people groups. So yeah,
Yeah,
also
a lot of people don't realize that. They hear the story about God commanding these people to be killed in the Bible, and it's like, oh, what an evil God! He just, just randomly decided to smite them. No, he wanted the giant lineage to be cleansed, or we wouldn't be here today because they would have just done what they did pre-flood.
yeah, and just kill people ruthlessly. Right. Well, I think people are like, I hear people say all the time that, oh, well, if God was so righteous, he would have intervened and this wouldn't have happened or that wouldn't have happened. But whenever, he commands these people groups that are ruthless, vile murderers to be killed, they're like, oh, why would he do that? That's so, so bad for him to step in and intervene and prevent, injustice from happening. So it's like hypocrisy. Like, do you want, the evil to be done away with, like the Nephilim? Or do you want like him to not intervene? And then people are like, oh, why didn't he intervene? He's such a good guy. So yeah, I think it's just really funny to but that is true, that people don't know like why these things were commanded. That's why you have to look into history along with scripture, so you have a full understanding of what was going on.
Bible in context. Yes, ma'am.
That would be cool though about the thing with Texas, if you could post that up in the chat.
I did. I put it in the bubble. I can put it up in the top, but I don't normally do that because that's sacred space. But so I did put it down in the purple pill.
Is there a picture of the footprint?
Respect.
There's a whole series of they walked along the basin and somehow it solidified, and then when it dried up, they're like they were doing excavation and everything out there, making molds of it and all these prints that they're finding. It's like, so it was in a video of all of these different riverbeds and everything drying up and what they're finding in it. Like, I think there was one in Japan that dried up and they found like an ancient temple that had like 3 Buddhas or something that, it was really, really, really old, like, from like 3000 BC or something like that, which I know is not really that old because time goes backwards, but
Time goes backwards.
Well,
Time
when
was a flat
you go
circle.
from, I'm talking about, like, it doesn't, you go from like 0 BC, you start back, if somebody says something came from like 3000 BC, it's not like I know I'm butchering this, but I think somebody in here probably understands what I'm talking about.
Yeah, right.
Just for you, Taylor.
Logan, do you know any Beatles songs?
Yeah. Oh, do I? What's that one that goes like
Would you please play one?
Dun, 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 dun. I can't remember how it goes. Oh, Blackbird. I think I know Blackbird. And then it's like I think, is there any more to that song? I can't remember. I can't remember the rest if there is.
You get in the blackbird fly into the night in a dark night. It's very good.
That song,
Is there anybody out there?
I
Got a
totally
little
butchered that
black
song.
box, keep my poems in. A bag, a toothbrush, and comb.
Such a good song.
When I'm a good dog, they sometimes throw me a bone.
Dude, I found this YouTube channel the other day of like these two Gen Zers, I think, listening to like old classic songs for the first time ever, like, and they just record themselves reacting to it. So they'll listen to like that, a Pink Floyd song or a Led Zeppelin song for the first time, and it's so entertaining to just see their minds get blown by these songs.
Yeah, that's a new. I saw that with the Elvis stuff. Watch some modern people listening to Elvis and really breaking it down. You're like, good God, listen to that baritone in his voice the same time it goes almost falsetto. It's like a trumpet.
There must be something wrong with me because I really don't think Elvis can sing. I've never thought that he could sing. I just thought he like moaned and gyrated. I'm so sorry.
I'll show you a video where it'll show the difference. But I
What's
get
a
it.
good song, Zim? What's a good Elvis song?
Jailhouse Rock.
The song he did on that Christmas special, he's wearing the white suit. It was after, I think, Martin Luther King was killed. And it's just this kind of praise song, but it is right down from his diaphragm the whole time, I'll find it.
Hey Zim, in a space one day you said I DM'd you that you're a nice person. And then it was like kind of what did you comment about that afterwards? Did you say it was kind of strange or something for me to DM you that? You said one of the only interactions you had with me was that I said you were a nice person. And then what?
I don't remember that. I mean, but that's cool. I think I do remember that, but that's cool. No, that's not strange. I appreciate it. I try to be nice. I get guilt tripping sometimes from some of my arguments,
I think everybody should try to be nice to one another, even though we don't agree sometimes. I think that at the end of the day, we shouldn't like hate each other, despise each other. But that happened after Heather was ranting about me one day. Like she went on like a rant about how much she hates me for whatever reason. But I love Heather. I hope she didn't hate me. But anyway,
She has her purpose, doesn't she? I mean,
I'm not
Oh,
sure.
you hate
keeps
Heather?
you
I'm
on your
gonna invite her
toes.
in here. Hold on. She'll be
No,
good.
I said I don't hate Heather. I said I love her.
Every DM I've ever gotten from you, Taylor, has been nice, so I don't understand your questioning. Do you not send nice DMs, Taylor?
I love like hyping people up, but yeah, I love you.
I had a bunch. I went on a rant the other night in a space, but the truth is I have a bunch of personal stuff, like old friends and things that I just
got a big update on, and people like tearing me down from my past, and even like threats to like sue me and shit like that. Talking to people that are like daughters to me, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's fucking going on when I walk away, and it really got me sour. And that, among all the other shit, the UFO shit, it's just got me shook up a little bit. So I was venting about what's going on in my life, not the arguments in spaces, you know what I mean? But it came off that way, I think. Sorry.
When you figure out what UFOs are, it's really empowering. I just have to say, I used to be like that. I used to really worry, but then it's just like God just settled it for me. And I mean, I know that they're like three different things, but it just feels so empowering to know the truth, I guess I should say.
What are the three things that they are?
Well, you have the spiritual aspect that, you know, the fallen angels have been doing this for a long time, all the way back through history in the Bible, confusing people. And they take pop culture, like in the 1800s, it was fairies. Everybody was all about the fairies, you know. So they just take whatever pop culture is and they just mimic it. The other thing is reverse technology from the antediluvian age. They have found, and it's so obvious, it's all over the world, you know, in these different civilizations, that they're, you know, they have some sort of flying craft that they found and they're reverse engineering it. And then, you know, the other thing is you have a psyops going on at the same time, you know, because you could have I believe in the inner earth anomalies that escaped. I think that they're like a remnant of inner earth beings.
What escapes?
Inner earth beings like the chimera, like the 200 watchers, they made it with the human, the animals as well. And I think there's a remnant of those creatures that have survived the flood and are still living in the earth. I think that if you look at, so let's go with the premise that of the fallen angels who have the ability, we look at what an angel can do, which I hate to call him an angel because it's really just a job description of one that's come down here. These are the heavenly hosts that rebelled against God. They have the ability to traverse in between dimensions. So if they've mated with animals, why wouldn't these animals, you know, if children adapt the attributes of their parents. So, you know, if you have something, if you have, you know, two redheads have a child, they're going to have red hair, right? So, you know, the chimera could have the ability to traverse through portals just like their parents did, like the fallen angels do. So this could be why Bigfoot disappears when everyone tries, you know, to find him. He goes through, you know, in and out of portals. This is a hypothesis. I can't prove this, but it just seems that it settles things in my mind whenever I know these possibilities. So I'm not thinking strictly an entity from another planet, which it could be. I mean, it doesn't threaten my Christianity if God created something on another planet. He still has his, I was still made in his image. Humanity was still made in the image of God. Doesn't mean he didn't make humanity in the image of God someplace else. But we do know that, you know, there was, I mean, we can see structures on Mars. We can see them, you know, so there was obviously something there at one time. So I just don't, I think it's closed mind to think, you know, that Earth is the only place that there could be civilization that was created. But I don't think that they exist anymore within our universe. I do believe there was a catastrophe that destroyed life on these planets. So, you know, those are my three theories on what aliens are, but it doesn't intimidate me anymore. You know, I'm not scared because I know, you know, that he who lives in me is greater than he who is in the world. So when I pull on that power, I trump them, so to speak.
That's the part that makes you feel better. That's the only thing I can do. Yeah, but all that ahead of that does not make me feel better. That's what I run through my head too. Similar stuff, right? I don't know. What makes me feel better is embracing God or whatever God is, right? And letting him have it or it have it. And it works, but there's a lot of distraction in between that.
So do you mean to say you believe, Kitty, that we're all alone in this universe then?
Oh no.
Hold on a second. How do you feel about like oh no. Damn it. Heather can't come. She's watching Cops and getting high right now. Shit. Alright, whatever. Anyway, yeah, how do you feel about like worldwide destruction? Like this like we all die like however we die, right? But how do you feel like dying by like an event so big it destroys the whole population, right? Like a meteor hitting and like a wave just washing over us like we're just ants, killing every one of us. Like how do you feel about that kind of destruction? Does that make you quiver?
No, I don't think anything can make. I don't know. It just seems like if you're covered by God, you're gonna. Okay, if He has something for you to do, and He has a purpose for you, and there's something He wants you to do, then those things are gonna play out. You know, He wants His purpose done. So if you're obedient to Him and you're following Him, and He tells you what to do, then nothing that the world throws at you is gonna harm you if it goes against what He wants for you to do. Does that make sense? Like
Right.
I think
Yeah, sure, but
honestly,
who
if He
cares what he
told you to
wants?
walk in what? I'm sorry.
Who cares what he wants? This guy that's never around, that's supposedly out there doing God knows what, or that's probably a bad metaphor at the moment, but you know what I mean? Like, just he's out there and like, supposedly he wrote this book that's that's just riddled with humanity inside of it. You know, like we're supposed to like follow all of these rules and not do this or that because the guy in the cloud said so. But we're supposed to like live our life that way, like according to like what he supposedly wants. How about we just choose to do what we want instead? How about I choose to do with my life like what I choose to do with my life, and if some big catastrophe comes, I'm not going to be thinking, well, I guess this is what God wanted. I'm going to be thinking, God damn it, God, I didn't get to do this yet. You know what I'm saying?
But
Doesn't that
okay, so I
deny
think we
divine
limit
nature?
ourselves.
Hang on.
We limit ourselves into what He can do. I mean, it just like the Exodus, He can translate you. He can move you from one point of the globe to another part of the globe if He wants to. And He's going to do that again during the Great Tribulation. I mean, there's going to be pockets of nomad Christians that are just walking around, I do believe, just like the Exodus, and He's going to bring them, a quail in the morning, manna in the morning and a quail at night. He's going to feed His people. There's like supernatural abilities that we limit what God can and can't do. I mean, I do believe an asteroid's going to hit the earth. You know that I've already had dreams about that. I really do believe that's going to happen, but it's not going to kill off all of humanity. It's going to kickstart a whole lot of stuff, but I don't think it's going to kill off everyone. But it just there are supernatural things that are happening in the world right now, and if we walk around with blinders and we're not willing to open ourselves up to just researching all of these things, and what does that little voice inside of you tell you is the truth? That's how I found God. I mean, I listened to this discernment that I had that I didn't even know it was called discernment, and He led me to the right people, and He would lift. Sometimes He would physically shake me. I would start shaking, and if I knew that I was on a path that He really wanted to get my attention. So sometimes, I don't know, it just seems like it was easier. It was not easy at the beginning, but once I gave over to God and I started listening to Him, He started changing me from the inside. It was more like I started to become more like Him and started to think like Him. And so therefore it was leading me to truths faster and faster. And I wasn't I wasn't rebelling against Him. When I finally gave in, it was like, just tell me what you want me to know. I want to know what you want me to do. And
Like you're speaking to like the universe, right? Not like to like a particular male god or whatever, right? You're talking about like what the
What is
universe
the
wants of you,
universe?
right?
What is the universe? Is that like a being? Is that like a
Yeah,
does
it's
that have
like
a
what
purpose?
created all things.
Okay, so universe is like a personality. It's it like established everything for purpose, but wasn't the universe itself created?
Hold on, I'm talking to Miss Kitty. Hold on.
Okay, whenever
Yeah,
you
Miss
think of
Kitty,
an
what did you
answer,
think
let me
about that?
know.
I think that I think it's God. I think it's the creator of everything. It's not a created being. It's the creator. That's what it feels like that I'm communicating with. And if you look at it and you think about it, you have to have a relationship with the Holy Spirit, because it's the Holy Spirit that performs the resurrection after you die. If you just believe in Jesus, it doesn't save you. It's having that relationship and beginning that transformation through the Holy Spirit that completes itself after you die. There's like a transcendence that you're going through. You're starting a transformation on earth in the spirit realm, because we are highly spiritually psychic. We can communicate with everything in the unseen realm. We're just not aware that we're doing it. And that's who you're communicating with. When you communicate with God, you're using a telepathic ability to communicate with him. You have to be. There's just no other way to do it. But it's the same avenue that every other entity manipulates us as well. You know, if you have evil entities out there that sway us or try to get us to do negative things, or to the disembodied spirits of the dead Nephilim are called demons, and they crave our bodies, and they're telepathic as well from a spiritual plane, and they pester us and pull us away from, you know, what God wants us to do. So you can tether yourself in a frequency in the unseen realm to either a positive force or a negative force. And everyone uses a different terminology. I'm not New Age at all, period. But I do use terminology that connects everybody, the science community, the UFO, and, you know, the Christian, because I think, you know, you've heard me say it a lot, Logan, we're having the same conversation. We're just using different terminology. So when you can connect that terminology, somebody in the Scientology would be like, whoa, yeah, I understand exactly what you're talking about when you say frequencies. Well, the frequency is, you know, the Holy Spirit is a frequency. That's one of the things that, you know, talks to us. And we use the ability of telepathy to reach them. So I just think that, you know, if we all actually got on the same page with terminology, we'd understand that we're all saying the same things.
All right.
Absolutely, dude. And the Holy Spirit is like the most powerful drug that you can have. It's crazy.
I don't believe that. Have you tried ecstasy yet? That shit
You
will
should
fucking
believe,
knock your
Logan.
socks
How
off.
you believe in UFOs and you haven't seen one, but you don't believe what I'm saying?
I like turtles.
I think it's a bit of a sweeping statement to
Good for
suggest
you, Kimball.
that it's just a matter of
Did you just
terminology.
see I haven't seen a UFO? How dare you?
How dare you, you unbeliever?
I just want
She
to
said I
say,
haven't seen a UFO. What the fuck?
I can't even see if you're talking
You
or
said
not,
you're not an
Logan.
experiencer, but whatever you consider that. But you believe other people's experiences, but you don't believe mine? Okay, thanks.
Wait, did you say I don't think you're an experiencer? Or I said I'm not an experiencer?
No, you're not an experiencer, but you believe experiencer stories. You believe that people are experiencing something when they tell you that. Why don't you believe me that I've experienced something?
Wow, you've known me this long and you say these wild things about me. What the fuck?
You said you don't believe me, and I told you an experience I had, but you believe other experiencers.
What's wild that like women do this to me all the time. They say shit I said that I would never say.
What
That's
what
fucking
didn't you say?
wild.
That you didn't believe me?
I am an experiencer. Ever? What are you talking about?
Well, maybe your story's changed, but you said that you're not per se an experiencer, but you've maybe seen some things, but you're interested in the topic.
I'm sorry to say that women do this to me, by the way. It's just a lot of women have done this to me lately. No men have. It's just all my personal
Okay, I have
experience.
no reason to lie, but you know, if I'm lying, I'm sorry, but you know, I
No,
just
you're
have
just
no reason
mistaken.
to lie
That's all. I'm
about
sure you don't mean
this.
to lie.
Yeah, I think I take lying very seriously. I believe that
Yeah, I'm sure.
lying is
I mean, how many times have
one
I
of the
told you
Ten
about my
Commandments.
my experience with like meeting that blue entity in my bedroom?
Yeah.
You
Oh
don't remember
well.
that?
Well, then why don't you tell me? You said the what? Blue entity?
Yeah, you don't remember me talking about, doing the Stargate program and meeting some blue guy in my bedroom? You don't remember any of that?
You never told me about the blue guy. That's crazy, though. I believe that there are, many different types of beings. I've heard about the blue beings, and let's see, maybe that was in Testament of Solomon too.
This makes me curious as well. Like, here you are claiming that things which I would obviously never say because they're just not true. So why would you say that I was saying those things?
Well, why don't you believe me? Why don't you believe me, but you believe other people's experience?
Hold on, I am just like completely lost audio. I don't know what happened. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I can see the captions that you're talking, but I don't hear anything. I gotta restart my app. BRB.
Miss Kitty, if you could describe, like, I'm sure you've, the fact that you're talking about, this Holy Spirit, and people believe in this. Most people in here believe in the spiritual realm and believe that people do have experiences with these different paranormal phenomena. How would you explain the experience of the Holy Spirit, as we'd call it?
Well, I didn't understand any of it really until I found Dr. Heiser, and he described things in a way that just really made sense for me. We look at what happened with the Nephilim, right? We have fallen angels or fallen heavenly host. They came down, they mated with humans, and they created a demigod. When they died, they had disembodied spirit. Well, that's what happened with Jesus. He was, he basically became a demigod, but he wasn't a demi in his power. He was all of the power, but he came down, he made it. It was like a reversal. It was a correction of what happened with the Nephilim, because when he died, he became a disembodied spirit, right? But he was able to actually transcend, because he brought his body back and became, actually transcended into the ultimate form. And I know when I talk that way, I talk that way on purpose, because I'm trying to say it in a way that it connects to the UFO community and the Scientology community. So I'm using that terminology on purpose. So I'm painting a picture in their minds that they can relate to. So when I'm talking about, the disembodied spirit of Jesus, the Holy Spirit, when in the Old Testament, you never hear of anybody being able to cast out demons, right? There was no ability to do that. And even just to reach God, it was a long, convoluted ordeal. You had to, get a spotless animal. There was a blood sacrifice. There was always some horrible, long process that you had to go, or some death that had to be done. Some innocence, blood had to be spilt in order to communicate with the unseen realm. Well, when the Holy Spirit was released, I'm so sorry, what?
I was just saying if you guys could hear me now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, sorry about that. But hold on, what you just said, like, why is God a conscious dude up in the sky and not just like an abstract representation of like good vibes, the
What do
purgatory
you
is
mean
real,
up in
or
the
is it like
sky?
just God's like bachelor pad decor?
Where'd you read that he was up in the sky?
You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't really know where that's from, but I guess I know what you mean.
Holy Spirit is God with you, Logan. That's what it's supposed to be. That's God in you, with you, around you.
It's a like an energy
Miss
field.
Kitty, with the Egyptians, didn't it say like if the Egyptians like when they call out to me like they will not perish, but he'll like save them whenever he destroyed Egypt. But like he said like whenever the Egyptians will call out to me and I will save them, or like when they do or if they do, like they will not perish. So, it was pretty easy even in the Old Testament to reach out. I mean, all you have to do is do it. It's real. I think it's real simple, and if he said whoever calls out to him won't perish, and that that's simple as well. But the animal sacrifices is another conversation I'd love to have with you one day. But yeah, basically the other surrounding communities were also doing animal sacrifices to their gods, and the Israelites asked if they could do that as well. From what I've read, and now we don't have to do any of that. We don't have to sacrifice, and if you're still having to sacrifice animals or whatever, God forbid humans, I would, I don't know, that doesn't seem very fun, but certain religions still do that.
Yeah, if
See,
you could avoid that, it'd be nice.
there's something there in the harmonic frequency of the spilling of the innocence of blood. There's just something
Also,
there
hold
that
on,
we
before we
don't
go any
know.
further, I don't really want to talk about religion. I know Taylor keeps trying to steer us into that, or Miss Katie, you too, but let's get away from that if we could. I don't really want to have a Bible study right now.
Miss Kitty started today, but you can blame me. I'm fine with taking the blame.
Oh, I probably do, because I watch all this stuff online and then I just talk about it in spaces. So you can totally blame it on me, and I don't even know which one it was. I start
You
all
can blame
kinds
it
of
on me.
stuff.
It's okay. I like talking about it too. It's like what I research, so it's like hard not to talk
I
about
just
whenever you're
think
researching.
giants and inner earth and all this stuff is just so
It's so
fascinating. There's
connected, really.
so much there. We're not even scratching the surface of what is actually really happening in our world. And I just think that if we have I love to talk to the UFO community, because I really think that they're so much, they're open to talking about inner earth, and they're really, if you're open to think about aliens, then you should be open to think about chimeras and all these other things, and I think you can have a fuller conversation. And like I said, I think we're
And
all having the same conversation. We're just using different terminology. It's not even about religion, it's just about our hidden history.
That's exactly true. And I think a lot's taken from the history from, like, I'd like to hear anybody's perspective on the phenomenon, what's going on. Like, I want to hear multiple perspectives. I think it's very interesting.
Taylor, would you tell us about your experience?
Well, I kind of did a minute ago, like one of the experiences I had. But no, I've never had like a demonic encounter, like an abduction or anything like that. They know better.
What was the other experience? You said that like I didn't believe you or something? I don't know what you're referring to.
Yeah, I was talking about like the Holy Spirit. Miss Kitty mentioned.
What about it?
I said that it was more powerful than any drug.
Oh, I don't believe you. No, I
You said you
believe
didn't
you.
believe me.
Experience whatever. No, I wouldn't say that. I believe
Did
everyone.
y'all hear him say that he didn't believe me? I know y'all did, but it's okay.
Okay, so did anyone else hear me say that? I'd love to know.
I don't recall him saying that. Taylor, would you tell us the full experience in depth and let us hear it again, please?
And memory's a funny thing. I don't know why I keep thinking I'm saying things I haven't said or whatever's. I don't know what that happens, but maybe it's like a Mandela effect thing. But no, I mean, if you experience
Yeah, if
something,
somebody heard
I
him
can take that
say
away from
that,
you.
please step up. But it's okay, like you weren't listening or whatever.
I don't care like what your story is. If you met a blue genie that came out of a fucking lamp, I'll go ahead and believe you if you just tell me you're telling the truth. I'll go ahead and believe you. It doesn't matter. I can't say that didn't happen to you. It's not my experience. Why would I say that? I don't know. Speak more BS. I don't get it.
Taylor, tell us what happened. How old were you? Where did it happen?
Why don't the captions? Oh, the captions. How far back do they go? Do they only go back to whenever you turn the captions on?
Every space is recorded, so you can just rewind it later.
Holy
Taylor, how
shit,
old were
I
you
just
when you
found
had your
out how
experience?
to turn on captions. This is nuts.
Taylor,
Yeah,
how
but it doesn't go back. It just goes back like after you turn it on.
If you want to know something really cool too, is if you're listening on your computer, the captions come out before you hear the audio. Like you can read the captions before the person because there's a little delay, which it's really freaky.
Taylor, when you had your experience, where did it happen? How old were you, etc.?
She said she had the Holy Spirit, right? I think she said she was
No, I
like
said it was more
20ish.
powerful than any drug, and you said I don't believe you.
Definitely didn't say that. But anyway, you were like
Yes, I
around
didn't.
20
I
when
said,
that
why
happened,
don't
right?
you believe me? Then I
I heard
said
you
you'll
say
believe
that.
other experiencers, but not me.
I heard you say that as well. Yeah.
Good night, dudes.
Hey, good
Take
night, brother.
care.
Yeah, but I mean, when you said that to me, I didn't, get what you were talking about because I just assumed you were just assuming that I didn't believe you for some reason or something. I've never said I don't believe you, so
Are you sure?
yeah, 100% positive. Yeah.
Taylor, what made you think it was the Holy Spirit, if I may ask?
It was undeniable.
Honestly, if the Holy Spirit came to me, I wouldn't necessarily know what that was. How did you know what it was? That's kind of what my question is.
Because you have a clarity of truth about many things, and you're given a lot of knowledge.
Very well. Did it speak to you, or how did it communicate?
Have you ever heard of like a download or
A
premonition
download?
or discernment? Like, have you read the Bible, first of all? Because if you did, you'd have a bunch of examples of what it's like.
Yeah, I've read Torah, not so much the Christian Bible. So, brief me on it, please.
Well, if you want to hear about it, go read it.
Okay, that's not really a great way to describe your experience, but you're more than entitled to describe it in that way. Usually, when people describe it, they say, I was X years old, it happened in this place, and this is what it was like. Not necessarily just say, go read the Bible, that was my experience, but you're entitled to have that discussion.
I sure am.
For me, it's my truth dar. You can just be watching people now on the news and hear them, having interviews, and you'll hear somebody say something that just really angers God, and you're like, you feel this irritation and anger, and you're like, where is this coming from? Because it's not coming from me. I'm not it, but there's things that you can hear other people say that angers the Holy Spirit. So once you've submitted to him and he starts to work on you, you can hear truths and lies in people's voice because it angers the Holy Spirit. That was a really different experience for me.
Yeah, I believe that there's something that overcomes people, but how you can label it something and like how do you label that like this that this is what this is, like is I don't know. How do you come to that conclusion?
I'm in agreement with you, Logan. It's like, how do you know what it was? I don't know. I'm trying to find out. I think you're raising a good point.
Well, if it happens over and over and over again, it becomes comfortable. It's a feeling that you have and a knowing and understanding that becomes second nature because it happens so frequently.
And it happens like whenever you pray, or you read the Bible or something like that. Like, it doesn't just happen out of nowhere. So it's very clear where it's like coming from, and you'll just be excited to talk about, like, your focuses are different. You're focused on the Lord. You're not focused on earthly things. You won't like be greedy. Like, you'll think that things are mundane, like, that you used to like. For me, there was many things that I used to like that now, I mean, it's unexplainable. I just stopped liking them, especially after that, after having that transformation that's unexplainable. Like, you're just kind of like a new person. And, if you read scripture, you'll read all about it. It's in depth, but we're not doing a Bible study. Isn't that right?
Correct. So
For
it's
the
more
love of God, I
spiritual
hope.
to you that happened, but not like a paranormal thing, correct? It wasn't like a UFO or like an alien, correct?
No, it's just like that. I'll tell you what I just had. So 8 years ago, I had an experience that you'd call it a lucid dream. It was a vision, and it showed me things I couldn't know. And I felt the presence of God around me, and realizing in the midst of it, I remembered a pastor praying for me that night, saying to reveal something to me. And as I heard it, maybe it's like whatever. So that presence, though, that I felt was outside of me, around me, but it was just all goodwill. It was like goodwill, not at me. It's not about the person you are. It's about this. Like I said, they describe it as the Holy Spirit because it's almost not a person. It's all good. It's goodwill incarnate, right? That's what I felt. The next night, I had demons over me, sleep paralysis, and they were torturing me. Creatures. And they said, it sees us, and this one knows we're here. And then they kept holding me down. As I close my eyes, I see them, open them. It's the same room, and I'm fighting like the sleep paralysis everybody talks about. But it was in remembering. I went to the memory of the God presence, and I prayed to it. Like, help me, please help me. Just give me, I'm giving myself to you. Help me. I can't do this. And they went away. That was the presence. After that, I had the feeling of that presence. I could remember it. And for months, I just got thrown into places where I was helping people all the time. This weekend, I just had an experience, and I came back to home, in my house, in my room, and shaking. And I had to pray back to feeling that, knowing that's there, knowing he's there, it's there. And I woke up yesterday morning, and I went and got up early, took the trash down the road, and I saw a gold purse laying on the ground. Picked it up, and I spent like the first hour of my day helping a stranger out, finding there, returning that. That's the kind of thing that happens with it. If it's real, if it's real. But that's the Holy Spirit. That it isn't about you. When you realize it's not about you, and like you're serving this greater good, that's not for a personal gain. Something different happens to you. And that's my experience of it.
Zim or Taylor, have either of you ever seen a UFO?
Hold on a second. We gotta get rewind back to
dude.
Zim here. Zim, what is this story about? Like the demons torturing you? Like, what do they do to you?
I was dreaming all sorts of shit, but it was like arthritis. I was locked up in arthritis and pain. And then I saw them over me, and the pain was there. I was still, again, it's the paralysis, but all my joints were frozen, like locked together like rusty bolts in my mind. I opened my eye. In my dream, I opened my eyes, and they're over me, and they're sticking their claws. They're like into my legs, into my ankles, and the one was holding me down. I couldn't see that part. I could only see down. I'm reliving it, right? So I don't know if that's visual representation of just a mental ailment. I don't know, but that's what they were doing, and
Isn't
it
it
was
curious that it happens the night after you have your God experience? The very next night. Like, what's the connection there?
yeah.
Well,
They
when
get
you're
mad at you. They don't want you
sleeping,
to leave.
right? When you're
Whoa,
sleeping, you
whoa.
have no guard over your mind. They can manipulate you while you're sleeping because you're in an unconscious state.
Sure, but yeah, Zim, what do you think? What's the connection?
Specifically, I remember the first dream I remember is that it was tied to my friend that was an addict, and I saw from their ceiling down that she was going through withdrawal. I saw her down in a bed sweating out withdrawals, and I felt things on her because I remembered the night before the God presence. I prayed to help me help her. I wanted to help her. Then I'm in bed and they're holding me down. And it's almost like I'm feeling that shit. That's the memory I have of it. Like I kind of chose to fight that. Like it was demons. Later, like a month later, I worked daily with a guy named Tony, and I had a dream of him in the truck with me. And as he's talking, I see a shadow shift on him, and it was like something on him. And so the next day, we're sitting in that truck outside that site, and I'm telling him about it, and he starts kind of breaking down, saying that he's got a pill addiction he hasn't told me about, and he's crazy about his wife. He's getting paranoid, and he's giving me all these confessions, and I was telling him about this fucking truck that I kept obsessing over this truck I was supposed to get that the guy sold out from under me a month before. And I told him about the dream, and I told him about synchronicities. And that's what I said, this is proof there's something going on with this shit. This shit keeps happening. I've told you guys all the birthday things and the big things. But as I'm talking to him, I'm in DC. And the truck I'm talking about pulls up across the road from me. Guy pulls over to make a phone call in this fucking intersection. It's an intersection, Florida Avenue, 14th Street in DC. And I said, that's the truck I'm telling you about. And he's in the midst of telling him I saw demons on him and shit. The synchronicity of this truck pulls up. He goes across the highway, taps on the guy's window. And it's the guy had bought it out in Maryland, bought the truck 50 miles away. Like an hour before I got there, the thing I was talking to him about, as I'm also explaining to him the demon thing. So the synchronicity like pulled together both the things. And he's fucking standing. I got pictures of him standing there with the guy with the truck. I mean, it's from a different state, those kind of things. Each one sounds a little fucking like I'm more crazy, but you start piling them up or write them all out. There's some weird shit. And it's kind of a good thing in the end if it's God, if there is a God. And I believe there is. I don't believe it's just enough. I've heard a lot of explanations, sigils, Masons. There's real magic. I believe it. Shit works. There's shit happens. But it's just another thing if there's not like this ultimate good and battle evil. That's how I have to see it sometimes, because there's a
Yeah,
lot of fucking evil.
there are things in the Bible
Yeah,
that
that's
he
true.
tells us not to do as far as dabbling with magic. He says don't do necromancy, don't do spirit astral planning, don't do divination. It's not because we can't do it, it's because we can.
I agree, Miss Kitty. I've read a lot, I know. I agree, and and you'll talk to your average Christian, and they'll say that isn't real. That stuff's not real because it says. And I'm like, no. Like Samuel is talking to, was it Saul the king? Samuel is like Merlin coming back from the dead, and they're like divining to talk
Yeah,
to him.
the Witch of
They
Endor.
say, stop doing that. They'd say, stop talking to him, right? So you
I
can.
mean, her name literally was the Witch of Endor. It's like that was what she was friggin' called.
Yeah, and we don't, God doesn't want us to be plagued by demons and have sleep paralysis. Like, that's not his goal. He doesn't want people to be plagued by him. So that's kind of the reason for some rules. But anyway.
You know, your dream reminds me of, because you had such a the night before, you had the whole like pure like good incarnate dream. To me, it would make sense that the very next night you'd have the opposite. It's just kind of like how the universe works, isn't it? It kind of swings both ways, doesn't it?
Well, both good and evil exist, and sometimes whenever you start trying to, move away from certain things, they'll be like, "Wait, what are you doing? You're ours." Like, but you can definitely break free from that and not have any evil experiences. Trust me.
So Logan, the other thing is the person I was talking about was gone for like weeks, like moved away. And that astral projection dream part, I saw them in their other house and back with her boyfriend, and that was about a mile, half mile from my house. In the morning when I left for work, I drove by and she was back. She was there. Little things like that.
Yeah, like
I
I've
don't
seen
think it
miracles
was.
happen personally. I believe they exist.
I don't think it was just a dream. I think the things I had were visions. If it's my consciousness telling me things that I subconsciously knew, I get all that. That's so yeah, you're right. It's like I was down to the rawest parts. So if it's psychological and a projection in a dream like that, that makes sense as well. But that doesn't make it less important either. To find what part. You can't just go by your personal wants and your personal needs and feel fulfilled. It's something like that too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're saying like we need a higher power.
Yeah, even if it is however people describe it, or I believe at points you will need that. Mostly.
Yeah, there's that book. They have a God-sized hole in our brain or something like that.
In your heart, which I had before. I kind of found the truth. I had a God-sized hole in my heart, or just a hole in my heart. I didn't know what it was, but it hurt. And it was very disturbing and uncomfortable constantly. And that's how, like, there's so many confirmations. Like, if you ever do receive what me and Miss Kitty are talking about, then you'll know it.
Well, I hope you don't do it like I did. I mean, I had a really big miracle because, I tried to kill myself. I took tons of pills. There's no way I should be alive. Absolutely no way I should be alive. The 30 Ambien I took alone should have killed me. But it was 2018, and it was after my divorce, and I was really, really super depressed. Had no family. No, my ex-husband had just really devastated me. And I was a believer then, but I still believed that I was in so much pain that God was going to forgive me. But it's a mental illness. It really is. When you get to that part, to that, I want to just die. I don't want to live here anymore. That's kind of a mental illness. So I was dealing with some serious depression, and I took a butt ton of pills that should have killed me. 30 Ambien, like 15 Oxycontin, and then like something Xanax, like 30 Xanax. I don't know. It was 3 bottles of pills, and I should not be alive. There's no way I should be alive. I slept for 2 hours. and I woke up startled. It sat straight up in my bed, and the first thing that came into my head was a very loud thought that was, your life is not your own. You've given it to me. You can't take it if you want it to. So that changed my whole life. It solidified me that you could literally walk into a burning building, and if it's God's will that nothing would happen to you, nothing will happen to you. I am that firm in my belief now. I am rock solid in my belief in the Lord, and I'm here for a purpose. Maybe it's to have this conversation. I have no idea, but I know that He wants me here. I've got something to do. I'm on a mission, and I couldn't take my life if I wanted to. No one can hurt me if it's against God's will. None of us can be hurt if it's against God's will, if we're doing what He wants or He has a plan for us.
I believe that. Definitely believe that. But I don't know if I want to put a label on that as like God or the Christian God, or if it's just, it's a greater, like a heartbeat of the universe, I definitely think miracles happen. I definitely think people have, visions and downloads and all that stuff. But all those things together don't equal that this is the Christian God, That doesn't prove that to me.
How?
Yeah. I mean, I should have been dead a long time ago myself. I tried to end my own life. It still didn't work. I mean, the amount of things I've gone through in my life, I've been questioning since I was a kid, like, well, I wonder what your purpose is for me. God, when I was younger, but now I just kind of, I guess, more question the universe. Because, yeah, I've had a lot of close calls, and somehow I'm still here. I don't know what my purpose is, because there's got to be one if for some reason I'm being kept around. I don't know.
I'm glad you said it, Logan, because I was going to say something similar and probably not as eloquently. Like, I definitely don't invalidate anyone's experience, and I've experienced a lot of the same things, but to ascribe it to God, to call it He, to fall into a belief system around it, I think can be challenging for humanity.
Yeah, quantum, but the other half is, how do you not have any belief system personally? You know what I mean? I was always open to so many. I was studying a lot of it, and I was like, what made that guy go there? What makes these people go there and then never come back? You know what I mean? Like, and it's experiences like that that make you see the world. You have that existential change, and you can study it, you can watch other people have it, but until you do, you don't. And then we all take it through our lens, right? Well, this is what I was learning. Maybe this is what they meant. This is so similar to what they said. This is exactly what that guy said. And then we lock it into a box that it shouldn't be in.
Yeah, don't you think that, like, what you said, like, how do you go through life personally without a belief system or whatever? I do it just fine. I don't know. Not everyone, I don't think, has a God-sized hole in their heart or whatever. I don't feel like I do, although I do still pray or whatever and all that kind of stuff. Like, but I think of that more as like, I don't know, maybe there's some Christian God up there, maybe not, but I believe praying is like the same kind of like putting good energy or hopes out to the universe, hoping, for whatever. Whether that's, hoping some God will answer your prayers or just putting some shit out there.
How do you know it's the universe instead of the Christian God?
I can't know.
Well, I don't know, I get confirmation because, you know, sometimes you can, like, you know, hear something and then it's just nothing comes from it. Like, it's like dead energy, walk in, walk out. Like, you know, like a Catholic church sermon, which I've attended, and felt nothing from. It's a big joke. And then you can attend other, read other substances like the Bible and have profound experiences while reading them. Like, just start, having, something come over you that's unexplainable. And, that only happens whenever you're interacting with, I guess, a certain belief system. So I don't know. And that's just personal confirmation aside from like any like science or history or, biblical archaeology, but just personal confirmation has been very affirming in like what belief system is correct. But there's no way to prove that, but you can just believe people's testimonials.
I mean, I think Jesus said, maybe, a tree by its fruits. Was that Jesus, Taylor? Or am I getting that wrong? Yeah. So to me, it's like you almost have to separate this concept of God from religion, right? Because the fruits of religion are pretty objectively poor for most of us over the years. So I almost, for me, I guess it doesn't matter what you call it or what you believe. It's what you do with it and how you act in the world. Like, I know people that believe in God that are amazing people that spread love everywhere they go. And I know other people that believe in God that would kill me for existing, So like, their beliefs aren't the critical thing. It's how are they translating those beliefs into action?
Right. And it's interesting that you bring up the fruit because recently I was reading some papers about like what's the happiest people group, or like what people are the happiest. Well, they had a study that said religious people are more happy than non-religious people, and then it went even further to figure out which religion was the happiest, and Christians were the happiest group of people. So I don't know if you want to, have something like that as some evidence, then take it as you will. I'm gonna have to post that study. But yeah, it's interesting. I was reading that the other day.
Are you seriously going to tell me that's like some kind of evidence?
Wait, what did you say?
Yeah, I don't know.
How is that any evidence? Like that Christians are the happiest people?
Like
I don't know. Maybe it's not evidence to you.
Religion, like making somebody happier. Do you think that like helps to confirm that whatever those people believe is true versus the people that don't?
Well, because the Bible says that he who trusts in the Lord is glad. Happy is he who trusts in the Lord. So it's just kind of confirming the Bible.
Yeah. Yeah, and the universe seems nicer with like the idea of a Christian God. I really want to believe it myself. It's a nice thought. It really, really is.
What's keeping you from believing in a Christian God? There seems to be like some internal struggle with you. Is this true? I mean, from what I'm hearing.
Yeah, it's called there's no evidence for like God. There couldn't ever be, right? So I just don't have any belief in it because there's no evidence for it.
But you believe in the universe as a conscious being? How is that? I think there's plenty of evidence, but yeah, if you can deny stuff all you want. I don't deny people's experiences with other religion. Like, I don't deny like, oh, that just didn't happen, like, or anything like that. But yeah, especially when there's evidence for it. But yeah, if you don't want to believe, I mean, I mean, that's personally your choice. Whatever you believe is your choice.
I mean, there's another way to look at it, which I mean, personally, I believe that the Christian God exists, but I reject the Christian God ideologically. So, I mean, there's that. Like you can acknowledge something's existence without wanting to worship it or fall in line.
What do you reject ideologically?
Just the concept that we as individuals need to have a control structure, that that there's an ideal that we can reach toward. I don't believe in that. I think that our function is to evolve and create outside of that system.
What do you mean by control structure? Do you think that, do you think that a parent shouldn't give their children any rules to living the best life possible?
I think we lead by example in the way that we live our lives, but do I want to ascribe to a set of commandments or absolute rules that are immutable? No. Like I fall on the other side of that coin.
Well, how do you feel about the law, like the governmental laws?
I'm not a huge fan. I'm an anarchist.
So if there's like a rapist that's just raping people, what do you think that we should do? Nothing?
I think that people would develop ways to protect themselves from violence outside of government, God, any centralized authority or power. When those systems exist, we actually lose our ability to evolve to protect ourselves from violence.
How so?
Well, think of the Wild West. Everyone had a 6-shooter on their hip. You know what I mean? Like you weren't waiting for the local police to come and rescue you if someone decided to get out of line. Now you are. You're 100% reliant on that. You've actually given up a monopoly of violence to the state to the point where you're not even able to protect yourself. In a lot of cases.
I think everybody should be able to protect themselves, and the Bible says, "Sell your cloak and buy a sword."
I think it
Nowadays, that'd
depends
probably
on
be a
which
gun,
state
but
you
anyway.
live in. Yeah, I live in Missouri. Everybody here protects themselves.
Well, but we're not. We're trending away from that, right?
That's it.
Worldwide.
Yeah. God didn't say that, though.
Yeah, we're kind of conflating the state and religion, so try to keep the lines a little bit clearer.
Where did I'm sorry, I couldn't get to my phone earlier. My phone died, but you said there's evidence for God's healer. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I've said that many times.
Okay. Go ahead. What do you think is the best evidence?
You being here.
Okay. What else do you think is the best evidence?
Is that not enough?
No.
You think that we're an accident? I mean, I have many more pieces of evidence, but I'm just
That's not evidence at all.
wondering why you brush that off. Okay, let's think about the DNA code as evidence. I believe our DNA and its code, which any code or language comes from an intelligent creator. It's like a computer. You have a DNA code. So I think that that's evidence.
When I hear you guys talk, I'm just gonna give you the impression that I have, and it seems like there's a lot of rebellion. It's like, oh, he has all these rules, and I don't want to follow these rules. But I have to tell you, being under God's protection, you don't think about, I don't think about it I don't wake up every day and I'm in rebellion against God. It's like he changes you from the inside to where you want what he wants. And so it's not a struggle. You're not struggling against him. You struggle against your flesh. Your flesh wants things and you screw up and you fall into your flesh and you're like, dang. And you can feel disappointment. It's like, man, I'm sorry. I'm going to do better. I'm really going to stop smoking. That's my struggle, right? But I never feel of it. It's never like, oh, I'm in rebellion against him. I'm just not. He's gonna tell me I'm just not gonna do it. And that's what I hear from you all. I'm sorry. Did I go too long?
I don't know what happened. You just cut.
It said I was muted, and you muted me. I thought maybe I was going too long. I'm sorry.
I didn't see the mute button. Did you hit the mute button, Rabbi?
I did not. I was watching as this all was happening. I thought you hit it.
No, I was wondering why she stopped. I thought maybe I hit the mute button by accident, but I looked down and there was no mute, so I don't know.
Why don't you continue saying what you were saying?
Well, I rambled, so maybe it was probably for a good thing. But I do go too long sometimes, and I'm sorry. I just don't think of it as I'm in rebellion against God. I have to follow these rules. You don't even think of it like that. It's like how, you wake up, it's like, how can I please you today, God? Because the thing that you're thinking, what you eventually get to is, I want to be more like Jesus. I want to do what he wants me to do, because it's magical. I hate to say that because I know that's using the Luciferian term, but being a Christian is magical. He just brings things to me when I need it. It's like being obedient is rewarding. He rewards me. He brings me assistance whenever I need it, like, and things I don't even know that I need before. It's just, I don't know how to explain it. I feel very protected and loved and cared for, and I don't feel like I have to follow laws or rules or do things. I'm never going to be like the Torah Christian, they observe the calendars or whatever. I'm never going to master that. And he don't care, because he judges me by my heart, because he can see into my heart. Anytime you guys think of Jesus, you're summoning him, even talking about him right now. I hate to tell you guys, but he's present. He's right beside you, Logan. He's right beside you, Quantum.
Miss
You
Kitty,
may
you
not
might.
want him here.
Yeah, I'm not that interested in like the preaching and all that. I'm more interested in like debating like things that can be proven and not proven. I'm not a big fan of like all the preaching about all that stuff. I get you have beliefs and all that, and you think he does this for you, and you want to serve this person. It just I don't the way you see that, I see.
I didn't
I mean,
think
I
I
see
was
it more as
preaching.
like
I'm
you're kind of
sorry
being
if I
brainwashed.
was.
Really.
I apologize if I was. I didn't think that I was. I was just explaining how it was to me. My son just told me to
Right.
keep it the fuck down.
I'm down with all the Jesus believers and all that. I get it. I'm down. I don't know. Let's just stick to like it's just kind of unrelatable though, right? Like, oh, okay, what we're going to talk about that for? I don't know what to discuss now.
Well,
we were talking about like evidence, right? What evidence do you
I,
have, Taylor? DNA? No, I don't think so.
Why not?
Well, I guess it'd be front page news, wouldn't it? Cellular, biologists all around the world would be like, oh, we proved God. It's in the DNA. All right, God's proven.
Yeah, I've heard people say that. The person that actually sequenced the human genome became an avid Christian and is now a heavy believer, where he's actually going and preaching the evidence of God through science to many universities. So yeah, I mean, there's many people who actually look into things like the cell or the universe, and like, wow, like this was not by accident. But that just takes a little bit of research, and like, it's okay if you don't look into it. But yeah, name a code that's ever name something that's ever coded itself without an intelligent person behind it, without intelligence behind it. Like name like something that's ever created a language or a code without any intelligence behind it.
But evidence of intelligent design is not evidence of the Christian God, right? Monotheism is relatively new as a concept. Gods as a concept have been around forever.
It's been around forever. Like how long?
Taylor, I don't think you're gonna get this. Like, there's nothing that you're ever gonna say, ever, that's ever gonna prove the Christian God. That's impossible. You can never be proven. I don't. You understand that concept?
It can be proven. The Bible's proven.
See, it's people like you that just make it harder for me to believe. It's because you will go ahead and say things like that aren't true because you have such a bias for others to believe because you want to believe yourself. And so I see that working in other people, and I just don't want to be someone that just lies to themselves and others because of these kind of brainwashing beliefs. It just makes it harder for me to like convert when I see these kinds of things happening to others.
Well, all I can do is share the truth and what I know, and you take of it what you will.
Well, why do you think it can't be proven, Logan? Because I'm interested in your view on that. Why can't anything can be proven?
Really? Okay. An all-powerful being that we're talking about the Christian God of like the Bible, right? So like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Give me an example of how that could be proven.
Well, like at the macro scale, I'll use Nietzsche as my example because I'm a Nietzschean. If you really read Nietzsche's works, his mad letters at the end of his life, it's clear that there was foresight. Like basically his earlier writings foresaw his later writings. I see no difference between scripture and the works of Nietzsche. And there's evidence similar to that, I believe. I'm not as learned in this area in the Bible. Like basically they wrote things down that ended up happening later. So that's on some level evidence of foresight. And then within the ideological context could be evidence of divinity. Why can't that be a story essentially that's proven over time? So theoretically, I'm just saying like the Christian Bible could be proven true. Like the end times could happen as prescribed.
Yeah, I totally get that. And I even believe that like, even if it was proven that there must have been intelligent design for our whole entire universe, not just us. I mean, I totally think that, we're the product of intelligent design. I think a lot of things are, but even if it was like applied to the whole entire universe in itself, that in itself still does not prove a Christian God.
No, but Jesus riding down on a fucking chariot would, right? I mean,
would it?
If he wins, I mean, have you read Revelation? If that happens, the way it was laid out, then I'd say that's pretty close to being proven.
Yeah, I mean, you have a good point. I mean, if there was like a literal like representation of like what happened in the Bible and Revelations that happened, I'd be like, God damn. Either that or just like some blue beam shit for sure. I think blue beam first for sure before I thought anything like revelatory was going down for sure. What's up, bro?
I think that asking Logan or anyone else to prove that the Christian God is exists is difficult, or the Jewish God or any God in general. That's a difficult thing to prove. Some things
It's
though.
the same God.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not denying that by any means. One thing though that I'd like to say is, if you've ever actually done some research in the Bible, there are a lot of inconsistencies, and just generally, I'm just gonna read through a couple of them just to kind of wet your whistle on it. I know Jews and Christians believe that perhaps the Bible is infallible and it's perfect, and that's absolutely fine if you want to believe that. But just to start off, God creates light and separates light from darkness and day from light on the first day. Yet he didn't make light producing objects, the sun and the stars, until the fourth day. Plants are made on the third day before there was the sun to drive their photosynthetic process. He made the stars also. God spends a day making light, therefore making the stars and separating light from darkness. Then, at the end of the hard day's work, and almost as an afterthought, he makes trillions of stars. There are all kinds of
Dude,
inconsistencies.
what are you reading?
It's a list.
Where is this based? Is this supposed to be based off the Bible? Why
It
don't
is
you just
based.
read it? And that's not true either. I mean, just read the Bible if you're trying to base it off the Bible.
I'm saying that there are inconsistencies within the Bible.
Don't you believe in the Old Testament as a Jew, though? Aside from whatever you just read.
I believe that it is a set of doctrine that has been studied over the period of thousands of years, but really we've moved past that as a civilization into monism, monism.
So you're not a Jew.
I'm most certainly a Jew through DNA and through my beliefs. You don't have to believe the Bible to be a Jew. In fact, 90% of all Jews don't. How many Jews do you know, Taylor?
I guess I don't know any.
I mean, really, the Reform and Conservative don't even discuss God in their services.
Rabbi, can I ask you a
What did they
question?
discuss today?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, what are they discussing if not God? I don't get it. What are they doing?
It's a great question. Really, it's a lot of social justice issues, and they celebrate holidays and such. But in reality, it's not based like an Orthodox Jew who considers the Torah to be infallible, as some Christians do as well. There are people who are modern Orthodox, and some of us who are humanistic Jews, people who are Reconstructionist Jews, who realize that our ancestors believed in these things, but we don't necessarily, as much as many other people do.
So what's your
And
belief found based off of? Like, what's the foundation of it?
I mean, what do you mean? What? I'm
like,
saying,
what's like if you don't believe in the Bible and you're a Jew, then what is the foundation of your belief system?
I'm not saying I don't believe in all aspects of it. I think that it is an antiquated book, though, that we based our doctrine on for thousands of years. But now, as we're in a modern time, we can still marry within our people, as is done regularly. But you don't have to take the Bible to be absolute truth. There are many inconsistencies within it.
So do you, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just confused at what is, like, I don't know, if you don't believe in the Bible, then how is that, whatever. Do you believe in the Old Testament God?
I believe God is energy. I don't know what the
So you don't believe in the Old Testament God?
I believe that God is energy.
Do you believe in the Old Testament God or not?
I believe that God is energy.
You believe that? I believe that God is energy too.
There you go. And so we have some common
I mean,
ground.
he's,
And that's what many
okay,
Jews believe. But
okay,
I mean,
but
like, if you take the Bible on its face, just off the top of my head, Leviticus 20 verse 13 says a man cannot.
dude, you're trying to disprove your own faith. That's crazy to me.
I'm past that, as are 90% of all Jews.
Then what is the foundation of the belief system? I'm missing something huge here.
The foundation of it is the fact that we are a people who have
So
a
then why don't you
common
just
lineage.
identify as New Age?
Recognize that there are inconsistencies within the Bible.
Then wouldn't you just be a New Age religion if you transformed to something newer?
Some consider it humanistic Judaism is that way. Reconstructionist Judaism is that way. There are different types of Jews out there than what you're considering just your standard Orthodox Jews.
Well, I mean, the Jewish faith was founded on the God of the Old Testament, but if that's not what you believe in, then I'm just kind of confused.
Well, you don't really understand Judaism that well. Only about 10% of all Jews believe in the Bible like you're considering the Bible. Most Jews are humanistic, Reconstructionist, Reform, or conservative, and have moved past that type of old style thinking, that these are essentially doctrines that our ancestors in which they believed, and we consider them more family traditions.
This is fascinating.
It is. I mean, I'm not.
I think Taylor.
I think
Taylor.
I'm
Taylor,
just
you
kind of
think
confused
every
about the
single Jew out
fundamentals.
there believes that the Bible is consistent, and really,
Well,
even the
yeah,
most
right. I see what you're saying.
in even the most.
I know what you're saying. I just haven't heard this from anybody. So do you believe that any book is like truth? Like, do y'all
No.
like have like a book or something like that? Y'all like, where do you get your belief system from?
Well, I mean, it depends. It could be from Talmud, it can be from Torah, but really, it depends on the person and how seriously they take these to be scripture. But here's just an example. Leviticus 20:13 says, if a man lies with a man in the same way that a man lies with a woman, that they should be stoned. And I don't know a single Jew out there who stones homosexuals. So that means all Jews out there are not following the Bible. We are all incorrect then. And as are you, if you believe the Bible to be truth.
Well, yeah,
Well, we
Jesus
believe in the New
doesn't tell us
Testament,
that
so
there's grace
as well.
after Jesus comes onto the scene. That's the Old Testament. We don't believe that. I mean, I don't believe that Jesus. I think he came to fulfill the Old Testament, not everything in the Old Testament, but not those, because when Jesus came, he gave us a new set of laws. You know, it's okay. So when John taught, he would talk about the old law, but then he would wrap Jesus around the end of it on all of his lectures to say, well, this is the way they used to do it, but this is how we do it now since we have this grace.
Rabbi, what is your whenever you go to like attend any like sort
Shul.
of
Yeah, it's a synagogue.
Whenever you go to the synagogue, what do y'all identify as?
Modern Orthodox.
Modern Orthodox. Is there a book for Modern Orthodox, or somebody can go learn about it?
There are many of them. Yeah. You want one in particular?
Yeah, right. What is? Can you name one, please?
Sure. Jews for Nothing is one of them. That's written by a modern Orthodox rabbi. It's by
Was the
Rabbi.
modernity, was the like new concepts like derived from like
It
any
basically
divine
takes
inspiration?
It takes the Bible and is allows like modern people to be able to live by the rules in it and still live their modern life. So, for instance, it's a way that we can continue to live in the 21st century without having sacrifices, so to speak.
Yeah, Christians do the same. Is it divinely inspired, the modern like aspects of it?
Most certainly, as much as anything else is divinely inspired. I mean, that's really just words that humans have put on their text, whether it's divinely inspired or not. It goes back to what I originally
I should say,
said.
do they believe, do the modern Jew, the modern Orthodox Jews believe it was divinely inspired, like the modern changes?
Yeah.
Or
generally.
Is there okay, well, if there's a book or something I can go reference about these modern inspirations, was there like a Joseph Smith of the New Orthodox Jews that said like, hey, like
Most
here's
certainly. His name is Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik. He helped to modernize Yeshiva University in New York. That's an example. But
hey, do you know Dr. Rabbi Shmuley Botak?
Can you continue? Can you repeat that, please?
Dr. Shmuley Botak?
Perhaps.
Shmuley Botak. Shmuley Botak.
Perhaps.
Yeah, he's a really popular Jew. He's done like a lot of big things. He hangs out with Dr. Drew sometimes. Yeah, he's up in the biz. He makes some money.
At least to Taylor's point, there are certainly Jews, the Haredi perhaps, who take the Bible for every word as truth. But there are some points where the Bible either is inconsistent or even can contradict itself. And they even don't live the Bible to the T. In fact, they don't stone homosexuals, which it is said to do in the Bible. So no Jew technically actually practices the Bible. I think that's kind of like heartbreaking to Taylor to find out, but that's absolutely true. None of us do.
I don't think that there are per se inconsistencies. I think, if you believe things can divinely change over time, then, why can't the New Testament be one of those changes? Would you say that there are inconsistencies with the modern Orthodox Jewish Church because they believe something different than the Old Testament as well?
I think that perhaps modern Orthodoxy uses some leniencies so that people can live their daily lives guilt-free and feel like they're still living according to the Bible. And that isn't to say that they're not. It's just, I mean, it's a perfect example. If it says to stone people in the Bible who lay when a man lays with a man, no one is doing that. So we are all essentially not following the Bible, and you included, Taylor. I know you're in the New Testament, so that's different. But at least any Jew out there is not actually following the Bible. And the way that we
The
deal with
main
that
question
as
I want to ask,
Hold on, let's get the quantitative. He's had his hand up, and you know this guy never raises his hand, so we have to respect that.
I
did
couldn't
not see his
interrupt the back
card.
and forth,
Sorry.
but if I could just real quick, one of the best takes I ever read on Judaism and religion in general was by this rabbi who kind of leaned into the inconsistencies across Holy Scriptures and made a case for it being intentional, that basically the divine inspiration purposely led us astray so that we could learn lessons over time. So I'm kind of like with this take around the evolution of the ideology, right? Where, okay, yes, we don't stone people anymore, but it was necessary for that to be in there at one point so that we collectively could learn that lesson. I forget the name of the rabbi. Maybe you know Rabbi Rothschild, but it was pretty cool.
That's definitely a common belief of a certain segment of Judaism. I personally think that that could be a thing, that like perhaps these were divinely inspired to be inconsistent, or to create some type of riddle in the Bible that maybe at one point we couldn't understand, but at a later point that we can. I know what the Bible says when it comes to homosexuality, and I don't know anyone who stones anybody, and that's a pretty cut and dried example. No Jew I know stones a homosexual, and thus none of us are actually following the Bible.
I do have a question for you, Rabbi. I've been wanting to ask you for a while, if it's okay.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Well, what do you think about translation errors in the Bible, such as, what do you think about tohu wabohu, where the earth became void and desolate, as if the earth actually encountered a catastrophic event, that the earth actually became void and desolate?
They certainly, I think that translation errors could have happened and probably are quite likely over the course of the 5,783 years that we think that the world has been around, or Orthodox Jews believe that the world has been around. And I think the point that you make regarding tohu wabohu could be certainly legitimate. I personally don't know. That's why I even earlier tonight said I personally am somewhat agnostic on many things in life, not just religion, but on everything. I don't know. And so there are certainly people out there who think that the cataclysms and the flood happened in a certain way. There are other people who think that perhaps that might have just been allegory of the Bible. I don't necessarily know. That's kind of why I'm on this journey. I think we're all on this journey to find out some hidden kind of information out there. But I do think you raise a very important point that these the Bible has been translated, and it could have been mistranslated, even though there is a lot of evidence to show that much of the Bible has been consistently translated. We don't know. We're trying to figure out these things as people, and we try to have these types of methodologies and doctrines fit in our modern life. But I think that much of what you've discussed when it comes to the perhaps mistranslation of the Bible may be legitimate. And then if that's true, are we really studying the correct things? Because we don't necessarily know.
Does the modern Orthodox Judaism church focus and worship the Creator God?
We call God Hashem, meaning the name, and essentially we do our best to follow the laws of Hashem, and worshiping Hashem, giving praise to Hashem are things that we do. So I would say yes, generally modern Orthodox does do that.
Where did Hashem, that name, come from? I don't know if I've ever heard of Hashem.
It's a reference. It's a reference to Yahweh.
Because they won't see his name.
Wait, was that the Canaanites' name for Yahweh?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what they refer
Wow.
to. It's
Dude, I
Hashem.
saw
Is
that
like
yesterday. That Hashem.
yeah,
Okay, cool. I'm gonna remember it
yeah.
forever now.
I know that
That's a
term. But
synchronicity
yeah,
example. That's the first time I saw that yesterday. Wow, that's crazy.
but yeah, Rabbi's talking about Yahweh. But yeah, go on. Sorry.
Hashem.
And David's absolutely right. So most Orthodox Jews will not use that term out of respect. So we use the name Hashem, which just means the name. So if you haven't heard that term, you may in the future. And there are many names for God, but that's the one that we generally use.
Or they refer to Abba, which means father. So it's either Hashem or Abba. They're the one of the two that they're referring to. But yeah, never Yahweh, because that's his personal name.
Yeah, because it's out of reverence to God, they won't speak his name.
Yeah, but yeah, they've got they're very strict in Judaism when it comes to using his name. So they either say Abba or Hashem, but never that Yahweh. Never say. Don't ever say that name in a synagogue. Whatever you do, just call him Hashem or Abba. But yeah, sorry. Go on, Rabbi.
No, you're
Would you
absolutely right.
say that your ancestors are the Canaanites, being that y'all called God the same name as the Canaanites did?
Honestly, I don't know. I can tell you that you can follow my mother's lineage back to the Bible, matrilineally, mitochondrially, and then even perhaps before then, if anybody existed before then, perhaps they were Canaanites, perhaps they were Hittites, perhaps they were some type of Phoenician. I don't know. I don't know any Jew who knows.
So, what about Dolce? Do you think that really happened, Rabbi?
Dolce bass? I love Dolce bass. Well, do you mean with like the Phil Schneider part of it?
Yep.
Yeah, I do. I think Dolce bass exists. I think it's like 7 levels deep, at least.
Wait. What is this? This is Inner Earth stuff. I love this. What is this? I'm so sorry. I don't understand what you're talking about.
The deep
Sure.
underground military base.
Exactly. So it's a deep underground military base located in Archuleta Mesa in New Mexico. Basically, it was built in a mountain, and here's all I know about it, which isn't that much, and I haven't studied it in like a decade. But basically, it's on a Native American reservation first and foremost, so it's kind of difficult to get there. Secondly, there are different levels to it, at least 7, but apparently it has an underground railroad system that's connected to Area 51 and additionally Los Alamos Labs and also perhaps Sandia Labs. So basically, you can travel there underground, and that's why a lot of people don't necessarily have to go there to park. Like the issue with Area 51 is you park at McCarran Air Force Base, and then the Janet flights take you there, and people are aware that there are people traveling there. Well, in order to avoid all of that, the theory is that you may take a train from, like an underground train from Albuquerque, perhaps, to the Archuleta Mesa. And from what I understand, is it is a hollowed out mountain that has different levels to it. And the one that's most fascinating to me is it's called Nightmare Hall, where at least the people who have had some type of, I would say, like whistleblowers say that there is a hybrid alien program that occurs there. And you'll have people who have like human like appendages, but it'll be like on a pig's body, or perhaps the reverse, where you'll have pig like appendages on a human's body. And these things are in these like capsules. They're like in this kind of like fermented I don't know if it's fermented, but it's basically like floating in capsules. I can send a picture in the purple pill, but basically when you find out about like cloning programs and all kinds of like secret government programs that start to get to the surface, these all are basically done in these deep underground military bases, and this is a big one. Aside from that, there's a discussion like Phil Schneider. If you're familiar with his discussions in the 90s, he had a base, or I should say like a battle with these aliens underground. Apparently he lost a finger, like part of his hand, in this underground firefight. But as I understand, this underground deep underground military base was before the 90s, so it actually predates him. I'm not exactly sure when it was built. I do know that the show UFO Hunters went and studied this. There are all kinds of interesting lights that appear over this, the Archuleta Mesa, and then also there's some areas where there are these giant vents, so basically to let out any kind of air. That's about all I know about it. Does anyone know anything more about it? I'm always trying to find out more about Dulce Base. The biggest whistleblower I've ever known about it, it's been more than a few years. It's been about a decade since I've studied it. Was a supposed security officer who was there, and he describes the different levels of Dulce Base. And as I try to pull this up, one thing that I remember he said is that when you go there, if you're going to work on the, like, you go in through the, like, let's say the first floor or whatever, they weigh you, and I think you have to get you stripped naked, or at least your underwear, and then they weigh you when you leave. So here we go. Dulce Base is supposed to contain 7 levels. Just one moment as I read this. And I'll tell you what each one of them is in just a moment. Okay, so there are 7 floors. Alien Jews 5 through 6 and 7. Everyone who comes there is completely naked and weighed. Okay, this is exactly what I said. A code is given, and any weight change results in an alarm. At the 4th level, studies and research are based on the human aura, hypnosis, and telepathy. At the 6th level, there are experimental laboratories. According to a researcher who worked in those laboratories, the results of the experiments are frightening. 3-legged humans, half human, half octopus, half reptiles and lizards. The sounds that these beings leave are scary. At the 7th level, heads, embryos, human bodies are preserved in various solutions. That's what I was talking about, that fermented or whatever solution. Dulce aliens are considered to be the first inhabitants of Earth and claimed to be drawn from the cross between Homo sapiens with a humanoid reptile species. The species was created by beings called Draco. After being kidnapped, people are being implanted. Skin, sperm, egg, DNA are taken. Thanks to the implant, people undergo these experiments without retaliation. After the experiment ends, the subject no longer remembers anything. They still betray the look that they have and a constant stupid smile. 2 of the bases, so this is with Phil Schneider, where Phil Schneider was present in Area 51 of Nevada and Dulce, New Mexico base. Dulce is a town of about 1,000 inhabitants located at the Apache Jicarilla Reserve at a height of nearly 2,000 meters. From there have been many reports of UFO takeoffs and landings, extraterrestrial kidnappings, human and animal mutilation. The same base is the place of the so-called Dulce Wars, in which reptilians and greys are said to have fought military and civilians. There were many casualties in both camps, and Phil Schneider claims that he took part in this shootout. He says he was hit by a laser weapon, has a big scar on his chest. His participation in the battle has been made public in a lecture since 1995, although many other elements appear in it. One other thing that I learned about, and there's more to this, I just typed in, if you want to know what I just typed in levels at Dulce Base, and it's the first thing that comes up. There have been people who have...
Anyone been there? Hey, oh no, so sorry. I don't want you to stop. I was just saying, has anyone been there to Dolce?
It's a great question. It's on a Native American reservation, so it's already difficult to get there. I'm not sure. Has anyone been there?
I'm there right now.
That's what I like
No.
to hear.
Right.
So at least this level
Oh, that's a
6.
good idea for English Swan. We'll get into remote view it.
This level 6 is the really interesting one to me. Level 6 is also called the Nightmare Hall because of the genetic lab. The reports of workers who have seen bizarre experiments are like, I saw people with more feet, half a half octopus, but also reptilian people with hands of people crying like babies. So is a mixture of lizards, human fish, seals, birds, and mice, all kept in cages. I also saw winged humanoids, grotesque creatures like bats, 1 meter to over 2 meters high, but also gurgling and reptilian beings. Level 7 is even worse. Rows and rows of cold kept human mixtures, large storage containers of humanoid embryos at different stages of development, people in cages, usually sedated and drugged, who sometimes scream and beg for help. We have been told that they are incurable fools following very risky drug tests to cure madness. We were advised not to speak at all. At first, I even believed I even believed it all, but in 1978, some workers discovered the truth. The discovery led to the Dulce Wars of 1979, the struggle between humans on the one hand and reptilian gray on the other, in which many scholars and soldiers died, and a fight in which Phil Schneider claims he was hurt. A Dulce security officer, this is the guy who I was referencing, this security, Thomas Castillo, has described Dolce-based research in a UFO magazine. His information was renamed the Dolce Documents. Costello has been working for 7 years for Road Corporation, an Illuminati operation in Santa Monica, California. Transferred to Dolce in 1977. He has estimated the number of grays from Dolce to be over 18,000, but has also seen numerous high humanoid reptiles. He knew of the existence of 7 levels of the base, although he admits there could be more and aliens were at the last 3 levels. The degree of security increases with each level. The one other thing that I can add to this is I've heard of people who have gone missing on the surface, and apparently for one reason or another they've been found there, and they are like lucid people. They are like talk to you about their families and they ask for help, and there's nothing you can do to help them. So that's about all I know about it.
That's fascinating. And yes, as a Christian, I believe every word that you just said. You're probably like, how? But I'm like, it's all in the Bible. I'm just joking. I had to throw that in there. No, it's not all in the Bible, but I do believe everything that you just said is true.
I think it. I mean,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I challenge anyone to go over to a Dolce and try and find something. That would be interesting, I think. I don't think that there's
just arrest you.
I know some people have gone up there. One particular guy, he spent a lot of time up there. It was a training base. The Archuleta Mesa was a training base for special forces out of Fort Carson, Colorado. But there was one bunker that was under the mountain that was used to store ammunition for the military. That's been sealed up. There was a mine entrance that used to be a mine up there a long time ago, back in the 30s. That's been sealed. But if somebody knows about an entrance, I'd be happy to listen to them. But I don't think there's anything under Dolce.
It's fascinating. So level 1 is security and communications. 2 is human staff housing. 3 are executives and laboratories. 4 are mind control experiments. 5 is alien housing. 6 is genetic experiments. 7 is cryogenic storage. And apparently there is an underground tunnel to Los Alamos. And then there's also some kind of UFO entrance through the top. I don't know much about that, but it's fascinating that this may be like a shared base between humans and aliens, and it's really kind of different than Area 51 is. From what I understand, Area 51 was generally built from by humans, and maybe there was a little bit of alien human interaction there, but not nearly as much as there is at Dolce Base. Apparently Dolce Base is like the most secret base in the United States, though I'll stand by that. I will say though, Area 51 generally was considered the most secret base that humans would deal with, which humans would deal on the surface. But I think that has since changed. They've moved a lot of the secret things that were at Area 51 back to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio. If you'd like, I can read a little bit more about it. I think it's pretty fascinating.
Does it have anything in there about the elder race? Does it ever talk about an elder race? Well, that might be the dragon people you were talking about, the reptilians.
So I think those are the Dracos that were referenced, the reptilians. From what I know about them, they're very, very large, like lizard-like reptilian creatures.
The Dead Sea Scrolls talks about them. I'm not sure if y'all believe in Dead Sea Scrolls or not, but also posted at the top something I just scrolled upon on my timeline on Twitter, and it said, wow, ex-CIA John Ramirez says he encountered reptilian alien. And then it goes on, he finds, etc. So if you want to click on that link, maybe it talks about CIA whistleblower about the reptilians. But yeah, I've shared what the Dead Sea Scrolls has to say about them.
Yeah, that's interesting you say that. He was just in an interview today with our friend Holly. Or wait, maybe that was yesterday, technically now. But he addresses that whole reptilian claim, and he says that he didn't say that. Apparently, like he claims that like they look just like us, but there's something like kind of reptilian about them in their DNA or something like that. But
Wow,
they weren't
that's
like dragon people, he said.
I see what you mean. Yeah, that's crazy though. I can't believe you said that.
But what if they have the ability to shapeshift and they present to you what they want you to look like? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. What about it? I guess that's something they do. I don't know.
No, what I'm saying is if they have the ability to shapeshift and they can present to you what they want you to think that they look like. I mean, they could actually present themselves as different things to different people throughout time.
Oh, just like aliens, yeah. And I'm not allowed to do that. I'm a Bigfoot. I'm a Loch Ness monster. I'm a Mothman. I'm a mermaid.
Yeah, well, actually, I think mermaid's just a remnant of the chimeras from before the days of Noah. But if you think of skinwalkers, skinwalkers, that's, the Skinwalker Ranch and all that, they have the ability to shapeshift. Fallen angels have the ability to shapeshift. So you have a spiritual entity, which you call aliens, I'm calling them, fallen angels, and they have the ability to shapeshift. So they can appear, but I also believe that there's a remnant of a humanoid and elder race that lives underground that escaped the flood. I honestly believe that there's several creatures that escaped the flood that live in Hollow Earth that would terrify us if we knew they existed.
Why do you believe that?
I believe it because if you look at the through history, one thing. Also, because of what the Bible says, it says they were on the earth and after. So we have this reoccurrence of the Nephilim after the flood. Well, how'd they survive the flood? So there's a lot of things that aren't answered in Scripture, like where's the reoccurrence come from? After the flood. There are many theories we don't know, but I also believe that we're seeing too many things that are coming up out of the earth that have no explanation, but it's happening too often for it to just be a one-off, or you're actually finding remnants of these bizarre creatures that are, washing up on beaches, or people are actually capturing pictures of them, or we've got a lot of weird chimera activity going on. And then we add to that the accounts that people have, you know, in their inner earth stories. So I just really feel like it's credible. It's definitely a credible phenomenon.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing more hybrids being made. You know, people have a first-hand testimony of their hybrid child. So, yeah, absolutely. And we're told that would happen. So yeah.
So, the secret space program. I don't know, from the research, I guess it doesn't involve the fighting aliens on some other planet, but it involves the use of like our technology, our satellites, our vehicles, and deploying like space probes in deep space, and how all these different spacecrafts that we launched from like the early 60s on contribute to this like secret space program. And you know, we knew, and there's some NASA scientists who spoke of this. We had projects like Project Star being Project Nitrace, Project Snowbird, Project Amber Red, Project Tango Rose. These are all projects that dealt with launching objects into deep space to keep track of our solar system. And we go all the way back to World War II and what we gathered from the German advancement of rocket technology. Werner von Braun and his contribution to the unfortunate part of the Nazi space program back in World War II, the concentration camps. They were experimenting with human beings on how much stress, like in the centrifuge, like they put these different age people like in the centrifuges and spinning them until they just died, and just to see how much force they could take. These horrible things that the Nazis did, but that was the beginning of what we learned from space when the 100 and what was it, 100 and, I think 65 cent, 60,000. I can't remember the number. What was that number? 1,600 scientists, I think, that we brought over from the Nazi program. This is what they showed us, and they showed us like these manuals and things of what they had been doing. Again, fortunate things they had been doing to human beings, but that's part of it. And look at some of the things we did, like the probe missions were launched in secret from like 65 to 71, and like the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo space programs, the missions were trying to establish like orbiting laboratories in space. And we actually had some that were classified. That didn't last very long in space, but we had them. And then we had the Ranger series of spacecrafts that were launched, and they were launched with this like secret mission, the Strategic Defense Initiative. President Reagan requested a system to defend Earth from space-based systems. And that's when the Star Wars program was born, and established under the code name Excalibur. The system could be used to shoot down launch missiles from Earth and incoming objects from space.
Logan,
Not a lot of people.
Logan, I got to correct the record on some of this because my uncle wasn't part of that. You had Man Orbiting Laboratory.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay, Man Orbiting Laboratory was a secret space program, right? You know about that?
Yeah. Oh, man, your voice, man. You okay?
No, man, I told you I've been sick. That's the reason I haven't really been talking.
If you want to just type it, I can read what you type or something if you want.
Well, there was a secret space program, and it was the Man Orbiting Laboratory, and we were going to put like people like my uncle. They weren't technically astronauts; they were called flight crew, and they were going to be in a Skylab type thing, what do you call it, space station, and take pictures of Russia. And my uncle was trained to do this stuff, but they canceled the program before they got off the ground. They never got any astronauts from that program sent up, but they ended up going into NASA afterwards. But in a lot of people from it, well, a few people from it were ended up as space shuttle astronauts, and it was under the NRO. And my uncle couldn't even talk about this. Like, I didn't even know this growing up that he did this. And so later on, they recognized these astronauts that they were going to be spies in space. But because you had the Gambit, the Keyhole, the Corona programs and stuff, they started doing they started doing satellite, like using more like better satellite technology. And but there was no astronauts, like classified astronauts, actually went up into space. And I know this because I'm related to one, so I'm telling you what he told me. And take it with what you agreeing with, whatever you rod you choose. But I'll post something for you.
Right on, man. Wait, so you're saying there is no secret space program at all?
Oh, there is. There is. The X-37B is a secret space program. That's in like a drone space shuttle up there. That's a classified space program. That's secret space. But I'm saying that the astronauts that were trained never got off the ground. But they were going on, like, well, you had the Apollo missions going on. Like in 1969, I think that my uncle was selected for this program. I think. I'm pretty sure. And but like I said, I'm about to post a video of it.
What was your uncle's name again? Wasn't it like Robert Kripke or something?
Crippen.
Oh, okay. Hey, dude, while I have you up here, any song requests?
Yellow Ledbetter by Pearl Jam.
Right on. Thanks, man.
The reason I'm saying this is because one time I went to Contact in the Desert and I met this guy selling books on secret space programs. And one of them was about, this program. And I brought it up to my Uncle Bob, and he said, I want to let you know that the truth or whatever. And he told me. I think I just posted it up at the top because there's a lot of confusion and people that create narratives about this stuff. But this is the truth. And like I said, this is about the MOL program, and this is the history of the NRO. And so, we did have spies in space. Well, we were training spies for space. But whenever my uncle was in this program, he never got they never got to go up because they canceled the program. But they took the technology and they went to some of the MOL flight crew became NASA astronauts. And my uncle became a NASA astronaut and he test piloted the space shuttle. And the reason he was chosen to do it is because he knew the computer systems. He was Mr. Shuttle. You can go to Kennedy Space Center and you can go into where the shuttle exhibit is, and it says, if they even have his flight suit, and it says Mr. Shuttle space suit. This is true.
Well, they say that when you leave Earth's atmosphere, that's
I'll
the veil
post a
that
picture
dampens
of
our.
this magazine that he gave me.
What were you saying, Miss Kitty?
Well,
Maybe Matt cannot hear you.
no, it's fine. I have no ego in this. That our psychic abilities are that kick in when we go into outer space. I know I keep talking about this, but it's just like there's a veil that dampens us, and they've said, there's been a lot of astronauts that have stories about hearing the voices of their deceased relatives in outer space, and I
I
just
just
wonder.
posted a magazine, but I think you can get it. I'm pretty sure you can get it at the NRO's website. But that but yeah, they were training astro spies, and this program was really classified. Like I said, not until later on could they even talk about it.
Well, we actually haven't went past Earth's atmosphere. So the
Yeah,
moon's
because it
actually
extends past the
in
moon.
Earth's
I
atmosphere.
understand that, right?
What do you
Wait,
mean?
so are you saying, yeah,
The moon is inside of Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, it's like the metasphere. Is that what they call it when it gets thinner up there and it extends actually past the moon? So we've never actually literally
Can you
left Earth's
explain what you mean by that? Some people may not know.
Did you see the articles about it? How we haven't been in space because like Earth's atmosphere actually goes past the moon, or the moon's inside of Earth's atmosphere. So we haven't left the atmosphere.
Well, I believe you have. I believe we have been to space. Like, I think that what is it? What was it? There's certain levels of space. What's it? Like Amazon, dude. They got, but Bezos. I don't think that they actually went technically into space. Something there's like 8 miles. There's certain. I don't know what the levels of space are, but there is something about um like like certain people, certain private companies aren't going technically way into space like Elon Musk, and they tried to talk about something like that. But um I think the moon is in space. I don't think it's part of our because
And
the
that's not
moon
true.
doesn't have its own. The moon doesn't even have an atmosphere.
Look,
Hardly.
I
Well,
know it's weird. Look
no,
into it.
there are layers of
All
atmosphere, and
right,
the
I
thinnest
probably won't
layer,
because I don't
the
worry about it too
metasphere,
much.
extends past the moon, and we haven't actually went past the moon, but it's like they can
Anyways, I
actually
just heard
measure.
you talking about secret space program, and I just wanted to
Matt,
tell you
you cannot
that.
hear Miss Kitty.
I don't
No,
think
I
he can,
can't.
but
I'm gonna
that's all
drop
right.
down.
No, I should probably drop down.
Please, please, please don't, Missy. Don't drop down. You don't need to. You're cool.
yeah, so,
Well, I hope he comes back. He was
the
interesting.
moon, that's really cool. He sounds a lot manlier with his cold. Um, he's got
Logan,
it bad.
you asked an interesting question about has anyone been to Dolce? Has anyone? I don't think anyone here has. Has anyone even been to New Mexico?
I have.
Did you find?
Yes, I've driven through there.
Did you find that it had any kind of paranormal activity?
No.
How about you, Miss Kitty? Did you feel it was at all strange? I mean, like it has a lot of significance in Native American cultures, and I know that certainly our government has had interest in it. And of course, we have the Roswell crash. Did you go to any of those, like Roswell, New Mexico, or Corona, or anything like that?
No, it was my first time going through there, and I was just really scared nervous because of driving that long on the desert road when you have, like 300 miles in between exits where there's civilization. That was the part that was freaking me out.
With good reason. No, that's definitely a fear. Logan, do you know anybody who's been to Roswell?
Yeah, a bunch of people.
But just not you personally?
No, I wouldn't go out there. No.
You said you would not go out there?
No, it's just a place like in the middle of nowhere, just like a place in the desert. Like I don't know. It's like a long way
There's
to go.
signs as you're going towards it. There's all these tourist signs and attractions and everything, and people put up stands. It's a big, huge hot spot. You'll know when you get close to it. There's signs all over the road.
That's what I've heard. There's like a museum there, I think.
Yeah, there's and if you go to the rest stops, they'll have like maps and sell trinkets and all kinds of crap to try to get you, to stay at their hotel or go on they compete. The locals compete for tour guidance and stuff. So there's like all kinds of flyers, come let me show you around type stuff.
Yeah, there wouldn't be a town without this UFO thing. Probably it's the biggest thing.
Right. I don't know.
Crazy to think. Oh, I was gonna say it's crazy to think like all these like highly spiritual places, like in New Mexico and Egypt and stuff, all just ended up becoming a dry desert. Strange, but it's biblically accurate.
It is interesting. I also think that.
Do you know what? Do you know what else is a dry desert? The Middle East region. It's a complete dry desert, and I think there's a reason behind that. It's because those who do not turn to the Father,
Deuteronomy's curse.
Yeah, your land will be cursed, and they even hate his people, Israel, in the Middle East as well. In the Middle East region, they come against Israel all the time. They're supposed to be God's chosen people amongst the nations, and if you look on a satellite image, Israel's probably the only country in the Middle East that blossoms with green and with water and what have you. Whereas if you look all over the Middle East and some parts of North Africa, it's like a complete desert. It looks like a forsaken land if you look at it from a satellite image. So if we practice ungodly things, the world will be affected by it. Our surroundings will be affected by it. So I believe, for example, climate change. The reason why climate change exists is because of our sins. Our sins affects the atmosphere of the world because our sins rise up into heaven, and what our actions, what happens in the world, and our actions are very much connected. So this is why we've got to be very, very mindful of how we behave and how we treat one another and how we treat the planet and so forth, because the Father's always watching and he acts accordingly, so to speak. So, we just need to really put our heads into the scriptures and really understand it well and just try our best to live by it to the best of our abilities, and there wouldn't be any need for global conflicts or climate change or global warming or our lands becoming a desert, becoming forsaken, and our waters, our lakes and rivers and oceans drying up and all that sort of stuff.
David,
Because
have you seen that the Jordan has dried up, and what do you make of that, and where does that fit in prophecy?
Well, I'm not too sure about the Jordan River, but I know the River Euphrates very, very well. But it just goes to show our actions are very much connected to what happens
the Jordan
on
River,
our planet.
yeah.
What's that?
I was just saying, yeah, it's the Jordan River that I was talking about.
Yeah. well, that's kind of a bit of a siren, you know.
Yeah,
But
that is. I mean, that was alarming when I saw that. It was in that video that I posted because they were what it was is they were finding all these things under these rivers and lakes, these weird like fossils and boats, old boats that were missing, people, whole bunches of people that had been murdered, and where all these rivers and there's one in Michigan that dried up and they found like 7 bodies and stuff like that. That wasn't in that video, but that it just had a whole bunch of these really prominent places that are drying up. The rivers are drying up and they're finding these incredible finds underneath it, just like the Euphrates. But the Jordan River drying up just kind of really
I'll have to
alarmed
look into
me.
that. I'll have to look into that. Thanks for letting me know. I'll have to really dig deep into that one. But yeah, that's
I'm
kind of
getting ready to DC. I can't turn my button off,
alarming.
Logan. Just
That's
mute
kind of
me.
it's kind of alarming. It's kind of alarming that the Jordan River, the place where Messiah was baptized, is now drying up. So yeah, I'm gonna have to dig deep in that one. But yeah, like I said, our actions,
That one I did accidentally mute you. So sorry, David. I was letting somebody up, letting Miss Kitty up. Please continue, David.
No, it's all right. It's all good. But yeah, like I said, our actions and stuff like that. So what you said, Miss Kitty, about things drying up and we seeing things that we haven't seen in years. It's like, yeah, that's true. Like even the authenticity of the Bible as well. I'm going to change the subject a little bit here, but there's a lot of proof around the Middle East and North Africa of the authenticity. Oh, I don't know how to say that word right. Of the scriptures.
Authenticity.
Yeah, that's it. The authenticity of the scriptures. It shows that the scriptures is true because there's a lot of places around the Middle East and North Africa that there's proof that these events happened. Like if you look at the Red Sea and you go deep down in the ocean, you can see the chariots and the shields and the weaponry still buried in the sea that happened when Moses crossed the Red Sea and when the sea collapsed and the soldiers were taken away from it. There's proof there under the Red Sea. There's Noah's Ark and Ararat in Turkey. You can see that there. There's a lot of places in the region. So it just goes to show that the Holy Bible is very true and very accurate in what it says and what we read in it. And yeah, it is. And like and when the scripture said that giants were in our world in the ancient times, well, you can find evidence of archaeological structures that were built that not even one crane today could even lift them. There's evidence of them being present, and like there's skeletons all over the world. Like the tallest one that they've found so far, I think, is over 40 or 50 feet tall. So
Whoa,
if
where
one
is that?
denies if one denies the authenticity of the scriptures, I don't know how else to say this. So I don't know the nicest way to say this, but I'm just going to say it as it is. One is therefore blind to his surroundings in regards to the scriptures. So
people are willfully blind.
They're also
I
willfully.
I was trying to find a nicer way of saying that, but yeah.
Yeah. 40 or 50-foot skeleton. Where is that?
Yeah, I can actually go online and you can actually research it, like buried giant skeletons, and you can actually see it all throughout Google and YouTube and what have you. There's proof that giants used to run the world and stuff like that. And it's amazing. And like even Adam
What
and
about
Eve.
that one in Peru with that skull that they found with so big that the conquistador stuck his entire saber into the skull of the giant's head? His entire saber.
Yeah, that's not surprising. Yeah, there's a lot of accounts of the giants being present in the ancient days, and there's a lot of accounts today that have been found all throughout the world. Not just the Middle East and North Africa, but all throughout the world. They found.
Oh man, the stuff they're finding in Africa is very exciting. I've been watching these videos where they're actually finding temples and pyramids in Africa.
Yeah.
Hey, Miss Kitty, you want to do me a favor? I just feel like you keep cutting David off, or maybe I don't know. David, do you mind?
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were having a back and forth. David and I kind of like have a rhythm.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, that's
It's
what
like
I'm asking him
it's like
about.
it's a
If
it's
that's
like
cool with him, then it's whatever.
with me and Kitty, it's like a perfect. It's like a perfect throw catch ball thing, or like ping
Right.
pong. But it's a perfect game of ping
Cool.
pong. The ball goes to her, the ball goes to me. It's like back and forth, bang, 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 bang. You know,
Well,
it's
you
just
always mention something that just gets my synapses firing. It's like, oh, I can add this to that, and I can add that to it.
yeah, that's right. That's the way fellowship works. You know, that's the way it works. You know, that's it. You know, and we don't fight or we don't have arguments. We just have a very fruitful
Share the knowledge.
discussion.
Right. Share what we know. And then, it's really interesting because it's like the Holy Spirit just kind of leads people to study sometimes the same thing. So you won't even realize, and you'll go months without talking to somebody and then find out that you've been watching the exact same videos, that we're being led in the same direction to find these hidden truths.
Exactly. You know, and like when me and Missy talk, it's like what the scripture says when Messiah said, if there's two or more people present in my name, there I am with them. And when he's there with you, that's when peace transcends into your fellowship, and there's not really much arguing, or because there's a lot of agreements going on. So because Messiah's there present. So that's kind of one sign what happens between me and Missy, and me and Taylor as well. You know, I'm not going to exclude her from this. But yeah, it's just a perfect ball. It's like ping pong, bang, bang, bang. The ball just keeps going back and forth as you're playing. But yes.
So, what did you think about them finding water over there? Like, there's just these eruptions of water that are just shooting up out of the ground and lakes that are being formed.
That's biblical as well.
Well, I mean, have you thought about the Quran's prophecy as well? Because the Quran has a prophecy that says that when water returns